Corona, I got 8 kilo on my stomach. Um, 2 days ago, they played first time against squash, and I sold my company last year, and I said to my better side, to my wife, we go normally all year to Dominican Republic for 2 weeks, and 3 weeks we go 2 days Dubai, 2 weeks Mauritius, and 3 days Dubai back. And now next Monday, as a Monday in 1 week, so tomorrow in 1 week, we go again Dubai and Mauritius, and this will be the first year we go also in other lands. Also we will make something else. I know I don't have to smoke so much.
I'm winging this right now. I don't even know if I can do what I'm trying to do here, but I know I'm streaming, but I can't see anybody
Yeah.
yet.
You can't see me?
All right, so here's Groot from Kingdom 747. He started in Newcastle, and he's in the SOG Alliance, and he's working on building up that alliance. And as you guys know from the past, I just randomly picked 747, and it wound up being a good thing. And I don't have my third screen up in front of me, so give me a second. And while my mic works when I'm not pushing the button, I got to use a push to talk on Groot's live stream that I got here. And
Jetzt gibt es Werbung, Matt. Jetzt gibt es Werbung.
so let me go. Guys, got to excuse me here. I got stuff. Oh!
We can't hear you, Gunmuse.
I know you can't hear me because you can only hear me when I'm pushing my thing, but my other audience can hear me on a live mic. I got to turn on another screen. I can't see
put
something.
it on now in YouTube. We are on YouTube now, yeah? Oh, he's going to take a piss. Matt, alles okay?
Ja, alles gut.
Entschuldigung, wenn du mich heute so erwischt, bin unrasiert, hab ein Sweater drüber.
Du, ich glaube, Corona hat uns alle so ein bisschen gelehrt, dass wir, was das angeht, ein bisschen chillen sollten, von dem her.
I got this wall of screens in front of me, so I gotta get it one up here up on top. Hold on.
I love my life now. Also, I love to be retired with 47 years.
I retired when I was 27.
You're still retired. Yeah. You know Kill Bill? You know the Barbara Schultz?
No.
You know the movie Kill Bill?
Yeah, I know that movie.
Yeah. And you know the when how is called her? Barbara Schultz. When he's Matt, hilf mir. Wenn sie eingegraben wird. Wie sagt man dann? Beerdigung?
When she got buried.
Yeah.
All right.
3 meters, and it was called his Rip Barbara Schultz.
Well, one of the
dead already. I want to say you dead already, Gunmuse.
Yeah. You know what? If you can open up that live chat and pop out that thing, people are talking to you via my chat, so you can talk to everybody that way.
Yeah. Gunmuse, you know I love you, okay?
Don't tell people that, they'll kill you. If you wind up saying you like me, I hide all the people who do like me because they come after you with viciousness.
Matt said last night already. I said it last night. My wife was sitting on my stomach. We was lying on the couch. 5 o'clock in the morning. We was taking a Resus Castle, and I said to Matt, "I love you," on the KC, and he said, "Hey, don't put this on the KC. That means you are gay." I say, "No, I'm not gay. I love you." I know. Oh, Matt, you can remember?
Sure.
All right, just so my guys can hear me. This is I'm in.
We have 3 children.
Groot invited me into his live thing here, and we've been in here for
there is a
hours,
hole.
actually.
Yeah, it don't have to be something else outside. There have
He
to be a hole.
is
and you're
trying
right.
to build up 747, move his castles forward, and I'm encouraging that, and I'm helping him when I can.
You have to buy
I'm
something else,
talking
but
to
not
my audience about what you're doing. I'm catching them up to the last couple hours of conversation here, that because it's in your Discord, that you're trying to build up 747 and you want to do better and more positive things. And I'm encouraging you, and I'm going to stand behind you right now at this point because I like the conversation we've had in the last hour. And I'd rather just stand behind you being the guy that helps 747 be a great big monstrous kingdom. I like where we're heading here.
Oh, believe me, if Santa is doing like this, he's doing in the last 7 days, and believe me, if I doing like this in the last 7 days, oh, there will be no border. We are playing with the big ones.
I think this is actually, I don't think I've done I've had Dark Mystic call me on the phone while I'm live, but I never did the interviews. I was trying to let Disappointing Turtle do all the interviews to help her build herself up. And then I think she's too influenced by the people who talk negatively about me to realize just how much stuff I was really doing for her. She would have never got to where she was if I hadn't have been pumping traffic at her. And it's harder to do these days than it was a year ago or 2 years ago. I could have got her 4,000 subscribers in a month 2 years ago. I can't do that anymore because YouTube hides the subscribe button. It's impossible for me to build somebody up like I used to. I can get them traffic, I can make them money, but I can't make them look like they're making money and make them look like they're getting traffic.
End of the day, we are a family, and I hope we do well. And why? Little bit growing up in 747 will be good for you. Then I will say to Matt, take you in our alliance. This will be good, really good. About because the the streams like today we make in our alliance. Maybe there are now, I don't know how much people there now. Wait a second. We have now 29 people here on Discord, and there will be this is a start.
That's a good start. That's a great start. I think I got 140 on mine, and that's game wide. But people are they're so privacy orientated. They don't want to share emails. They don't want to share phone numbers. I mean, people know that they think that anybody who asks for that information now is going to spam them. And this is one of the.
I have on Discord secure. You have to give your email address. This is normally. You have to give your email address. I don't want to have your cell phone number. I don't want to have your name. This is the reason every time if it's coming a new one, I say, what is your in-game name? And you change it to the in-game name. I don't want, but it's bullshit about when if I go on the profile of any Discord user, then I see the normal name too. It's bullshit. Maybe they have to change this.
The line groups, a lot of personal information got stolen because the line group was so easily hackable. I really feared for a lot of the girls, the real women online. A lot of them got harassed over the years, and that's why I never supported doing the line groups, and I've always trash talked the line groups. I'm not in your guys' line groups on there, and I probably should have been a long time ago. But the reason I don't support it and I haven't is because I watched people's personal information get stolen. I watched women get harassed, and I'm a privacy nut. My name's out there publicly. The reason my name's out there publicly, I learned a long time ago that when I hide, then somebody else starts marketing who I am versus me marketing who I am. And so I no longer hide myself, and you can look my real name up. You can YouTube, you can Google map where my shooting range is and my property down south, my property up in the mountains. Everybody knows everything about me because, quite frankly, I don't have anything to hide, but that's me, and I used to. Yo, Groot, it's very low. Groot's very low. Okay, so hold on. I need to adjust some sound for you.
Matt, ich hoffe, das ist für dich okay, wenn wir solche Streams machen. Also das ist
Ja,
heute der
klar.
erste gewesen. Also ich habe wirklich Gok nochmal eine Chance gegeben, mich nochmal aufzupushen. Ich hab ja gesagt, ich komme von 534. Dann wollte ich in 727 oder 710 zuerst mal neu anfangen, aber das war dann nicht meins. Also in 710 war jemand, der nur attackiert hat, und in 727
I have to do a
will ich
push
nicht
to
drüber
talk
reden.
on his stream.
Dann wollte ich aufgeben,
but you
und
guys
am
are live with me,
Neujahrsabend habe ich dann gesagt, okay, schaue ich mir das neue Königreich an, das neueste Königreich an. Und da wart ihr. Dann wollte ich zuerst in die DIC rein, die haben mich nicht aufgenommen. Und dann habe ich dich gefragt und du hast mich aufgenommen. Und so kam es dazu.
Ja.
Ja, gerne.
Ja,
Finde ich gut, dass ich dich
so entschieden hast.
für uns gewonnen habe, sage ich jetzt mal.
Also ich bin der Philipp im Falle. Kannst Philipp zu mir sagen. Also ich sage es den anderen Leuten nicht. Also ich halte die Privatsphäre immer sehr streng, sehr, sehr streng. Aber dir sage ich jetzt, ich bin der Philipp.
Bin der Simon. Servus.
Hallo Simon.
So you have 15 people watching you live, and already 60 people have gone back and started to watch from the beginning. That's what we can do in a couple minutes to help you guys out like that. I'm happy to help like that. But people get too used to the live stream numbers, and they forget that if you turn around and you're not doing live, you rewind to see what's going on or to catch up. You're no longer live, you're on playback.
Gunmuse, you have to buy a new microphone.
It's not the microphone, it's all the software running. I'm telling you. It's my Bluetooth. Maybe my battery's going dead on my mouse here. Maybe plug it in, home.
Buy a new battery if it's Bluetooth.
It's rechargeable.
So, what is tomorrow? We have here the gold event. Today we have the building troops. I don't make them much. I use it already. What is the phase 5? I can't remember. I don't make a lot new kingdoms. Matt, was ist morgen? 5?
Morgen. Ich glaube nochmal sammeln.
Okay.
I would say that the communications from years ago versus today needs to change more than anything. Now that the game has changed the way it has, it's so easy to build, it's so much easier to bring the things on. Us old farts who've been doing this a long time remember the old ways of marching uphill both ways in the snow. We've got to recognize that to bring the new players in so that we have a big fun team to play with, what we're looking for here is we need to teach them that slow and steady works. While we're building and coining because we know what we're going to coin, they don't know what they need to coin. That was one of the first couple of videos I did, was like, how do you know you need to spend $5 on this guard? You know, I don't have to play about, I play about, I want to have a little bit fun. Well, yeah,
yeah.
But who's I already forgot your name. I'm so sorry here. He's not in here no more. The guy from Romania. He's only been playing 2 weeks, right? So he's
1 week. We are on day 8.
Yeah, so if he's watching what is a brand name in the game and he says, "Oh, well, I'm never going to be able to spend $2,000 a month," and that's the thing. That's the thing we got.
Gunmuse, don't forget the microphone.
That's the thing. That's the thing that we got to watch out for, is that guy can't, if he says, "Oh, for $2,000, I can't play $2,000 a month," is he going to run away because he feels he's inept and can't keep up? We don't want him to run away. We want him to play and enjoy. He hasn't seen a UAC yet. He hasn't seen an Uncharted Seas yet. And once he gets into those, I promise you, those two events alone can cause people to become an addict. Or Darklands. Darklands is outstanding now. I love playing Darklands. It allows me to be a big guy and just kick the shit out of everybody.
And I teach the people, have a look what I'm doing. I teach the people, you see what I'm doing now?
Yes, I agree. You're doing good. This is why I'm instantly promoting you as fast as I can.
150 level 1 artillery, and if I have this, I retire. I kick him again. Have a look. I lost 64,000 troops about lady. Here, I don't have artillery. I don't play with artillery.
Well, for us smaller players, to defend ourselves against you, artillery is a health calculation that absorbs damage on the tier rotation. So and it doesn't die very easily. So when you're defending your castle, artillery builds up your internal health number very greatly, and you don't have to replace it that often. So when you're cash limited, artillery is a requirement. That's what the firewall does. The firewall brings the math back in to know that the artillery is going to defend yourself, because artillery defends the tier above it. So your tier 2 artillery is defending your tier 3 infantry. That's what it does for the math numbers.
2 years ago, we have around the castle, you remember, we have the, how you call this in English? You need artillery. Today, you don't need artillery anymore. 2 years ago, it was important about you have the, here, outside of the castle, you have some falls. Falls? I think it's, yeah, the English word.
You don't need artillery.
GOG have to fucking delete artillery. Bring anything. Spies.
You don't need artillery because you're a max stat player. For those of us that are not max stat players, you've got to have that wealth, because it's a timer in your castle and it's about recovery time. When we're talking about a lower cost player recovering, right now the recovery time is 8 weeks. So if they come join your KVK and they lose all their troops, it's 8 weeks for them to rebuild back up so they can have a march in a KVK again if they're a non-coiner or a low coiner. So and if you've got trolls in your kingdom, which you probably never do because you probably put a stop to that pretty quickly, but when you got trolls in the kingdom that are zeroing people out that are trying to recover, which I built the firewall system for that environment. The firewall system and the use of the artillery is for a hostile environment, or it's good in UAC. The reason that everybody goes, oh, you don't need the artillery. You do if you're dealing with dickheads. You've got to have it, or you'll never be able to play at a low cost.
Yeah, but you have to teach the people, also the new people. Underworld Gate, any rallies.
When Guns of Glory embraces the Uncharted Seas as the complete environment for the game, my firewall system will be irrelevant and the artillery will be irrelevant until it gets.
I hate Uncharted Seas.
Why?
First, I was so excited. Uncharted Seas on the test version 1 week, and then I was so excited. Well, the first 2 weeks, I was really in this game. 24 hours I was in this game. And believe me,
I think Uncharted Seas needs some adjustment, but it needs some fine tuning. But the suggestions that have been out there so far, Uncharted Seas allows
7 weeks. 7 weeks.
Well, and here's the problem, Groot. We have taught people to hide and bubble for so many years. We have not got in the Uncharted Seas. It's only a 5% loss. Have a blast. It's very cheap recovery, but we have trained their brains to avoid all combat, and so it's stealing the strategy from us that we want.
Back on the right. Yeah, I know, but for me it was important to get the first bridge, the second bridge, and you have just 5 bridges. You have just 5 bridges. Also, you can just put 5 alliances to play Uncharted Seas. You can share the bridges. I know you can share it too. Then you're in the level 2. Then you have to build like Dark in Darkness. I love Dark in Darkness. This event is really one of my favorite, Dark of Darkness. But then you have the border. You need the border to the other alliance to attack them. Normally, I can't. Okay, in the level 1, this is a freedom zone. Nobody can attack you, or you can attack anybody. But up to level 2, have to be free to attack everybody. Everybody. If you're in level 2, you're staying there on tiles or at catering, or you stay just in level 2, I have to be allowed to attack you. Not building towers to your alliance border, and then maybe I can attack you. Then this was so fucking boring. I was 2 weeks. I promise you, I was 2 weeks, 22 hours online. 22 hours online. Our R5 was first building the towers wrong, just half to the silver mines, not silver mines. There was not silver mines in level 1, to wood and food. And I said, you make it wrong. You have to put it 100% in your hive. Just then you get your resources. He's not believing me. And I said, let me do it. Let me do it. After 2 or 3 days, he said, okay, make it. And I did it. Then we have, I remember, the first 15 foot and 14 wood. And then it's coming level 2, iron and silver. And this building then was starting to fight with other. You have 5 big alliances on east, west, and south and north. They're going 4 outside, and the 5th one, I don't know. Was it 4 or 5 bridges? I think 5, huh? 5 bridges was on Uncharted Seas, huh? Gunmuse?
I believe it's 5, and then
Yeah, I can't hear you again.
I believe it's 5, and I saw.
Yeah.
I understand what you're talking about, the frustration of it, but that's because my analysis of the lack of building towers and the speed of building towers, the towers could have been built quickly, but no one else in the alliance understood why or where you're going, and there was no cohesive strategy to why you're getting there. And the minute combat commenced, I watched people go, oh, I'm going to go back to the other game where no one can hit me because I'm afraid of losing my 5% troops. And I'm like, oh my God, no one wants to engage in a combat game. There was no cooperative. I mean, 3 or 4 people out of 50 were willing to stick to it. And I just don't think we've re-educated the population of Guns of Glory to what strategy is capable in Uncharted Seas, because we're too used to everybody running and hiding, because the minute somebody hits you on that map, you're dead for weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months, and it's going to cost you money you don't have to rebuild. It's not true. It's 3 days to rebuild a complete zeroing under the Uncharted Seas, and you only lose 5%.
15 million troops. 15 million troops I have in my normal account. 15 million troops. This was, if you're on researching, I loved it. In the first 2 weeks, I loved this game more than ever game any before. We was in level 2. The first week was just level 1. Level 2 was already, we was building on the second thing, we got 20% of vampires. I think, I can't remember, but I think we get 20% of vampires. We was there, we have the outpost. You call this outpost, I think so. And then coming from 534, 533, coming the other company, and you can't attack them. Or there is a fucking nap. Oh, somebody's visiting me.
Yeah, there should never be a nap in Uncharted Seas.
No.
It's just the
Kannst schon reden. Wir sind gerade online.
This is why I think the
Huh?
Uncharted Seas event should be the standard
Wir
for the
sind gerade
game.
dran am Reden. Okay, gut. Can I introduce you? Das ist. Wait, machen wir mal Licht. Moment. Ich bin nicht drauf gekommen. Hier. Introduce my father-in-law.
How you doing?
Ja. Wie es dir geht, fragt er.
Fair warning, they've been drinking beer all day.
Ja, ich habe gerade ein Bier noch getrunken mit ihm jetzt.
Oh, ja? Okay.
Okay, bis morgen. Wenn du von der Heimat zurück bist, dann? Ja.
15 Uhr Termin.
Ja. So, I'm back.
I'm so confused wandering around here. I somehow did a split screen, which is nice, but I don't know how to get back to the... Oh, I probably just click on this. There we go. I don't know how I got that split screen up. How did I do that? Hey, look at there. I can just put you up there.
Oh, no, I smoke one. Fucking... I know why it's coming, my 8 kilo from fucking beer. Now, other stuff. When I'm in April, when I'm in Chicago in April, I can visit you. It's no problem for me.
I am working on buying myself a new Bronco from Ford. And once I buy a new Bronco, I'm going to start traveling around a little bit more this next year. But I'm going to do it in style and comfort. I have a problem getting on the planes nowadays. If I'm on a plane, my legs seize up, and I
come to you. You don't have to go in the plane.
Oh, I know, but you don't. I promise you will not have fun coming to New Mexico. There's nothing to do here. We can, you know,
it's a good run. Tequila and beer.
We can go up to the cabin for a week up there, and I got a little 400 square foot cabin out in the middle of nowhere. We can sit there and watch the trees grow.
Yeah, and drinking a tequila.
I live like a hermit most of the time.
Yeah, you're drinking beer too. I know you're drinking beer.
No, I'm not. I've had to wean away from the alcohol a lot here lately.
Yeah. What are you watching now? I saw you watching your cane.
Well, I'm looking up at my other screen here. I'm trying to figure out how to share. Here we go.
So, Matt's still here? Ja. Matt, wir kaufen nachher, irgendwas kaufen wir nachher noch. Meine Frau hat mir gerade vorhin 100 Euro. Ich bin versehentlich auf Google. Ich habe den Laptop in der Hand, wo ich Google. Normally I play Amazon, and this laptop is on Google.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened here? You send me something?
No, I'm in my Discord.
You make a picture of my father-in-law, okay?
No, that's me. I was cleaning out my computer.
I can't hear you.
I was cleaning out my computer this morning. I was pulling up the people making memes of me. So they got all these old pictures of me in here for the memes in my Discord channel.
Okay. I have my privacy.
My Bernie Sanders meme.
We have in Germany a case a few months ago. There was a hillbilly. Matt, hilf mir mal, der eine Dicke, der sich geoutet hatte und da haben sie ihn gestürmt. Wie ist der nochmal?
Nö, welcher Dicke? Hä? Was?
Da haben sie doch einen gestürmt, den haben sie terrorisiert. zu Hause. Er war vor Gericht und hat jetzt 2 Jahre bekommen. Irgendjemand, kannst du dich nicht erinnern, bei Medien, Nachrichten und so. There was a guy in Germany on YouTube, he have a YouTube channel, and he was outing, he was a hillbilly, he's not working, he's just getting the money with YouTube, and the people don't like it. And the people coming to his home about he make his fault, he give the he opened his address, and now the judge get him 2 years. He did nothing. He did nothing. Nothing. He just defends his home.
Yeah.
People comes.
That's. I mean, the 𝙂𝙪 Rittenhouse. I'll tell you what hurt people was when they put the when no one had nothing to do because they yelled COVID, and they sat home and they watched the 𝙂𝙪 Rittenhouse trial. A lot of America turned around and went, these people just went in there and tried to throw that man in jail.
I can't hear you.
These people just tried to go in there and throw that man in jail for the 𝙂𝙪 Rittenhouse for no reason. And because people got to sit at home and watch the prosecution do it, all of a sudden it wasn't no more of this right-wing conspiracy. Everybody watched it live and they got nuts.
Yeah.
Who's Jürgen Klopp? I don't know who Jürgen Klopp is. One of the guys in the chat goes, I thought that picture was Jürgen Klopp. No, that was a meme made of me. Matter of fact, one of those memes started in Groot's line group over there. Especially on the artillery thing.
You're on YouTube now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now.
Wait a second. I have to take the stick here.
I upgraded to Windows 11 about 4 days ago, and there's something in the new Windows 11 that's causing me grief. That's why I keep losing my push-to-talk button.
I have here on Fire TV stick and the zone. For the zone, we need one TV stick. This is the reason I change it every time. And I go to your YouTube channel now. Wait a second. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm old.
All right, so I switched my push to talk to a tab key. That should be permanent. Oh, but see, holy crap, I can't use that. That's wigging out. Hold on.
Mensch, kann ich das einstecken hier? Laptop. Kann ich jetzt wegstellen. So. Matt, kannst du mich erinnern, dass ich Bluetooth-Kopfhörer kaufe? So.
Let's try that. See if okay, that's not wigging out. That's a different key. I probably have multiple keys bound in here that I don't remember binding. I'll have to go through my stuff. But that should have fixed it.
I got just YouTube now to you.
Jürgen Klopp is in Liverpool FC's German football. Oh, that's what they were watching, drinking beer. So you gotta they're over there drinking beer and watching football today.
So. YouTube. No.
Like I said, some of the changes that are coming to the game. Now that we got some of these changes that are in the game, we're gonna have to change the way people who claim to be experts interact with the new players, and we need to teach the new players the new way. And then some of us old farts have got to get together and decide that that is the new way we're going to teach people. But like I said, there's been no discussion with me. I'm the face front up front. I build the training, most of the training videos, and no one wants to discuss with me how it's done. Fun Plus just goes out there and tries to get me to do it for free. They want me to train their $500 million market for no dollars. They don't even want to pay me a measly, couple $100,000 salary, which I'd be worth more than that. Because I need to hire people to do some of my grunt work. You know, I'm not. I need 4 or 5 people around here to do a full professional system like I want to do, and we've got to generate the revenue to do that. I don't pull money out of my pocket. If this all falls on its face tomorrow, I'll, you know, go do my thing. But I don't want that to happen. It hasn't happened. We've made enough money to keep it growing. It grows every year. We've started out better this year than we in the first week of this year. We've done better than we did all of 2017. And then so I'm on the right track for what I'm doing. It's just no one wants to cooperate with my methods too much.
Gunmuse, what I'm doing now is for you, okay? This is for you. Matt, bist du da?
Sí, señor.
Sí, senor. Have a look. This is what I'm doing for you.
Oh.
Okay? Here.
Hold on one second. I got to get onto that screen.
You see it?
There we go.
Alliance teleport. Yeah. Okay. That is the reason why Gunmuse is coming here. Already 100 euro there. But we do it another 100 euro on it. Yeah. Another 100 euro. Okay. Okay. Oh.
Ah, stop.
What? You can see it.
Yeah, change that password, boss.
You can't read my password. So now my alliance get a porter. Each one, I hope so. I can't believe $50 for one porter.
Well, that's antiquated, right? They don't update their stuff. This is the only game where if you buy more, you get less.
Also, yeah, I bought now for my alliance each one porter. That is not the world. That is what they. But we have already 2 people that did it already. I think Matt, you did it already, yeah, Matt.
No, not in this alliance.
Then Rakesh do it and Cell do it already.
James Keenan's asking a question here that I don't fully understand. Guys, do you think that the game will produce a chance to give each player their own fingerprint on tactics? I think he's asking, you know, so that we can have our own individual strategies that we feel effective. That with social media, I don't believe that no single strategy works out long term, and I'm probably proof positive of that because I do develop my own tactics and then I share them, and then it becomes kind of the game's method. A lot of what people take for granted, if they go back 4 years, they'll realize I pioneered some of it.
Second, my mom is calling me. Say on. Hi. Ja, bin gerade online. Bin gerade am Live-Streamen. Aber kannst reden. Alles gut, alles gut. Ja, morgen meine Boosterimpfung und dann kommen wir. Boah. Ja, Boosterimpfung 15 Uhr.
Yeah, for my guys while he's doing this stuff, I finally got my third monitor back up. My SLI cable showed up yesterday in the mail after yesterday's live stream.
Hey, hörst du, was ist los? Okay. Ja, hörst du ein bisschen müde?
This is what you get with
Können wir morgen
live,
miteinander
guys.
telefonieren? Ich bin gerade da ein bisschen online. Tschüss.
Well, that's my job.
Sorry,
there.
my mom was calling me.
Answer one of the guys in my chat here. Yeah, that's my job. He's like, well, explain it. He worded it crappily. Yeah, it's my job to interpret. China constantly miswords things, and then it's my job to kind of interpret what they're trying to explain. The mom's closed caption.
So, Gunmuse. Gunmuse is live here.
What's your speed of connection there to Groot? Because, I mean, can you...
800, I have 886 Mbit per second normal. Normally I have 2000, but they have a problem now with telecom.
Are you guys limited in Germany on your upload speed? I had to do all kinds of infrastructure stuff to get my upload speed up.
Is this my screen? Oh, Matt.
I'm going to have a 30-second delay.
Wir sind gerade auf YouTube ganz online, gell? Siehst du's?
Ja, es wird Casey schon vertreten und im AC haben sich die ganzen Leute für den Porter bedankt.
Nein, wir sind online auf YouTube.
Ja, ich weiß, ich hab's gesehen.
Okay.
Jetzt werden wir famous.
Genau. So, dann schreiben wir mal hier, weil das auch jeder hört.
Oh Gott, meine Stimme hört sich ja an hier.
I'm in. Garrett's asking I'm in HMB. I won't put on a Gunmuse tag until we get. I said this before. I'm not going to put on a Gunmuse tag until we get to the second Kings Challenge. We're done, because my entire thing this year is about strategy. I'm going to spend my time and slow my castle growth. So I'm not going to be C26 tomorrow, because I need my castle to shoot videos so that the new players know how to build up a little bit properly. We can't effectively become a kingdom of strategy without hundreds and hundreds of people who are there supporting us, that are free players or low pay players. We need every one of them. And I've got to go over the core basics again with new graphics, new things, because my stuff's dated and the game's changed so much. That's going to take me 4 months. It's not quick. A single 30-minute video takes 6-7 days, and I've got to redo at least 55 or 60 of them before we're ready to start talking about strategy again. So my plan for this year is almost a 9-month business strategy just to get caught up. And then I got tools I got to build on the Rogers Raiders side, because I want to be able to have you guys go over there and say, okay, I'm in a tower, and here I'm the mega leader of this tower, and have you sign up for that mega leader. That way that mega leader is talking to their team only, and they have the ability to talk to them outside the game and maintain privacy, because I'm trying to avoid line groups, Discord groups, things like that in that privacy interface, because there's just, I fear for people's safety and privacy. I do. So I'm trying to build up a tool in Rogers Raiders to where gamers can talk to gamers and not lose their privacy. It is kind of the goal here that I'm working on.
Can you tell me what I have to buy now online? I have to put out some money here, but I have to build, I think, some troops. Yeah. Yeah, come.
Airship takes the longest. And since you're going to wind up being one of the 2 or 3 bigger coiners in the kingdom, you want to build your airship first so that you get that wonder first. The Mega Rally leader should have that little airship wonder, so that you have the 5% reduction. If you're going to be the palace guy that defends the palace, you want that wonder. Whoever we're going to send to other kingdoms, or whoever is going to do tower breaking, should have the cannon. And there's a couple old players that I've known for 4 years that are hiding in 747. Dad's Barbecue being one of them. He went C26 in like 4 hours. You know, and he's been around the strategy stuff for a long, long time. And a great guy. He's a coiner, but he's not an asshole. He's almost a pacifist of a coiner. He just wants to play the game and have fun. And I'm so happy to see him here. So I think 747 really has the potential to be the staple of the next 18 to 19 months of a kingdom. We're going to have a problem with older kingdoms because, like I said, the damage numbers, they got for free what we have to earn. So we need to be teaching people how to earn it. And we got to keep things realistic, that there's no such thing as, hey, a bunch of guys are going to come in here and buy their way to the top. The game won't allow it anymore. So I think there's a lot of fun coming.
Yeah. I see. I don't saw it before. We are live on YouTube. I don't. They hear me? I'm not really.
They can hear you.
Okay. I see. They see also when I'm drinking a beer. All good.
Garrett, there's no such thing as migration to or from. Yeah, the migration system sucks. You're not going to be able to choose where you want to go. You're going to be limited between, like, if your kingdom number is a 1 to 199, you've got to stay within those hundreds. And basically that's because every time they've launched these brackets of kingdoms, the game has changed so much over the years with these new brackets of kingdoms. In matter of fact, the breakdown for like the 700 and kingdom in the 500s, if you were in kingdom 590 or earlier, your airship is way more powerful than post kingdom 590.
I have to watch. I have to watch our kingdom have the first level 6 airship to get the permanent wonder.
If you're going to coin up, that's what I would go for.
Yeah. But that is Celtics stuff. Or maybe mad.
There's a limit. There's a limit to how much you can buy per day. You got to come in there every day and buy some of that stuff, because it's like there's a limit to how many of those parts you can buy per day.
I have to put on the.
That's how I caught a couple guys cheating. Is they took their airship from level 5 to level 7 during a KVK, and you can't physically buy that much stuff to do it. Oh, you're saying okay? He's saying he's in 716, and just come build a new castle. Start playing here, Garrett. It doesn't take long to build up.
First we drink a beer, okay? First fun, then business.
Well, guys, and let me what Garrett's talking about here about, well, I'm already got it established here, and I've got something built up here. So 716 is probably what, 4 months old, Garrett. Honestly, when you have a bunch of active players, it's easier to build up. And I would say that this is definitely the fastest start we've ever had for a kingdom that I've ever seen. But then again, I didn't start anything new for almost a full year. But I can see all the stuff that I talked about in videos being implemented here. Some of it poorly. Some of it needs to be addressed and fixed. But that's stuff that I'll go over in the new videos, and I'll try not to pick on Guns of Glory so much in the new videos, for the simple fact that I don't want to date the fixes and patches too much. That stuff gets dated, and YouTube is not friendly to my old content. The only reason my old content gets found is because I own the website. I control Google's aspect of that. So that's the only reason these new players are finding my old content, because YouTube won't show it to them.
Listen to Gunmuse. He know what he's talking about.
You guys need to encourage him and his wife want to build their own game here. I'm trying to make sure that I get in on that bandwagon because I've been looking for financiers for a game for almost 6 months now. Everybody's under the. You would not believe how many. I mean, there's a diamond merchant out in Italy I talked to. Everybody's under the agreement. We just need to build our own strategy game so that we can have fun. That's designed to have fun. My KVKs are just weird right now, especially if you're not in one of these Uber coining kingdoms. And the Uber coining kingdoms, even they're pissed off at the game and they don't want to Uber coin anymore. So that's why people are moving forward. I really think that a lot of the older, I think Guns of Glory may have tried to blow up the old kingdoms to try and get the heavy coiners to move forward, like what Groot's doing here, so that they can just shut down the old stuff and embrace the new a little bit. I mean, what they've got now that they didn't have 4 years ago are superstars in the Guns of Glory. I mean, brand names, like Groot's a brand name, Escher's a brand name, Girls is a brand name. I mean, they didn't have this 4 years ago.
Escher, Phoenix.
Yeah, without those brand names, I mean, they got brand names now. The fact that they don't have an influencer program still pisses me off because they don't understand that we need it. I need people that want to make YouTube videos to make YouTube videos. I beg people to go over my old content, go make a video, a how-to video, just copy me so that new users get the new content in the new way, fix it, make it better, and they'll build their market doing that. They don't want to do the work. They want to do a 10 minutes, hey, a patch come out and here's what's new. They want to read the little blog on there and make a 10-minute video. They want YouTube to send them free money. And it doesn't work that way. This is a job. You're going to have to put some effort into it. And YouTube is designed to kill your content in about a 3-month cycle. And that's the sad part of it. Even though it may still be relevant, YouTube is trying to kill the content because their job is to get people to watch more video. It is not to embrace a single user or a single YouTuber. This is why I talk to new YouTubers. And it's about session time. If I turn around and I send people to another YouTuber, I have continued my session time. I actually get credit for promoting another YouTuber. And that builds me up. So I'm not opposed to new guys coming out with new content. If somebody comes out with content that's good and I like it and I want my readers to read it, I'll put it inside a web page and send everybody to go look at their stuff. And the reason I'll do that is it's good for me to promote them. But they don't understand the internal workings of it, and it's just not common knowledge. So you're in 509. I think the 500s, when we get to migration in the 500s, there's a lot of 500 migration there's going to be that those of us with old fart castles in the 500s, that's where we're going to get into this, where I'm probably going to be doing the most filming for strategy. The 700s will be the fun growing the new community. But then the 500s, I think we're going to get a lot of merger in the 500s. I'm hoping to do that around Kingdom 592 because I got a brand around it, right? So I can promote that and then tie that promotion into the Kingdom 747 promotion, right? With Groot's pushing the 747. I'm hoping to tie all the work I did last year to the work I'm going to do this year. It's hard for people to understand that I'm having to think in 2-year terms of what's coming next, because it's inside baseball and it's boring as shit to people, but I already know what I'm doing in the year 2023. And it seems so frustrating to be that way, but it is what it is. Well, James, we discussed this. You got to be careful with, like, one of the problems that I created in 592 was I grew so fast, and I did it so that I could shut down the bullying and other bullshit because I'm not going to bully anybody. But the it didn't even matter. We got 4 months into it, and then all of a sudden a huge marketing campaign came out about how I was killing everybody. That's all you heard in KC. And I'm like, could you share the report? Because last I knew, I hadn't hit anybody in like 2 months. And it didn't matter. They created a bullying campaign pure from word of mouth and marketing. And so people who don't pay attention every day because it's a phone game, they didn't know what to believe. But so many people are saying it, it became the truth. Oh, that's you changing your screen. This is one of the things that we're trying to address. You know, literally, when people talk about cyberbullying, there's no better example of cyberbullying than a Kingdom chat in Guns of Glory.
Gunmuse, can you say, please, thanks to James from Heathrow. He sent me just right now €100 for the game. This was a present from 534.
Thank you, James. He sent you €100. How do you do that?
He sent me you see it now. He sent me, this is a Google laptop. Normally we play on Amazon. Oh, people outside, please don't play with Google. Don't play with Google. Play with Amazon. 18% less. You give me right, Gunmuse?
Yeah, it's 20% in the United States, but anybody with an Android phone has a problem getting the app installed in their phones. I did some stuff on it a couple years ago. I need to redo the how-tos on the Amazon stuff so that you get the 20% reduction in cost spending.
Yeah.
I need to redo that.
Yeah.
And my big problem with Amazon and doing any promotion with them is Amazon cuts deals where I'm supposed to get 7% of that. They always steal my money. And it's way before this Amazon, the coining thing. Amazon has screwed me over out of money for over 12 years. Every time we do something big or big promotion, I actually built my own Windows 7 at one point, and they went around and
Windows
canceled.
7?
Yeah, I built my own version of Windows 7 for industrial purposes, and it was more secure. Matter of fact, the security fixes I put in Windows 7 back then, my own version, didn't come out from Microsoft until like the third version of Windows 10. They put into the security in there. And so it was a hot seller. I used to make like 30 grand a month from selling copies of Windows 7 that were my own personal version of it. And I had a little Amazon button on the screen. So I got some extra money from people shopping from Amazon when they installed my Windows 7. And Amazon went and canceled my affiliate account just to stop me from getting that affiliate money for my Windows 7 version. They've done that several times. They screwed Turtle over. Turtle got her little deal on it. She got a few $1,000s for doing the Amazon deal. They made millions, but what was worse was they didn't even honor the agreement with the players to get the extra money they were supposed to get with the deal that she was promoting. The players kept not getting the extra funds they were supposed to get on top of the 20% for a couple months. Amazon, they don't have a system to track and promote. So when, from our business side of it, I can't turn around and tell 1 million people a month go do the Amazon when Amazon is going to lie to them and they're going to steal a couple pennies here and there, because when they don't follow through, they don't blame Amazon, they blame me. That was the problem with the Huawei deal. The Huawei deal was I had to give up a huge chunk of my money just to get Huawei to pay the players so that Huawei didn't drag my reputation into the mud when we gave them 50% off. Because with Huawei, the player got 50%. A guy like you would have got 70% off of all your Guns of Glory purchases for 90 days. That's a huge amount of money. And then I got 20% of what you spent. They can't afford it because there's not that much money being by FunPlus. So when they realized they couldn't afford it, they just canceled the contract without warning. And that's where we got into that fight. I don't know if you ever watched those old Huawei videos, but it took me about 6 months to straighten Huawei out. They eventually paid me, but they had to get into a next quarter budget in order to be able to pay me. Like I said, they were having to go down to the local 7-Eleven down there to send me a check because they couldn't move money across international lines. And that's why we're in the crypto business now. I need to be able to do business worldwide, and I need to be able to move money without banks getting involved or worldwide politics. I don't need two world leaders arguing, screwing up my gaming. Merlin, you just battled who?
Ja. Ja. Entschuldigung, I have to laugh too. Sorry.
What are we laughing at? Are we laughing at me here?
No, not about you, not about you. No, we will never laugh about you.
Boxing, thank you. All the monies you guys donate there goes to my military charities. I don't keep any money from that stuff. You guys, we spend all years building up, and then in the final quarter of the year, this last year, you know, I haven't got done with the numbers, but we bought $250,000 worth of firewood for people that fell off the system. Like I said, about 15% of the Americans aren't even being counted as human beings anymore. And for the veterans of them, there's guys that live out in the middle of nowhere that can't afford. The cost of wood went up so much. We bought firewood by the tractor trailer and made sure people have some heating this winter with firewood. So that's what your money went for last year. We are starting fresh this year. We're building up the bank account for what we're going to do for the veterans this year. We don't know what we're going to do with it until the need arises. We're very fluid and we react quickly. So thank you, boxing.
So, Gunmuse and me, as in the first, we drink a beer, finish, and then we,
Mine's empty.
yesterday, Matt and me, we have to do some resources. And this was the reason, my better side, that's my wife. Oh yeah. No, Cuba Libre, no, we drink a beer, come. I love it. I love this evening. I don't have so much fun in the last time. I love it. I love Guns of Glory. I love you all. Greetings to 534. Greetings all company and kingdoms where Gunmuse is. I think there are minimum 50 kingdoms.
What kingdoms are you in? I mean, that's a good question. There's so many people who try to mimic the Groot name. There were 3 in 747 with different spellings and different fonts, so they could have a different spelling. Like Deanna's asking are you from 273? I don't even know all kingdoms you play in the on the upper levels.
I've played first 112 and then 534. 534, Walk in the Park, K9G. There are 2 alliances, K9G and No Mercy here. But after Uncharted Seas, there was no freedom anymore. We were starting to fight each other. And Sharkbite, I love Sharkbite, but I hate him. He's zeroing me twice or maybe 3 times about
Did you see the videos where? Did you see the videos where I killed Sharkbite's marches? He come after my firewall when I first tested it, and his marches went splat. He was relentlessly upset when he lost those first few marches.
Yeah, that is cock. That is. I hate kindergarten. I said already here in the KC,
Thank you, baby.
Yesterday,
The
I
noob. I
don't know,
appreciate it.
I
Thank
don't
you very
want
much.
to spell his name. Said, Casey, please stop kindergarten. We're playing here a game in the family. We grow up with the kingdom. The first, my first, my is R5,
Robert,
R4,
hello.
and then I am R3. There are three people, and if you are a good R2, you come into R3. I support you. And then I support also the kingdom. We will grow up. We have this kingdom is 7 days old or 8 days old. We have one emergency now. This was lady. Lady was killed by Seltris twice and 3 times by me on mine. And she's a girl. She's investing money, but she don't know what happened, what to do with investing this money. She's selling all what GOG is selling. She's buying all what GOG is selling. And you watch her account, she have 400 million iron open in an account with 8 days. Yeah, if you have too much pocket money, if you have rich parents, you can do it. We don't start a fight. We have 3 or maybe 4 or 5 alliances. Moment, have a look. But wait, I go back. I take to my mouse. I can't play with my pad. I don't drink in my TV room.
So we got a lot of followers over here that are starting the 747 because I did a couple videos on. Like I said, what I'm just from an outward observance, 747's got all the usual trolls that come in there, but I've seen so many more good people coming into 747 than I have ever seen in earlier kingdoms. So I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing in 747. I really am. I'm very happy with it.
Oh, okay. This I don't know. TDR and HMB. HMB is Bella. TDR is Hitman. I remember. I think so. Really good people. Really, and Reaper is also anywhere. I think in HMB. We love each other. Also, we don't have fights anymore. I don't know where is lady. Wait, I think
Yeah, Bella's not taking anybody's bullshit, and that's why I'm hanging out with Bella. I like Bella. I support.
Lady.
Hitman's been kind of a dick from the beginning, right? But Hitman, like, there's a bunch of stuff with Hitman. Now, there's good players in that alliance, so don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are long-term good players in Hitman's alliance. He stole that when they did the merger. So he was trolling the first few days, and then he weaseled his way up into taking that alliance. And then he gathered up a bunch of players to get some artificial power. But that I don't know what's going on there, but you got to remember there's this underlying RSS fight that takes place in New Kingdoms and I don't know what he's part of, but that personality has been a lot of places. That Hitman personality, lots of places.
This is lady. Have a second. This is lady here. This account.
I said before, whoever builds the R5 room first, kill him in the New Kingdom.
She was starting.
Glad it wasn't me.
She was starting like a rocket. And now she have a castle 26. She's buying all. She's I don't know. She get the money from the parents. I don't know. First she was the strongest one, and now she's stocking on 26. I don't know what happened.
What language is that? What?
Here. That is lady. Here.
Yeah, but she's got. Is that Korean? That's not Korean. Is that Japanese?
Matt, bist du noch hier?
Yeah.
Where my lady is coming from?
Let me look. Give me a minute.
You were the
Normal, this is
R5 to begin with. Oh, the inside scoop on the Hitman merger of those two alliances. Go ahead, Garrett. Go ahead and go for it. We always like rumors. Man, we used to do those lives at the start of the COVID. We had like 5 or 15 of us that were just getting drunk every day on YouTube. You got to remember my YouTube's got a 30-second delay, whereas your Discord does not.
Dark Reaper is also cool guy. He's a young German player. He's
okay, so that's Korean. So ladies in Korea, she only pays 7 cents on the dollar for her Guns of Glory stuff because she's Korean. What it cost you to get to C26? She probably spent $20.
No, she's spending a lot of money. She's buying in the first days all she can buy.
Right. What I'm saying is,
well,
but
as her own words, she said she was spending like $1,200.
Yeah. See, that's not that much. In Korea, it's like 7 cents a dollar or 17 cents on the dollar. I can't remember what the conversion was, but the Koreans don't. That's why Guns of Glory has a Guns of Glory Asia version of the game. There were so many complaints 3 years ago about the Asians coming in there and spending a fraction of the money that we spent. They gave them an automatic discount because they're tied to China, and so the Asian companies the Asian alliances were just overrunning us because we couldn't keep up with the spending. And so they separated the game, and now there's a GOG Asia, and it's very rare that you see an Asian alliance spring up and grow real fast. I mean, you've got to deliberately go out and seek the regular Guns of Glory in the Asian continent to be involved with us now, which it's fine, but they still get the discount. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, that lady is spending wrong, Garrett. If she spent $1,000, she's definitely spending wrong.
Yeah, but if you spend in the first days $1,000, that has nothing to say. Nothing. This is nothing. This is zero.
Yeah, and it gets outdated so fast that $1,000 is gone. I mean, just because the game is progressing through the steps of the 4 years, but they're doing it at an accelerated rate. You drop $1,000 in the first week, and it's going to cost me $20 to catch up to you in 6 weeks. It's patience, but you don't know that if you're a new player, right? This game's business philosophy is to take advantage of new players as fast as they can before they realize how to do it.
But you see also in New Kingdoms, 70% are old players, 25-30% are new players.
I remember in 362 when we used to do the KVKs, I figured it up at one time. Every KVK, our kingdom was spending about $40,000 to $45,000 per KVK. Because we had a bunch of coiners, but they weren't one big coiner. It was 50 guys who spent $400 on a KVK. And we had more fun with those KVKs than I've ever had anywhere else. 362 is by far the best. You know, I quit playing at the end of the quarter because of my charity work at the end of 362, and then by the time I come back, the kingdom was in chaos, and I didn't want to deal with the chaos. I don't like the drama portion of it.
She's Japanese. I pay more than American. Yes, I'm Japanese, but I pay more than American dollars. Yeah.
Yeah, if she's Japanese, she would be.
Yeah.
Koreans have got a lot of little more symbolish stuff. That's why I said that wasn't Korean. It looks like more like symbols on our game. Japanese is one of the languages that I am translating videos into because there's a big market for Japan.
I was trying. I was in the course of Chinese 12 years ago, and they give me in the second part of school about in Austria in Tyrol. The first part there was just me, and they give me the second part. There was 5 women, and I understand nothing. After 6 weeks, I said, "Go home."
Let me say that we got a large listening audience right now. Guys, if you're new and you're limited to how much you can spend, you want to make sure your alliances are working on those timer helps, those timer speed ups. What you want to spend money on is things that last. Your airship damage, your airship stuff never goes away. You will use that forever. Your gear will be replaced shortly. So don't get all caught up on your gear. But when banners start coming in, those banners will be there forever. So as you're learning the game, ask what never goes away and use your spending wisely on that stuff. That way you're relevant for all time.
But no artillery. No artillery. Don't grade up artillery. There are 2, maybe 3. I don't know. Let's have a look. Right? Have a look. Here.
Don't mind that corner turner.
Don't do this. Here. No artillery. Don't grade this up. Also here not. You can make it back, but don't grade it up. You can, if you want,
do it last.
Yeah, do it. You can't go back. You can delete it again, but don't.
Wait a minute. Hey, go back in there. You can't reset those gears anymore. You can reset those.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, okay. You can reset it.
That was one of the last free resets. Yeah. What if you got gears? Use them. Yeah. And then
you see, plus. You see, I go plus here, and then you go here, and you go.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Back.
Yeah. Your airship's one of those places where it lasts forever. You will be resetting your airship over and over and over again as you gain loot. So once you start getting into the 4s and the 5s, you're going to have to go back and reconfigure your airship over and over and over again. As you're a young player, you're going to be single march focused. You're either going to be a cavalry march or distance march. No one but coiners should be playing around with infantry because it's a very expensive setup to do it. It's effective, but it's expensive. You can kill a lot of enemy troops with a good infantry setup, but you pay the cost of killing them. So there's a lot of configuration, but you got to do things like your infantry damage received. I have a video and a web page on what order to put those gears in so that you just cycle through them. And then when you reset your airship over and over and over and over again, as you grow it up, you just go back through and put them back in that order, and then your account stays strong. You're going to be resetting that airship a bunch. You should be doing an airship reset every Friday right before the wolf so that you optimize your account for the wolf hit. And then you're also going to turn around, and once you hit the wolf, you jump into the spirit mines and you go up a couple more levels in the spirit mines with your new optimized airship and your new optimized gear. And then you get more loot for the week for free while you're mining. Every Friday, look at your account and increase your damages, increase your stats for the wolf, and then go back in and do your spirit mines, things like that. And you get 2 or 3 efforts out of it.
Ladies, ears. No.
Promote Baby the Noob.
Yeah.
What is she Baby the Noob?
You again.
Why do I got?
Yeah.
I don't know about promoting somebody.
Yes, you are promoting us, and no problem.
Oh, she gave me money. I was wondering if she's wanting to me to promote, to give her access to my chat. I'm not real keen on giving other people access to my audience. I really am not. Yeah, it's so dangerous. I like I said, I'm so privacy orientated. I guard the audience. Uh, I took all the other people off that stuff. Hit Hitman told me that. She hadn't spoke since earlier. She hadn't spoke since earlier. The original Savage Queen from Kingdom 312 went to Kingdom 362 and was sharing nudes to try and get somebody to zero me. Yeah, we got some real 4-year-old videos on the Savage Queen stuff. But the reason 312 got famous was because the Trick King went to other KVKs and was working with them to zero out towers in our kingdom so that his alliance could grow while we had to replace troops from our towers being killed. His tower would be left alone, and then it goes, oh, we've lost this guy, to go away. And his players kept walking away with no losses, and the rest of the kingdom walked away with losses. It was the most disgusting thing we've ever seen.
Oh, oh, Baby the Noob is coming in our Discord group. Wait a second. Baby the Noob is here. Um, lady, your microphone. Just say hello. Put on your microphone just to say hello. One time for me.
I,
And Matt. And Gunmuse.
I'm not saying that's the
But
same
first for
Savage
me.
Queen, guys. I just say the original one on my videos, that was that person. I'm not saying those are the same people. Just I want to clarify that. I'm not trying to trash this person. It's just the same name. So for people who follow me for years, don't think everything's same. It is what it is.
Your microphone again. Mr. Gunmuse.
No, you can't hear my.
Listen. Whole YouTube world, please spend for a new microphone for Gunmuse. It's just, I don't know.
I have so much stuff. I don't need a new microphone. I need a new graphics card, man. I got so much stuff. I got 3 monitors in front of me. One's recording. I got one broadcasting. I got another one going out there. I got so much stuff going on at one time. I really do need about $6,000 worth of new equipment but right now we're in a chip shortage worldwide. So it's one of those things where I don't want to spend $6,000 right this second, when if I just wait a little while, I think I can get it down to $2,000 or $3,000 in a couple months, because I hadn't needed it.
Excuse me for 2 minutes. I can't take my laptop with me about this 6% on Akku. I go to smoke a cigarette. I'm starting to smoke about after smoking a cigarette after. You know what I mean?
Right.
This is the reason I'm smoking so much.
Play with your brain, not your wallet.
Yeah. I come back in 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I do need a new GPU for the studio. I need two 3090s for the studio, and I just don't want to fork out $5,000 for 2 graphics cards. I think the price will come down. Uh, I've got as much production as I can possibly get out of this thing, but it's yeah. I wouldn't use them for mining. I don't run NVIDIA for mining. They're I run all AMD for mining. It's much lower cost on my electric bill. it's been I just like when the day or the Wednesday before Christmas, uh, I had some old galvanized pipes down at my house, and when it froze, it squeezed the galvanized pipes, and the corrosion inside the pipes just plugged the pipes, and it was underneath the foundation. And it was 4 days before we got the plumbers in there, and then you know 18 grand later, I've now got the best shower that I've ever had in this house because we replaced everything with the. I had a 1 inch PVC coming to the house. So if you ever seen that old Seinfeld where they use the elephant nozzle to that blew him out of the tub, I got one of those, and literally I've got these jets shooting down on me. I can't wait to see our water bill next month because I've been taking put a new hot water heater in there to make sure I can take 35, 40-minute blast showers. So it's just lots of expenses. It's and you guys know for the audience stuff. I spent a week in the ICU. That was freaking 50 grand. A lot of money spent this last year, and I think the economy worldwide is going to make some hits. So I've been making sure I don't spend money I don't have to spend. That's just all there is to it. I encourage other people to be cautious with their money as well. Know what you're set your budgets and set your limits and don't overextend yourself. Yeah, I get Raven's talking about $9 a day for 30/90 at 3 grand on a $400 580. I'm making $3 a day. So why wouldn't I? And they run much lower watts. I make more money per dollar that I expend. I've been, and I only spend money on that mining operation that the mining operation makes. I don't take money out of my personal checking account to spend on that. So that thing makes money, and it makes more money because I spend more money on it. But I don't need to take money from it and put it back in my wallet, right? So I put an initial investment in it, and every dollar it makes, I let it keep making more money. And then it's all part of the system I'm setting up. And me and Groot were talking about it before I started live in this. We need to be setting up a crypto for gaming only, so that we can do this international stuff and we can do rewards. You can move stuff back and forth, and that's part of setting up for our own gaming and stuff. So and I this week and have been coordinate with somebody to set up my own branch of crypto that I may wind up tying into the website to where we control the chain, we control the fees, and we can start doing that conversation. And then at that point, I think at some point the Crow crypto, which is Amazon, is going to tie back in, and then it's just a matter of us tying our crypto to their Crow and whatever fee that is, which will be much lower than what a app fee is. There's a lot to it. So once we set up our own crypto, it won't be just our game that sets up the crypto. It'll be anybody that wants to talk to us or wants to talk to the audience. And like I said, I've got 1 million people a month coming through there. There's lots of games that would like to talk to people, talk to the 1 million people a month I got. So I'm trying to be cautious with that market and make sure that we're representing both your privacy, your wallet, your finance, and lower the cost. 30% cut by Google or anybody else on somebody else's work is insane. The guy who made Angry Birds didn't make a nickel till he started selling T-shirts. By the time Google and everybody else got done with him in fees, he's getting 4% off his work. The tankless water heaters, in our part, yeah, I would love to put a tankless water heater in, but I would have had to cut my roof to get it in there, and I just redid my roof last year. That was another 20 grand I had to spend. So no, I couldn't justify it in my head because it was going to wind up being $1,500 for a tankless water heater, and then another $8,000 to reconfigure all the piping and the roof again. So I just couldn't do it. I'm building everything off the Ergo chain, Raven. Ergo is not really publicly tradable yet, but I think it's got the best long-term thing going to it. So there's a method of my madness, and I'm looking at I'm looking at the security in the blockchain. My problem with Ergo is they're poorly marketed, and they seem a little fuzzy on their goal, but the core of the math and the structure is very sound, and I like it. So plus Ergo is graphics cards. It Ergo will allow a gamer to move money on its chain, and at the same time, when they're not playing the game, their computer can make them some money when they're just not looking at it, because it's a graphics card orientated chain. So I wanted that duality on a cryptocurrency to be so that the gamer is not just spending money, they're capable of making money at home in the new world that's coming with crypto. We gotta get back to talk to you, Groot. I'm losing people on this thing. You back?
Well, my internet is just old groupie man.
It's not YouTube getting salty about that. That's my software. Because if you spam a bunch of icons, well, I guess it is. YouTube gets nutsy about it, but my software stops you from doing it because YouTube gets upset from the emoji spamming. YouTube is not friendly to the business side of this game. I mean, there's so much stuff. Like if somebody talks in another language in my live chat, I can't translate it. I'd have to copy, paste, set up other windows, other things. You almost need a 5-man team to run a small stream, and I'm not going to do it. If there's no reason for it, they could put a button in there. I've got computers to do my work. YouTube does a translation. Put a button there for me. That's all I'm asking for. It's not a lot to ask. Von Rent. Are those actually Russian words? Nope, that's spam. I'm getting Russian spammers. Remove. So, are those actually Russian words? Nope, that's spam. I'm getting Russian spammers. Now, did you see my idea on the R5 room on the last live group, to where you allow you set up your R5 room, right? And you got your R5s and one R4 who can talk in the R5 room, and then anybody else can join, but the R5 rooms are the administrators, and they need to mute their players as they join. That way the alliances can see the discussion, so that you don't have R5ers that are filtering the information back to their alliance wrongfully, because that's been a long-term problem in the game.
German, Gunmuse, tell the people, German elite players. This is my family, Groot. Also 6 in 534 and Groot in 747. This is my edition.
Oh, okay, so the group name is he's got a whole family of people who play, and the group name is being shared amongst the family in multiple kingdoms.
German elite players, yeah. I love you.
I delete. Hold on, I can undelete him. Who was it that I deleted somebody? My apologies. I was asking Garrett. I didn't delete Garrett. Hold on. I don't know why he got deleted on that, but he said he plays Kingdom 3, K45, 716, and now in 747. The combination that he put in there looked like spam, I guess. That the bot got him. Yeah, I'm telling you, so many R5s don't like what the agreement is out of an R5 room. They go right straight back to their alliance and they tell a completely different story because no one in their alliance knows any different. And that's one of those things that, you know, having multiple people be able to watch what was said. They shut down that idea came from Arkin. Arkin did it, and it was working beautifully within our own alliance. We had a room set up like that for our own alliance. There's your R4 room. Your R4 is going to be talking about what's going on. Everybody inside the alliance joined that R4 room, but only the R4s could talk. Everybody else could see what was going on. And when you logged on the game, you no longer were relying on mail or the AC chat. You know, you had these little messages that you go look and read back what was said by the R4s so that you had an idea what was going on. And it allowed your R4s to just basically make a bullet. It turned the rooms into a bulletin board, and it cleared up a lot of confusion between, you know, because you're talking about some people don't log on for a day or 2 days. They don't know what was said in AC chat, Kingdom chat. Kingdom chat is a disaster just because you can scroll off what was said. Yeah, I didn't delete you there, Garrett. That was the bot that did that. Yeah, the spin is never good either. This is Groot's live, man. I didn't mean to take over this. This is his live chat on his thing.
Sorry. Sorry if I did something wrong. I'm on my cell phone, laptop, cell phone, TV.
No wonder you ain't got no bandwidth. The Groot community.
We love it.
How many people do you have in your? Well, you know what, Groot? Are you in my chat over in chat so I can promote you so you can share a link to invite people to your Discord?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm in your. I'm fully included in your chat.
What's your username in here?
I think the old one. Wait, have a look.
Hello.
No, Groot.
I don't see you. I'm looking. Have you talked in the chat?
Yeah. I'm on Guns of Glory, Idle Tools, General. What do you go of General? This is talking.
No, I mean on actual YouTube, the YouTube live chat. Go in there. Yeah, go in there.
Yeah, I'm here. German Elite players. GEP.
Oh, that's you. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
All right. And oh, I can't see. I am clicking a button and it's just. All right, so now you can link in my chat there, Groot, and you can advertise your Discord channel for 747.
Tell me what I can do now?
You can take your Discord invite link and you can throw it in my YouTube live chat. I made you a moderator.
How I do it? I have to open YouTube, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
That way,
YouTube channel.
you'll probably do more lives than I do. So that way, when you start doing lives, they'll get notifications that you went live, and more people from 747 will watch you.
No. So right now, I love this like it now. I make the people have to watch you. Ooh.
I'm lazy, man. I got my own. I'm not very active.
Yeah, wait first. I make again here. Why is my fucking laptop? I have 866 Mbit per second. Normally I have 2000. I don't know what happened now.
It's all that midget porn you're watching.
Hey, what's up? Is my microphone working?
That's a number.
Sure is.
Sorry, I had major connections on my internet side.
Oh, that's Baby the Noob that's speaking there. For if you can't see the little thing on the right hand side, guys.
Hi, everyone.
What country are you from there?
I'm from UK, but originally from Japan. My in-game name. I'm with Groot. My in-game name's Lady. Funny enough.
That's where I was getting confused. I'm like, wait a minute, what were we talking? Okay, I got it now. He's one of them lady boys.
Yeah, I got it also. Sorry, I'm laughing. Sorry. Sorry.
No, I totally get it. It was actually all set up for a trap because I was told that you had one of those mini, like, Tinder sort of people on here. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey, that's
Lady, you are this? Baby the noob, you are this? No.
But yeah, again, I never specified that I wasn't male either, so you can't say that I lied.
But you're not a lady. You're a boy.
Dude looks like a lady.
Matt, bist du noch da? Matt, are you still on?
Yes?
Please, allow me. Please. Bitte.
Massive plot twist.
Matt, please allow me to attack him, her, whatever.
Definitely not a snap, bro, it's snap.
No, I give full permission. We can call this testing.
We are no dicks. We won't attack during a nap. We are no dicks.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't care if people pretend to be girls or boys or change their genders. I don't fucking care, but we are not dicks and we won't attack during a nap. Definitely not.
Okay, Matt, I love you, you know.
I don't have my game open. So, hey, one of you guys in 747, could you share the YouTube, click the share button there and post it in the 747 chat?
I do it.
Yeah. Do you want me to? I can do it by Gold Horn if you want me.
Yeah, the URL, because
lady, I give you a tip.
All these new players don't know who I am. They don't have a clue. They find out later.
I still don't know who the hell you are, or I'm just a new guy. I'm just a new guy down the block.
I control 60% of the keywords on Guns of Glory. If I want to talk about a subject, I set the tone. That's
You really remind me about what a very old friend of mine that I used to play Iron Throne with. You exactly remind me of him. It's fucking scary.
yeah. I'm not bragging when I say that. That's just a fact. If I have to be cautious with it. If I deliberately go out of my way to make up new words so that I can penetrate the market further, and then the words become part of Guns of Glory down the road. Because the Gunmuse word I've had for 20 years, it's part of the internet lexicon. It is my I own it. It's actually is trademarked. I don't just put a little trademark symbol in it. I actually own the trademark. Thank you, Garrett. The I My marketing platform has the ability to create language. Everybody else that goes out there, they hashtag or they copy on top of somebody else's keywords, and they always forget one thing. Somebody has to be first. And I'm the guy who has the ability to be first. And it's a different so what I do is different than what everybody else does, and then they're always telling me how wrong I am, but they don't understand they have to chase me. No matter what I'm doing, I can change the direction of the ship anytime I want to. Last year in January, I cost Guns of Glory almost $100 million worth of revenue just because they pissed me off. Just because they wouldn't knock off their shit, I trashed last year's new market of players in January. And I did it on purpose. I told them I was going to do it. I said, knock this stuff off. I'm tired because what was it? December of last year, people were downloading where the locations in Excel spreadsheets where people were in game, seeing their stats. They were hacking into people's accounts. The developer access, the remote access, was being sold all over the internet, and that's why I went after them. I said, I'm going to cost you money if you do not secure people's accounts from this kind of BS. The content duplication hacks in this game still have not been closed up, and I'm going to make them pay for that too. I want those hacks closed up.
Doing that is quite difficult. If you think about it, any sort of game, that's going to be difficult to cover up. Like, no matter what you do. Plus, the developers, if I remember correctly, are Chinese-based, so they won't really give much shit about it.
They do.
If you've got more like a Western American or a Korean game developer, they might actually give two shits about it.
I completely,
but from what
I
understand and what I've researched,
I completely agree with you. You're dead on, and that would be the norm. And I have changed that norm to where they started replacing employees at FunPlus. They come into these lives and they ask questions, and I recognize them that they're business questions that they're asking, like, if we did this, would that happen? You know, and they come on to separate videos when they're doing the research. And then one of the things I can see from my stats, FunPlus uses an internal sharing app because they're behind a firewall in China. I can tell you for a fact when FunPlus employees are looking at a video and dissecting it. That's why I started translating stuff into Chinese so that they stop. Their internal translator was confusing my words, and I wish I know that when I'm talking to people that when it's going to be translated to Chinese, I will change the context of my words. Like, you can't use the word troll in Chinese because there's no such word. There's no such word.
A complete different concept.
Well, it's called a provocateur.
Because it's the same word.
Yeah, there's no word for troll. So if I'm having a conversation in a business stat forum, I talk differently than what I do on YouTube. You know, there's talking to the audience, and then there's talking to the business. This is why I say FunPlus doesn't want to talk to me in business format. They don't want to pay me when they think they can get their business analysis for free via YouTube. That's just their mindset.
Right.
Lady, can we talk a second?
What's up?
If it's just on the phone, you know, it suspends you my laugh. I was thinking you're a nice lady. Now, I've changed my mind. yeah, from the other river side.
That's so
Yeah,
typical
crazy
Germany.
group.
The other river line.
What are your thoughts on
Uh,
it, Groot? What's your thoughts on Hitman's in the alliance in the kingdom right now?
I don't know. Hitman, I don't know. But let's talk about a lady. Lady, he was in our alliance. We loved you. He was on the breast of Matt. Really, he was sucking on his breast on the milk. He was in our
Huh?
yeah.
Nobody
He
said
was
Don't give
yeah.
that sort of image. We
He
don't want
was
to scare the
really
audience.
he was really growing up,
I'll be back
and
right.
we won't have you. And then you're fucking starting up to kill. I don't know. Uh, I don't know the violence killing. I make also violence killing, individual killings. Sorry, I mean, that's not important for me. Also, sometimes I see I'm place 3. I don't like place 3. I want place 2. But I saw you spending money. You have cuff stats after 3 days on 2,000 or after 4 days. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant. But
I honestly don't know what I'm doing half the time. I'm just dropping money in and hoping that I'm growing correctly. So, like, I've already figured out. I've already know. I've spent
yeah,
easily over
but
1,500 UK British pounds, and
yeah,
I've fucked up majorly. So at the moment,
why?
I know you guys were discussing because yes, I did jump to 26 on the first day. I'm currently just holding back and trying to get all the calculations done before I instantly upgrade from 26 to 30.
We have to play together. I call you lady now. Lady, we have to play together.
All right, had to take a leak. That beer's sitting on me for a while. We've been sitting here a
Hi,
while.
Gunny. Mhm. Lady, still here?
Yeah, I'm just let's just say I'm very shy.
I see it, yeah. Yeah. Also, then we can prove it, lady and Groot, there's freedom. This was a question to lady.
Sorry, could you repeat that? My English understanding wasn't very good either.
There is freedom between Groot and lady.
Confirmed.
Okay. I don't want in the first 2 weeks already fights where I lost 64,000 troops on the attack on your castle. I'm missing the 64,000 troops.
That's better than what Zeldris lost because I think
Yeah.
both times he lost over 100,000, and
Yeah.
that's extremely costly.
Yeah. I
That's why
know
I'm
each
being
one troop. I know all names. Charlie, Mandy. I know all of the 64,000 personally. They're dead.
Uh,
Gunmuse have a
hold.
headache.
No, I'm. Hold on here.
I can't hear you.
Hold on here. I gotta go turn out these lights in here. All right. So hold on here. I'm going through my live chat here, and Garrett was in Hitman's alliance, and he's turning around and saying, "Well, Hitman thinks he can slow down the alliance." This was one of the things where you have this group that moves from kingdom to kingdom to kingdom, and the people who think they're slowing things down, this has to do with the RSS sales groups that come in there. There's like 4 different sales groups that are selling RSS, and they have this little internal game between the RSS sales groups to where if whatever alliance they infiltrate wins the King's Challenge, that's who's going to have so much sales over a period of time. It's their little internal fight game. The first time that they ever got shut down from that was Kingdom 592. I zeroed everybody. I killed every farmer. I said, you're not doing this here. I'm not going to allow it. And it provoked a whole bunch of grief. And so they started this let's slow the kingdom thing
Wir sind
down.
noch online. Wir sind noch am Diskutieren.
So if Hitman's in this philosophy that he's going to slow down the kingdom,
Hab dich lieb. Und nicht, dass du mein Sophie vergessen.
it's the wrong thinking. And it at some point in time we'll just start zeroing Hitman.
Auf YouTube sind wir.
Well, actually, I can say I
Gunmuse.
can highly disagree with that. I've been with
Gunmuse,
Hitman for about
how
a few
many-
days,
How
and
many
his
people watch you now?
mindset's completely different to what others do say. Like, if anything, I'm probably more of an issue to the kingdom than he ever will be.
Hold on. What do you mean? So his mindset's different. I don't understand. Different than what?
He wants a more of a KVK kingdom, if
Ruf du nah
from
an,
what
okay?
I've spoken to him
Ich gerade
about.
in Amerikaner rede. Okay?
He is not more of an isolated person as other people would think.
Yeah, but you're not going to get a KVK kingdom by taking all the players who are just learning the game and killing them to prove a point because you know something different about 4 months from now. The brand new players don't know what he's trying to teach by force. That's the stupidity in the thought process is he's jumping to 4 months from now. All these people want to do is sit on their couch and enjoy themselves. And Hitman's making sure they don't.
Actually, I would say that's quite incorrect. I haven't seen. I know. Did you? Who did you say brought this up again? From which kingdom?
This is in 747 where Hitman's just he spent the first week just zeroing everybody he could and coming on and doing shout outs, telling everybody I'll be back tomorrow to kill your castle. You know, that kind of provoking. No one was learning from that. That was aggravating people who had just downloaded the game on their new device just because.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I've like, as you guys know, this is my first time playing Guns of Glory, surprisingly. So I'm just trying to see what it is.
The aggravation factor is built in by this company. They plant people in there, and then plus there's outlying people, black market people that are trying to make money inside the game. And
right,
the game has changed so much over the last 4 years that what you've got to realize is we start the new kingdom up. You just come in, you joined up, you just started to learn the game, but you know how these type of games play. But what's different here in Guns of Glory than other places is they're literally trying to make sure I don't know why, but they're trying to make sure that brand new players don't ever want to stay in there. And like Groot was saying earlier, about 70% of a new kingdom is old players who know the score. But the 30% who don't know the score, we would like them to enjoy the game too. Why are you trying to take away somebody else's enjoyment when it's a pay-for-play game? You're not just taking away their enjoyment. You're taking their money because you're a dick.
No, that's exactly it, though. Because from what I've also, from previous experience, I've, older players used to go to newer kingdoms as well, just to make sure that the new players would go up and spend or quit. So basically, it's either you stay and you spend a lot more money, or you quit and we lose nothing. That's what majority of the old players do. Well, not majority of it, but a few, if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you're saying. They decided they wanted to be a competitive alliance or competitive KK, put it in Guns of Glory terms. So what they did is they went to a new kingdom and they started filtering the kingdom to where their alliance only had coiners. And that structure was in 362, and it was not working in 362. I built up nothing but free players with 2 coiners in 362, And the reality was you couldn't, all that coining alliance couldn't do shit without my free players. You need the bodies to fill the towers. But the bodies that fill the towers have got to have the capability to recover. So you can't trash them or say you need to spend. Plus, if you wait 6 months, those bodies that are filling towers, they start coining a little bit. They start recovering faster. But you cannot go in there on day one with a new player and say, you know what, you just spent $50 and you now have nothing. So you spend another $50. They're not going to do that. That philosophy needs to go away.
No, there is a very small portion that will, though. Like a very, very small portion that would.
It's a too small portion, is what I'm getting at. The number of players that we
It is.
need, we need 300 people to be a valid 18-hour KVK fighter. You're going to get
How many people? Fucking Christ.
About 300. 300 is a good body count.
Jesus. That's fucking massive. Back in the other game, at very most, you have about 50 people per kingdom. So here in 300 is kind of the fuck.
When we're talking about not just sitting in a tower and waiting the 8 hours out here. I'm talking about what if we get into a knockdown fight and we've got to rotate the kingdom in there. This guy's out of troops and this guy's going to come in and this guy had to go do something on a Saturday. You know, it's a Saturday that we do this stuff on. People got stuff with the family. They'll go off and in America, 2 a.m. is when the KVK starts on the West Coast.
Oh shit. Yeah, you're not going to expect someone to arrive all the fucking time.
There you
this
go.
Is, after all, this is just a game. This is a game. It always will be a game.
So
maybe
like,
it might be a profit for some, maybe not.
Yeah. So in the older, to run a long-term strategy KVK alone, like we did in 362, it took about we got up to 180 people that were on to play KVK every time. And that's what made us such a hardcore kingdom. But when we jumped to 533, the goal was to reach that 300 number. But the trolls come in there and started killing everybody to prevent us from having that pool of players to build from. That's why I'm endorsing what Groot's doing right now. Is there's a good possibility he could pull off what I think I've needed to be done for 2 years. We're fighting that type of philosophy of I'm going to find that one coiner that we can all stand behind. I don't think the single coiner philosophy works very well. It's not very fun. I don't want to go in there and sit in a tower for 8 hours and watch somebody else play.
No, it really doesn't work though. It really doesn't, because okay, you got the one coiner, you can't always depend on them. You need at least around 5 to 10 like big coiners to even consider holding. But if you're relying on one person, what happens? Let's just say they go and get rushed into hospital, or they've got family issue, and they can't attend. What next?
Yeah, it takes 6 people that are spending some money to run a coordinated KVK. Now, if you want to start getting to where we start doing multiple kingdoms and taking 3 down, you're hoping you're up against people that fight back, right? Not people who want naps. And then it's
don't tell me you have naps during KVK.
I don't play KVK because all the kingdom I'm in does is naps. So I'm not I'm not playing the game. I'm not playing the game to play nap.
It's a war game end of the day. You don't play KVK and just nothing. Go and fight.
The free player philosophy has gotten a grip. This is what I was talking about with Groot earlier. The problem with Uncharted Seas right now is the underlying philosophy of a lot of old players is avoid combat in a combat game. So they're not doing any strategy in Uncharted Seas where you could have. I really encourage people to go look at the last day of the Uncharted Seas event where I shot a small live. We only had 4 players. All the bouncing around, the hits that I took, all the stuff that in there, with 4 players against a much bigger team. And I was trying to explain, this is the strategy that's coming. The game players don't know it's there yet.
Gunmuse, lady, he don't play Uncharted Seas yet. You can't tell him about anything about Uncharted Seas. He don't know what is Uncharted Seas.
I'm not understanding that word. The tuppa tease is what I keep hearing.
Uncharted Seas. You don't know what is Uncharted Seas.
Oh yeah, he hadn't seen Uncharted Seas yet. Yeah, but the rules of the Uncharted Seas for the multiple kingdom Uncharted Seas were the rules that I put in place in Kingdom 592 by force. I spent $30,000 and I forced those rules upon everybody. Stay out of people's alliances. Stop beating the shit out of people in front of me. But the game came after me for it, and now it's part of the game as an event. But so now that we know that we have an event structure, that the game is now being the bad guy, not an individual player, the next step is teaching people how to play strategy. And so the people who spend a little money, we're going to get, so when 747 gets to the Uncharted Seas event, I think we're going to wind up with a couple hundred people who are actively engaging, and it's going to be different than we've ever seen. I think that's coming.
Well, with the right crowd, obviously we can make that happen.
What's your plan for these? Given everyone's going to get back to a condition where
Well, that's, and Garrett's telling us, says one player, one alliance does not control the kingdom. They try to. I mean, that's the downfall of all brand new kingdom starts, right? One person's there the first minute and they say, "Hey, I built an R5 room," and then 5 minutes later they're telling everybody, "You just broke the kingdom rules that no one can see, no one knows." That what rules? Where's the rules of Kingdom 747? I don't know where they're at.
If a kingdom rule would be made of a council, not one individual, unless you're just instantly gone, okay, 1 billion power, I'm presuming that's large power. If you like reach 1 billion power in like the first week, maybe something different. But one person does not make a kingdom.
Well, I need to do this for Kingdom. I need to do this for Kingdom 747. So over on Rogers Raiders, whatever the Kingdom rules wind up being, I am not participating in the making of Kingdom rules. But whatever they wind up being, we'll post them over there, and that way there's a URL when somebody says what the Kingdom rules are. You got an independent place to go look at them, read them for yourself, and not have them filtered by somebody else of what that means and how that means. Because I've got the 592 rules, and they're really good rules. Like wonders, I consider wonder, no matter where you're at or who you're at, if you've got a wonder, the wonders are an achievement in the game. And if you've got the ability to take it from somebody, I always consider if you hold a wonder, you are permanently in combat. That was one of the rules, because it's a game achievement. Right. You can't deny that from somebody. Oh, no. Hey. But I would hope that we do things like, so we go into KVK. Well, the bigger player or this player needs this wonder for KVK. You go allow that and then swap them back. That there be some respect on the kingdom level, but you can't enforce that.
Yeah. That I'm pretty sure. Oh, did you say what? Could you explain what the wonders are exactly?
Small percentage.
Mentioned about being like an achievement, right?
The wonders aren't in the game just yet, but there'll be two wonders. The two biggest wonders. One will have a 5% damage reduction, which is a huge advantage for people defending towers.
I'm presuming that's the Guardian Shield and the Assault Cannon, if I remember correctly.
Yes. So the Assault Cannon will be for whoever's going to be attacking towers.
Funny enough, I'm actually trying to obtain the Guardian Shield because I believe it's the level 6 airship.
Yep. Good luck. That's a lot of money.
And I've let's just say I've only got one skill, either one or two skills above level 50. But I don't know what level 6 airship is, so I'm just spending.
I will tell you that every time you see those engine scripts for sale, or you can obtain them, you need to buy them because that's going to be the throttle on growing your airship.
How much? Because I've currently set. I'll tell you how much.
I take a pause. I have to take smoke a cigarette. Gunmuse. Coming back in 2, 3, 4 minutes.
So I've currently sat on 1,200 air scripts of the cannon and engine, and then the other two I'm sat on 2,100. But the other two that's not the 2,100 is below 50.
Yeah, the engine.
Get everything to 70 for level 6 airship.
Right.
Yeah, and the engine.
So it looks like I just have to buy more.
Yeah, the engine is the throttle. So every time you see that, you want that. And now they got that in the daily deal where you can make your own packages. And
yeah, I'm trying to buy it as much as possible, but I need to understand the game before I start dumping more money in.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm just gonna get bored if I'm gonna spend more than £2,000 a week. Not exactly a small amount either.
Well,
if I keep spending that large amount of money and not knowing what I'm doing, I'm gonna get pissed off. I'm gonna end up rage quitting.
The airship is both defense in your castle all the time, 24/7, and it's your attack power as well. And anything you spend on the airship is money that stays with you for years. It's never a waste. So
it's permanently there. Okay, no, perfect.
Airship banners, war books, and some of the research down in the epic research down there at the bottom. Any place that you see damage is the attack and the defense stats, what we call the show stats. They don't mean a whole lot of shit. They are your ability. They are your roll probabilities, like in a dice roll game. They're your roll probabilities. Damage is what's happening after that roll probability takes place. So one of the things I do with tools over in Rogers Raiders is I play within the probabilities for the free players versus the pay players. And like I built the firewall. So a guy that's 30% bigger than me, I can take his march away from him.
Right.
The GOG bot players are the GOG bot doesn't do anything but dailies. It's a human interface. It's just a different tool. So somebody doesn't have 5 hours a day to sit in the game and click their dailies. It's not cheating. If Guns of Glory can't fix the fact that it takes 5 hours a day to play their damn game, then the GeoBot's a necessary evil right now, Ron. I'd be happy to make the GOG bot say, hey, I don't want to see it no more. But I've been bringing that crowd in when I haven't said it for 4 years, simply because GOG hasn't fixed their dailies. You cannot ask somebody to work an 8-hour day and play a pay-for-play game and then spend 4 hours of their night just to keep up. Especially when we're talking about keeping up with stuff that you can't buy. And I like the fact that you can't buy it. I don't want to encourage GOG to put it back on the market.
No. Because we need to give everyone a chance at least. Because if you put more money packs out there for big spenders to obtain, that's just going to kill the free-to-play players.
Well, it used to be you could buy everything.
And the free-to-play players are more the...
It used to be you could buy everything.
If my research is correct, there is over 80% that is complete free-to-play players on Guns of Glory.
And we need them. Yeah, and we need them. So the bot system is basically there's two things. There's two reasons I'm supporting the GOG bot. He's got an optimal character recognition, right? And so right now he can go in and read your bags and see how much of what's in your bags and put it on your account. When I get to tying that into the website, I will be able to tell you what you should be building. I'll be able to guide you on how to best build your account and even maybe best build it versus the bot. So the bot doesn't make you grow any faster. It just means that you don't fall behind as fast. I've got a botted account that's been running 24/7 over here in one of the early 740 kingdoms. It's not growing super fast, but it's in the top 70%. It's not in the top it's not breaking that top, the top 30%. So it's not giving me an advantage. It just means that when I'm not paying attention every day, I'm not falling so damn far behind. Those people that fall that far behind, they quit playing. So Guns of Glory wants to go, oh my God, the bots they're keeping people so they can log back in and say, oh, well, my stats are behind here. I need to spend $40 and get caught up. They're keeping people within shooting distance of spending money. This is a good thing. They need to fix the dailies so that the bot is not necessary, but they need to come in here and have me advise them how to fix it because they don't know shit about how to run their own damn company.
Right.
It used to be $1,000 an hour. When a company called me in to come in there and fix their company, it was $1,000 an hour to have a conversation with me. Nothing is in the I don't understand that. Nothing is in the GOG bot Discord. Do we lose Groot? Where you at, man? He has to go out and do
I
smoke
believe he
break in his
did
own
say
house.
that he was stepping away for a few minutes, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I'm
coming back. I have to do some sexual. Gunmuse, you need a new microphone.
A new mic.
We can't hear you.
Groot, I think you need to reset your mic. You're very
No.
what's the word then? Very static.
I was pushing the wrong key.
Lady, sorry for what we have left behind. I hope we have next time a lot of fun.
Ron, go scroll up there. Ron Steven wants to join the voice chat. If you go up, he's got his Discord channel. Go join Groot's Discord channel. This is his live. So he's got an invite in the live channel. Just go ahead and join that.
Yeah. Right. I can make it later.
Ron Stevens is Groot in Kingdom 158. So it's going to be Groot on Groot.
Telecom. Yeah, wait a second. I have to close this. Telecom brings just 866 Mbit per second. So nice.
Yeah, we're getting garbling from you. I don't know if you hear garble on your end. Ooh, I don't know what happened there.
I'm coming. Have to close here. Something.
Yeah, it only works with Android, Ron.
Like you. Yeah, too much open.
Oh, it looks like the frickin' Starship Enterprise in here. I got so many screens in this room. I have seven. I have 7 screens. I have 7 screens. I got to power this computer.
Sounds like you want to have a party over at your place then.
Yeah.
I'll bring the drink.
It was my intention to put a 100-inch TV on the wall in here, and just shit got out of control this year.
Start my laptop new. Wait a second. Coming back in. It's working?
Yeah, with an old laptop and a Nox player, the GOG bot can do like 2 accounts at the same time.
Microsoft Surface Laptop Go. The new one. 2 weeks old.
Now, see, what I would like to do is, I got this screen up with all the players that are capable of chatting in here, and then it's got the little green bars that come around it. I wish I could make that bigger and highlight it so that people could see it easier. Did you find it, Ron?
Wait, who? Who?
Okay, Groot's doing this group's doing a restart. Yeah, but I mean, one of the guys in the chat says I would. See, I have a key bound that does something else inside Discord. Discord's got a lot of shortcut keys, and so every time I pick a shortcut key, I'm picking the wrong one. So, like I said, I would like to take a day off from GOG, but you seem like you start to fall behind when you take a day off. But I've said this before in the lives. It's that Chinese slave mentality mindset of that country. They're not allowed a day off, so why should you be allowed one?
It's very hard to keep up when you have to take days off.
Yeah, this my studio in here. I've got 600 square feet in the studio in here. I got 10-inch thick walls that are. I I'm moving my Yamaha stereo system out here. I'd like to just sit out here with my dogs and watch some TV once in a while and not have to worry about shit. Deanna thinks you're not looking for peace there. Well, look, if we are constantly, you've got 3 good combat events right now, or 4 good combat events. You got Darklands, you got UAC, you got the Uncharted Seas, and then you got KVK. And the KVK is the one that costs people a crap load of money and a large recovery time for our free or low play players. Everything else is either no loss or very, very low loss. Very easy recovery. You can recover within a couple days from Uncharted Seas fights. But we are training new players to avoid combat with the word nap or boycotts and shit like that. And that's just not, we need to change the mindset that came from, oh my God, if I let anybody near my castle, they're going to blow me out of the water and I'm not going to be able to play the game for 2 months. When they went to income being troop building, they really went overboard in slowing down the troop training. They still haven't fixed the troop training thing, in my opinion. They're still half-ass patching that.
No, that's always gonna be like that. No matter what game you pick, that's always gonna be the case, because that's gonna be how the companies get their money as well. Because if it was down to every little bit and was actually done to the point, you'd be spending a lot less for a start.
Well, but this is why I say you gotta look at it like a tax system, right? The spending is taxing in the tax system. You've got to lower the tax rate so that you can broaden the base. You can get more money by fewer people, by having more people who spend less.
There's a game for you. All the spins. In Pharaoh from no place I'm frenzy was my Pharaoh.
Are you on a hotkey or open mic?
I tend to have it on open mic and mute myself after I finish what I'm saying. Sometimes I do forget. I'm no good when it comes to hotkeys. Let's just say I'm Discord noob. I don't understand a single shit about Discord.
Down there where your name is, click the user settings. You can go set a hotkey up. Because on a live, the background noise becomes very distractive. We already start to talk over each other a little bit. I use TeamSpeak because TeamSpeak's much clearer. This Discord's got terrible audio.
I'm honestly prefer line than anything else. It's much easier and simple.
Again, bandwidth problems with certain countries, and TeamSpeak you can get it with like 4K is all you need to have clear audio. I mean you can run it on a 56K modem, and it's secure. If all we're doing is audio.
TeamSpeak used for World of Tanks, I think so. Gunny, where's your beer? Where's your cane?
I'm drinking water. My cane's over in the corner.
If you drink a beer, I drink also a beer too.
I need another water, as a matter of fact.
He was drinking a beer before.
I'm not understanding that.
Is still here? I don't know my internet today. I know.
I'm here. Drink a bunch of water. All these.
Yeah, you've heard in the morning, yeah.
Yeah, all these pills dehydrating me.
Have 10 minutes before midnight. I'm looking like a Christmas man.
Yeah, the $10. I think it's more than $10 a month, isn't it? $29. I don't know what I paid for it. I don't pay attention to little things like that. Yeah, it was $20 a month for the GOG bot, but like I said, then you don't fall behind. It's a matter of not falling behind, but that's a problem with Guns of Glory. That's why this year I decided I'm going to endorse a bot system, simply because they have not fixed their dailies. The dailies take too freaking long. You don't need a farm anymore. They need to cut that out. People will pay to get ahead when they're enjoying the game. Guns of Glory Fun Plus has not gotten to the point of allowing people to pay to play yet. They're still trying to get people to pay to farm. Buy this RSS, and just people want to play in the action. They'll build up their account on a no-loss event just to have fun during no-loss events. You can't have 20 hours to rebuild your March in UAC. That's bullshit. But they need to figure out how if I get zeroed on a big player and I click heal and I see a 20-hour time, I'm done. And I don't even want to go in there and build up my account to keep from getting that 20-hour timer at that point, because I'm pissed off at that. But if I get zeroed and recouping my troops is an hour and a half, 2 hours of no loss event, that's reasonable. And while I'm sitting there playing the game for 8 hours because I'm rebuilding my troops all day, I tend to look around at something else to buy during it. I'll spend $5, $10, $20 again. They do not concept how people spend their money. They will pay for an advantage. It's no different than golf. Every idiot who's thought he's bought a better damn golf ball.
Can't hear you.
Every idiot who's ever thought he's bought a better damn golf ball
Can't hear you.
Nah, I think they can hear me. I think you can't hear me.
I can't hear you.
Try reconnecting to the Discord voice, or resetting the catch if you're on mobile.
Who, me or him?
Groot. Wait, Groot, did you hear that? I think Groot's got issue on his side because I remember him saying he had connection issue, didn't he? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, but Jim, you get what I'm saying here. Is there's people, you know, buying a better golf ball, buying a better golf club does not make you a better golfer. So, but people think that way, and that is literally the mindset in any competitive sport of any kind. And we're going to call gaming a sport. That's just the way that works. We've proven that over and over and over again. Like in the United States, I tried to convince the NRA when they were turning around. They spend $50 billion every 2 years on political stuff. I said, you know what? If you just went out and spent $1 million for a 22 shoot competition, every idiot on the planet would go out and buy a 22 to try and win the, you know, in every state, so that you're giving away $50 million a year, once a year. Every idiot would own a 22 just to try and win the lottery on a 22 shooting competition. They're cheap, it's easy, and everybody would own a gun and say, well, it's just not that bad. They still won't do it. It's the cheap way to get your voting competition, because it's not about the voting competition with them or getting the votes for them or shutting down the politics. It's about raising money for them. And the same way in that Guns of Glory runs in that same type of aspect is it's about how much money they're making, but they're too shallow-minded to realize if you just broaden the base, you get more money. Well, we got Groot. To catch my audience up here. We're rebroadcasting Groot's live inside his Discord, and Groot's having some bandwidth issues over in Germany, and I'm not having bandwidth issues. My mic is live, and his mic I got to push to talk. So but he had it told me that I had to put push to talk, and ladies over here telling me that he's on open mic, which means I should be able to be on open mic. But I don't want to put open mic.
Open mic.
Yeah, but I guess it all depends on what your setup is.
Yeah.
I'm open mic.
Well, you know, I haven't set up open mic for this room. This room's actually quite loud. But for my stuff, the open mic, you can't hear anything that's running in this room. I've got mining machines in here screaming, you know, 60 decibels, and I'm able to filter it out. My mic doesn't hear it. Did Ron get in here? Let me scroll up here and see if we can find the. I gotta find the link to his Discord chat.
I've got it. Do you want me to post it in the live chat?
It won't let you.
Ah, shit. Okay, I'll leave that to you then.
I have a lot of hour power, and so spammers really come after my live channels to try and boost a new account up. Garrett, for some reason, I'm deleting all your stuff is all being deleted, and I don't know why. I don't see anything wrong with what you've typed into these chats. I don't know why it's deleting your stuff, but my spam filter's the one. My spam filter's doing it.
Well, if it's a spam filter doing it, then obviously it might be the same sort of context he's repeating. That's the only solution I could think of, unless you've got it to delete certain words. I don't know how you've got your spam chat to be deleted by. Because I know some
This is the
people
default
have
one.
it,
He's not doing. He's not,
by certain by word.
I think he got flagged earlier, and then it's just going nuts on him. I think he got flagged earlier, and it's just going nuts on him.
Well, that would explain it then. If being flagged, I believe, I don't know the amount of times it will just delete most comments after.
That looks like what's happening.
But saying that, looking in the Kingdom chat as well, there is a lot of hospitality coming from this character as well. So it might be whoever's in this Kingdom is flagging him for whatever's going on between there and here.
Oh my God, I cannot, man, and my bind key is causing me problems here. This is why my mic's not going on all the time. Is so I've got. The bind key does multiple things depending on what screen I'm on. The bind key does something different.
That would okay. That's interesting. One, I think probably be better if you have it on open mic for the time being until you've got it more direct.
When I'm hitting my push to talk, do you hear a bunch of background noise?
No, not really. But yet again, I've got a lot of background noise, but I don't hear anything else other than out of the conversation, and that's it.
Yeah, I hear nothing but the conversation you're having. I don't hear anything in the background of your mic.
Then I'll go open mic. Hold on, that'll fix a production issue.
If there is something comes up in the background, we can always just say, hey, dude, your mic is picking up extra.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, all good. Groot just said he's coming in a second.
All right, I got no more tush to talk, so we're not going to miss any more stuff. Well, he needs to repost the thing for Ron, because I can't seem to find it in the chat. The chat's been going on for a while. I'm just not seeing the link. But then I lose my keys 8 times a day, so there's that.
I mean, there is also another option because you can always put his Discord link in the live description if that works. That'd probably be an easier option.
Well, hold on. Can I find a? Well, I can't share his server, so I can't get a URL for his server. He's got to do that. Whoa, what the hell happened there? We just lost
it to you in a one-to-one private.
Hold on. I think we just lost his live feed though. No, wait a minute. I'm hearing you. There we go. Got that back. I don't know why that. Oh man, I just updated to Windows 11 and my computer hates me. They reset all kinds of crap. I've been having to dig through. All my hardware got reassigned new stuff, so I got to go back in there and tell the computer what's what. And then it's just been a nightmare.
That sounds like a lot of bullshit. Oh, that must suck.
That's
whereabouts are you from?
New Mexico and in the United States.
Right. Okay, that's fair enough. That cleared up my curiosity completely. Cheers.
I'm in the ass end. We got the most terrible bandwidth on the planet out here. But I set up a cellular tower outside my building, so that I actually broadcast on cellular now. Because the fiber in the ground isn't good enough to run a YouTube channel. So I'm surprised there's not any type of noise coming across on my mic because my heater's blowing on me. Usually you can hear that thing whispering on the mic with the air.
Yeah, but it also depends how much your microphone picks up. Because if you've got it on a set, is it Bluetooth or is it wired?
It's wireless, but my microphone
hear
is
me?
a very high
I can't hear
quality
you.
digital thing. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Welcome back.
Can you broadcast your Discord channel again there? On my YouTube thing. 𝙂𝙪𝙣𝙈, I can take 10 level 20 players and go win a UAC with one big castle. That's because UAC is a team sport. They'll go burn the alliance out so they can't participate in it. That's one of the reasons the firewall works is it stops that stuff, because then that C45 that's burning up an alliance, if you got an alliance who's built up their firewalls, then they don't have to coin it. If you're a UAC playing alliance, which there's a lot of those out there that they just like to play UAC because it's a no loss event. If they build up their firewalls and it shuts down a C45, that's you stop them from zeroing you out. It's a good setup. Being C45 doesn't make you powerful. Just you don't know what went on in that kingdom. He may be the only guy ever getting a badge. I've been 3 KVKs away from being C43 in 592, but I refuse to participate in on the basis of we nap every time. They're willing to give me the boxes if I'll show up, but I'm not there to nap. I don't want to play the nap game. I want to play the strategy game. KE's coming in a couple days, or is KE started in 747? I think it's a 10-day starter event, the first one, and then it goes to the 7-day one like we used to have 4 years ago, and then it goes away.
What, the Prove Your Strength event?
Yeah, that's the old school 2017 where we have a kill event where the game tells you, hey, you can go kill anybody you want to, ignore all the.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I believe there's well, it says it's 4 out of 8 stages left, and so I believe it's the starter event, the starter god one, then the real one comes in like a few days or something. I don't know though.
It's the start of drama is what it is. The drama will really get hot and heavy right then.
It sucks. Honestly, this event sucks. Don't tell me all the events can be like this.
No. The loot's never worth it. I mean, you got to play the game for playing the game, because if you're playing the game to get loot, it's always crap loot. We lost Groot again.
I think he's can be reconnecting. I'm not sure. Do you want me? I can have an ask in Kingdom chat.
I'm glad his Discord live doesn't go down, but at the same time, that if I went dead, if I go dead, my lives go dead.
I think it might be his personal connection. I don't, because I think Mad's. Oh no, Mad's gone, so I don't know. It might just be his personal connection.
Yeah. We're trying to get Ron in here. Ron's the other Groot, the big Groot.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't.
Heinz.
What was that? See, that's one of the problems with the Guns of Glory is Fun Plus tends to listen to the top coiners, but it's that casino whale mentality. You know, you bring a guy in who drops $10,000 a month, you want to bring him into your casino to drop the $10,000 a month, right? They've chased that because it worked early. But when they started trying to manipulate those top coiners to spending even more money than what they were spending, they started losing them over the years. And they've never, the nosedive that they've been in, they've never pulled out of that nosedive. I would say in the last 4 months, they've been pulling out of that nosedive. They're not there yet. But I also know that it takes time to do stuff. Message me in 747 Nemesis. I will create another castle as my main in HMB. Hey, as far as 747, I'm not playing in any of the politics there. If you want to go play over in HMB, you can. I'm not guiding Bella in any way, shape, manner, or form. If asked a direct question, I'll answer it honestly. But other than that, I am not I'm not going to try and influence the kingdom. His tone's not working. Are the Russians coming, man? They're in Kyrgyzstan right now. I'm waiting for them Russians to cut off that oil pipeline when in the middle of the winter to get Germany to do something. Because they've only... You're on the court and you're in my team speak? Hold on, I don't think I'm in my team speak. Man, I've got some type of Bluetooth problem. I know what it is. I just hadn't fixed it. I keep telling myself I keep telling myself I'm going to freaking buy a new motherboard.
Nothing.
There, we can see you now.
Welcome back, Groot.
Connected.
Welcome back.
Channel switched.
All right, Ethan, I got you on my team speak here. Guys, the TeamSpeak is open for all.
I hear you. I hear you again.
All right, you can hear hold on. I got mobile. Let's just throw another window open on my computer here. So I got TeamSpeak open now. We'll just throw everything at it. We'll see what breaks, and then I'll fix it.
Just opened about 30 tabs.
Lady, I'm back. But now you have to give me 15 minutes. The whole day I don't eat nothing at all, and I have to eat something. Wait a second. I'm coming back after I eat something.
Okay.
Enjoy your meal group.
All right, there's my TeamSpeak info, guys. That's open for anybody. I catch you harassing somebody in there, and I'll ban your ass for freaking ever, just so you know. That's not what it's for. But if you're one of those Audible learners, and there's a lot of people out there Audible learners, you can go in there, and if two people are, even if you're in your alliance, you got two people that just want to, one wants help with another, and you want to do it in real-time communication, the TeamSpeak is great for that. To go in there and just talk so that somebody can guide you through audibly. The awesome pirate. Oh, hold on. Toss a little, put in a scene in the.
Hey, Muse.
What's up?
You gonna be joining the 747 family?
I'm in 747.
I was not aware of that. What's your name?
He's in HMB, I believe, if I remember correctly. He's actually in R4.
Oh, are you? That's my alliance.
The 747. I was doing the live the Saturday before, and the Kingdom popped up, and I joined it. And then because everybody saw me start in Castle in 747, that's why we got so many players that showed up in 747 out of nowhere. Is because I did it during a holiday weekend when everybody was off, and we just got a great big crowd that came into 747. It was a happy accident.
I can tell. I was wondering how this kingdom, out of all the kingdoms I've been in, just all of a sudden popped up, like just with so many active players and bigger players.
Yeah, it's the.
I just came because I've just downloaded the game.
Well, there is that, and that's one of the things that I've harped on for years is there's no respect for the guy who just downloaded the game and wants to have fun. None. They don't give a shit about him. And the old players are trying to, like what Lady was saying, they're trying to weed through the 100 people who may spend $40 a week to find the one guy who'll spend $500. And you need both. So stop shitting on the guy who spend $40 a week. For 4 years, I've told everybody, it's not unreasonable to spend $40 a week on a game. That's the cost of going out to the movies. So if you want to play a game for 4 hours a night on your couch and spend $40 a week, it's a good. Yeah, that's right, Garrett. That'd be your gut. It's not unreasonable to just call it a budget, put it in your thing. I got a $40 a week entertainment budget, and I can tell you, having done the deals with like Huawei and things like that in the past, the average coiner in gaming is $40 a week. That's what the average person does spend when you weed it all out. So to start operating outside the norms, you're stretching yourself beyond an extreme that you cannot maintain.
I agree. For instance, I'm a free-to-play player, and a lot of alliances rather have the guy that does spend that $500+ a week rather than the guy that's free-to-play but has been around since the game basically released. I have knowledge of the game. I can teach new players. I can teach players. I can, I might not spend and be the biggest, but I still got that knowledge. But they rather have that guy that can spend that 500 and get that Castle 26/30, within the week, than the guy that's going to end up staying like a Castle 20 for a couple weeks,
Well, see, like
but that's the issue, because granted, I was originally normally whenever I start a new kingdom, I prefer to get the free-to-play players because they're more dedicated.
Yes.
If you get the big spenders, they're not gonna. Okay, they might remain loyal. They might not. You got players like me. I went on a rampage in the first 3 days. Actually, I've run rampage twice, and that happens with some coiners. If you've got someone that's going to spend 500 a week, they will end up dicking you over. Not all the time, but some of them will. So it's better to have a small group of those that are going to not spend and actually keep the alliance growing, because that's what keeps it going, not the coiners.
Well,
there's more free-to-play players than there's coiners.
The awesome pirate says that the $40 a week is fine, but the problem occurs when you're trying to keep up with the $10,000 a month spenders. In July, when I released the firewall system and started zeroing $10,000 a month players, and Dark Mystic went out there, bless his heart, and hit my castle to prove that a max stat castle could not kill me. When I took his ability to go after my castle off the board, and that we had to play the strategy at the tower level in a strategy game, the game started going, whoa, what else do we need to do? And so the new releases from Fun Plus have changed since the firewall system come out. For all the people like, it's like, the firewall system doesn't work. Well, it damn sure did. We've got video of it, and we're not making it up. And it, Dark Mystic was a top, you couldn't get one more stat than what he had. And I ate his marches. I ate his marches while I was eating the marches from 8 other players. If you Google Gunmuse and Firewall, you'll see me with my arms crossed, letting 5 C40s just throw marches at me. The C41s, C42s throw marches at me. We're giggling at them. I'm losing 1,500 troops to their entire marches. I don't have to go coin up to do that stuff. So the goal for all the money I spent developing the firewall system was to make sure that, can we deal with the concept of these people trying to run other new players off? Yes, we can. Now the downside of the firewall is it takes 3 or 4 months to build it up. But once you get it built up, it takes $20, $30 to fix it after a big event. That's the beauty of it. So yes, you go do a KVK, somebody hits you in the forest, and yeah, Deanna's right. The activities, and I try to get it back to where activity was the key versus spending being the only key. They've now got built into the game. What's different from a couple years ago to now is activity is where damage is at. So now a moderately active player can have stats 30% below a coiner and be competitive because of their activity. And there's probably still some game balance going in there, but the game balance that they're putting in there, and because it never gets past me that the game balance is driven by checkbook, but it's way too driven by checkbook because they don't like the short-term quarterly losses that they occur when they need to just suck it up and move to a broader base of players so that they have the popularity to grow with. They've lost their popularity. Guns of Glory was the second most popular game in the world. And then in the WWE event, when they come after me, they took the guy that was teaching people how to play their game and pissed him off. Once you piss me off, I'm no longer playing friendly with you. Now we spent a couple of years talking about the company. And then they did it again last year with the Kingdom 592 project. And I said, let me show you just how painful this can be. I spent an entire month shitting on them. They lost $100 million. And I told them every time, $3 million, I'll stop talking about you. When I control 60% of your keywords, don't piss me off. But at the same time, have a little respect to maybe bring me into the fold of what's going on here, because most of these discussions about where the game should be going should be done behind closed doors and not out in public. I should be seeing the beta release before the public does so that I can say, hey, this is wrong, that's bad, this is bad, and give them a chance to fix it. More importantly, when they did the ambassador program, they asked me in the interview, well, so you'd want to see the beta before release it. I said, I'd want to see the idea you're going to put in the beta before you actually do the production work. Let's have that discussion. It's like, I don't need to see the graphics and the pretty pictures. I just need to see the mechanics of the interaction, and I will look at it through, not color lenses, that a company needs to make money because employees need to sleep indoors and eat 3 meals a day. You can't turn around and act like the world owes you free shit. Servers aren't free. Bandwidth's not free. Employees like to feed their families. And yes, corporations make money. That's because they invested $20 million into the idea. They get to make a profit, despite what the world may think. If you don't like it, don't play the game. Especially don't pay for play game. This is why we always talk in politics in the game, because each country that people come from, they bring their government's politics into the game, and I see it. How they approach the way their alliance runs is literally a rubber stamp to how their government runs. So a Polish alliance runs like Poland runs. A Russian alliance runs like Russian runs. You know, I think there's 3, if you Google up Gunmuse and we're killing Russians, I think there's 3 videos where we've had to zero all the Russians in the kingdom because they just won't shut up. They won't knock the crap off. They're bullies. But that's the way Putin works. You know, people lead like they've been led. No matter how much they say I'm going to do it different, when the rubber hits the road, they don't know anything more than their experience. And experience is what you get, you know, shortly after you need it. And all you know is how another R5 did it. Your brain has built pathways to see a situation and respond to it. So while you watched your R5 make all those mistakes that you think are mistakes, you don't know any other way to react just yet. You know, and it's harder to learn your own experiences and implement your own things. I come from a different world. It's, you know, people like to call it open-mindedness. It's not open-mindedness. I've just seen such a large variety of aggression, non-aggression, and the reactions to it that I can put several mixed strategies together that other people can't do. I can go into Kingdom Chat and troll the shit out of people. I'll make them so frustrated they will never talk again, and for the simple reason they threw their phone against the wall. But I don't like to do it, but I know I can. Well, I built the JOT system, you know, I built the Joint Operational Tactical System. So I built the satellite integration to computers where we moved around the world. So communication was part of my deal. And then I do advisory stuff, you know, after I got out of the Navy. Biden just killed it. We had a terrorist advisory board that I was on, a think tank that's now dead because they're not listening and no one gives a shit. Because we're not going to attack anybody. China is at its biggest vulnerability in the world right now that it's ever been, and no one's going to do shit. They're going to get free reign for the next 3 years. The politics you guys see in game are the world politics. If you go in there with a learning mindset to learn and then go back and apply it to the news, all of a sudden you will just see mirroring. They step right on top of each other. Yeah, hell, in 362, you couldn't get me to talk in Kingdom Chat. And I didn't let the Alliance talk in Kingdom Chat. And then I think towards the end, when we were trying to out trolls that were hiding and changing names, I would go in there and aggravate people just to get them to say certain things. And I can aggravate somebody into confessing to being the ass that they are. I play mind games better than anybody out there. I developed the approach of, you know, when we're dealing with terrorists, you know, everybody's like, oh, we're going to follow the messenger. Nope, shoot the messenger. You know the easiest way to find a terrorist group? When they got to hire new people. So shoot the messenger. You know what the worst thing in job business is? Hiring people. So shoot the employees. You'll find the guy who's recruiting. It also makes it a lot harder to recruit people when your life expectancy after taking the job is a few days. I took that approach in 592. You want to go in there and be a verbal terrorist. I would just zero your castle. They only give you one button in the game to deal with somebody who is lying, cheating, being a general ass, and that's kill them. And you still can't stop them from being a lying, cheating ass. If you could get the Kingdom Chat to block the idiots so that no one's listening to them and no one's responding to them, or somebody thinks they're going to convince them to change their ways, you are never going to change someone's moral thinking. If you think you're going to make someone a better person by talking to them in Kingdom Chat, that's not going to happen. Whatever morals they brought to the phone, do not get better once the phone is in front of their face. An anonymous gaming tag pretty much allows you to be the worst person you could possibly be. It really does. Yeah, because you don't think there's any consequences to it. And like I said, the only consequence is losing your castle. I like what? Oh, they, what's his name? When they went after Disappointing Turtle with the and me at the same time, but I didn't give a damn.
User in your channel timed out.
They did the racist thing on the GOG's official Facebook. They said we were running racist content on our YouTube channels, and because I'm not afraid to talk about cultures. Cultures have different ways of thinking. It's not a skin color problem. It's a cultural problem. When they did that, one of the guys turned around and when they posted it up on the Facebook says, "Welcome to the cancel culture, bitch. You've been canceled." We went up in viewers. Disappointing Turtle broke her 1,000 subscriber number from it. But she was so fretted. I mean, because she's younger than I am, she panicked. Like she hated somebody saying that about her. I'm like, you're going to be in this business, got to get thicker skin. But at the same time, I deal with the charities. 60% of the people who come into the veterans charity are trying to fraud us into giving them free money. So I have to deal with that kind of fraud in the real world. We run a bingo operation to raise money. Our biggest liability there is the number of people who try to do a fake slip and fall inside our building. Wait a second here. What's going on? We just lost the stream. All right, I got his stream back up.
How long were you out for then?
What's that?
You said the stream was down.
How long was I out for? Could you not hear me?
No, I could hear you, but
then you were.
I thought you were referring to.
I don't know.
I thought you were referring to YouTube stream.
No, not the YouTube stream. The Groot stream.
Oh no, you're all good here.
Groot streams just had a play button showed up in front of my face.
Oh no, it might be your connection on your side.
Oh, well, no, it was just the one. I got all your stuff. I just wasn't getting his. We never got Ron in here. The Kingdom 128 group. We never got him in here. I've invited Ron to the TeamSpeak for years. He likes to argue with me.
User entered your channel.
I don't like to argue in 144 characters. I don't even consider it arguing. I would like to discuss things. I like things to be factual. And if you've got a fact, I unlike other people, will acknowledge it and change my thinking. But if you just got an opinion that you can't prove, I don't give a shit. I'm going to base it off my experience. I hate to be mean that way, but I've got to go with what I know because I've been doing a lot of this stuff for 35 plus years, 40 years. So we're watching the Alliance chat in SOG. I wonder if they know we're watching the Alliance chat in SOG.
Oh no, they know I'm watching. I was speaking to Savage Queen in private chat currently, and honestly, it's more entertaining than my AC at the moment, so I'm just enjoying it.
Why? What's she saying in private chat?
Oh no, there was going on about some rule break, and I was like, "Where's the court of the rule breaker?" I'll just give him a little scare.
Where's the rules?
Just send off.
Where's the rules?
What?
They're getting brand new players who are just joining the kingdom today. Where's the rules?
I don't know. It's like the top 30 bullshit now.
Hey,
If honestly,
you've got the link, right? Hold on, you got the link. Talk in my YouTube channel. I'll promote you here, and then you can share the link with Ron Stevens.
User in your channel timed out.
Ethan, I've never heard you talk, just so you know. I don't know if you...
I'm pretty sure he's spoken once or twice. You've just been very chatty, let's just say.
Oh, yeah, you can't shut me up.
No, it's actually quite entertaining, though. I'm not gonna lie. I've never heard someone speak as much as you.
I've got over 1 million people that go through the gaming stuff, and then there's business stuff that I'm building on the other end of this stuff because I see a need that I don't think Google's capable of filling. Even though they control 95% of the market, they're not capable of filling it because you can't let people smoke dope and take naps and expect to grow your company. I'm opinionated, but like I said, all you got to do is show me where I'm wrong. I'll change it. So go into there we go. Hold on, I'm gonna bump you up here. Now share the Groot's live so that he can come in, so Ron can come in there. Yeah, not a lot of people have TeamSpeak. Yeah, they like the visual interface. You should have it now. Well, I do get, but at the same time.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a slight disconnection on my end, so I've got to copy it from my mobile.
Well, Gary, at the same time, you guys, I can't leave the entertainment value of YouTube to the amateurs. Too much dead air. You can't have, this is, as much as YouTube is a visual platform, the audio is what sells it. And so you have to constantly you can't leave dead air. When I hear more than 6 or 7 seconds of dead air, it triggers something in me. And I do a lot of, in the real world, I do a lot of radio interviews. So for the military charity, stuff like that, I go sit down with disc jockeys, stuff like that. So there's a radio overlay for talk radio where we talk and do stuff. So I can sit alone in here with my headsets and just do stuff. All right. There you go.
I've just sent off the link. Sorry, it took me a few minutes to sort.
There you go, Ron. And then like the YouTube's got a 30-second delay. Well, I don't ignore the lack of evidence. That's when I tell people I'm a Pythagorean thinker, and which is what I am. The lack of evidence is something people don't. I mean, we literally removed deductive reasoning from school throughout the planet. This stuff that's coming to a head this year is because they spent 40 years not teaching people how to view evidence for what it really is. If the Tea Party movement in 2010, the reason the left went nuts on the Tea Party was the Tea Party went and did something they weren't supposed to do. They walked out to a parking lot and talked to each other. They were supposed to be getting all their information filtered through Facebook. And Facebook was filtering information.
User in your channel timed out.
And when they went out and had a conversation and they started talking to each other and they said, I don't think that way. I don't believe that. The left was in trouble. It goes all the way back to the Al Gore days when Al Gore turned around and said, I invented the internet. That was a joke taken. Yeah, scroll up, Ron. It's done by Baby the Noob.
Do you want me to share again?
Yeah, share it again right underneath him. What Al Gore was doing at the time when he gave that I invented the internet speech that everybody took for a quick joke, he was talking to a room of people There was this thing called the Berkeley Search Code because I was involved with search engine development back in the days. And that search code, the power of the search engine to tell people what to think and what to buy was explained to Al Gore, and Al Gore turned around and told a room full of CEOs, I invented the internet, and I'm going to tell people what to buy, and if you don't give me money to be president, I'm going to tell them not to buy from you, was what he was trying to hint at in his speech. But the CEOs didn't know what the hell the internet was, because they're a bunch of old farts that didn't know shit. Gregory, you better be careful there. Sarah Palin was on the ticket because I suggested it. I am the Gunmuse. I suggested Sarah Palin be the frickin' vice president for McCain. McCain was the problem on that ticket, not Sarah Palin. Look, you just don't. I mean, I can see my house from Russia wasn't said by frickin' Sarah Palin. It was said by a frickin' left-wing comedy channel. It was, I mean, the stuff that was said negatively about her was the media twisting her. Sarah Palin's a fairly smart person. She's a little overreactive, and honestly, back in those days, we didn't know how far the left would go. You know what? I'll pull it up. Hold on, I can pull it up right now. I'm going to pull up a graph for you guys to see here. All right, here is my AdSense account, guys. So you know how big I am now, all right? Well, let's go back to the Sarah Palin days. This is in a per day profit. See this little blip on it? I don't know if you guys are seeing it or not. Yeah, well, no. And transform, fit to screen. There we go. See this back over here? This is the back in the days when the Gunmuse brand name was up there. When Google was stealing from me, when I was running a news organization. See this little blip over here? This is Guns of Glory. You guys think I'm powerful now? You should see why they fucking hate me. Okay? This is why I do what I do. See right here? John McCain suspended his election run, and Google walked into the White House. The minute Google got the power to suppress speech, my network was dead. There's a lot more going. When the people talking about Twitter banning Trump and things like that, the reason I'm involved in that stuff is it happened to me long time before it happened to frickin' Trump. They've been doing this for 20 years. There wasn't enough power out there that could speak to it and survive it. Okay? Trump can survive it. He spoke to it, but they tried to make him look like a loon for saying it. I'm telling you, it's been happening a long time before that happened. There it is, right there on a chart. This is what Google used to pay me to run a news company. I ran a new platform, new ads, new ways of doing this stuff. And this, once I posted this up on a live about, what was it? A year and a half ago. And Google took the ability to pull this chart out of their application because it proves how long they've been doing this stuff. One of the big, I don't have the graphic. I went and looked for it. I swear to God, I got this graphic somewhere in one of my hard drives. The old fracking is causing earthquakes in Oklahoma. Everybody covered up the key. You know, a key tells you what the numbers mean on a chart. Every newspaper in the country covered the key up. Well, in the year the fracking started, the key went from blue to red, and they made it seem like it was extreme earthquakes. But if you had the key to the chart, what it really was they started measuring earthquakes at 8,000 miles away from Oklahoma. In other words, an earthquake at the volcano in Hawaii was being counted as a fracking problem in Oklahoma 8,000 miles away. They have spun that to where there's not a person on the planet who doesn't think fracking causes earthquakes. And I probably had the cleanest and most simplest way to explain it for anybody to understand. You show me the guy who built a water pump so strong that he can move a tectonic plate, I will buy his company tomorrow. Because that's what you're trying to convince people who don't use deductive reasoning or the lack of valid information. No water pump on the planet moved a tectonic plate. Because that's what you got to do to get an earthquake. And the reality is there are probably 150 earthquakes a year in Oklahoma. I lived in Kansas when I was a kid. The ones you can feel, about once every 2 years you get a 4.0 or a 6.0 in the Central Plains. It's not uncommon. But if you don't know history or you don't live there and you're being fed a bunch of bullshit without any other knowledge, like no such water pump exists on the planet, or we'd be pushing California out in the middle of the fucking ocean tomorrow. They punted you at Gunmuse? What are you talking about? Who punted me? We're not talking about fracking. We're talking about media manipulation. I was using fracking as an example, Deanna. It's they shoot a video of somebody's gas pipe lighting on fire because they shoot that video in Pennsylvania where the gas is only 400 feet deep. So if you try to drill a water well out in the middle of nowhere, you never needed fracking to have gas coming out of your water pipe. It's been doing that for 80 years. Just it's media manipulation. Yeah, it's deductive reasoning is a missing skill set. It's the reason the world's going to chaos is it's none of. If you're in my Discord, I turned around and did it before Christmas. I told everybody that we were going to have a war front with Russia before it happened. A month and a half ago. I told everybody. I'm not psychic. It's just that's what's going to happen next because that's what has to happen next with the way the Russians think and the manipulation that's taking place in politics. It's like I said, I'm not psychic. I got people following me, and it's a little bit of warning. The truth is, Norm, he's talking about people being ignorant. It's a human condition that goes all the way back to the 1850s when it was there was a Russian. He was a hunter, and it's a herd mentality. The first thing you hear, if you have no counter information to it, when you hear it, your brain only can do one thing, and that is write a path for that information, a memory. So it becomes truth. So anything that counters that truth is hard-fought information. My brain doesn't work that way. Just because I heard it first doesn't mean the second fact makes me think differently. It's that's why somebody running the KC chat and constantly preaching about somebody being this or somebody being that, believe it or not, everybody that's reading it believes it. They don't know any different until you know for a fact different. So me avoiding KC chat, what does that do? No one knows any different about what I'm doing because I don't defend myself. I don't have a need to run my business, and I don't have a desire to within my personality. I know I'm doing the right things when I'm trying to do it, or I'm at least trying to do the right things. And when we make mistakes in direction or because we don't have all the information at hand, we fix it. it's all I can do. I don't know any other way of doing it. Dave, chime in, man. You're my only counterpoint. Groot's still eating. Man, now because we're talking to Germans, man, I'm now wanting bratwurst. Some brats and beer. Yeah. The USGS put out that chart. It's not on the USGS's website anymore. You can't even find the one without the key on it. They won't put that. They don't put that stuff out there. The media perpetuated the lie and will continue to perpetuate the lie. So that's the problem. The reason I built a news organization was the Virginia miners. There was 20 of them that were trapped down in the Virginia mine, and the mine collapsed, and the normal news, the newspaper news back in the early 2000s, announced that everybody survived. It was all well, and they went to print. And live TV news was repeating what the New York Times was saying, and they were wrong. They were all dead. But every single virtual news on the web just took down the lied story and just went back with the fact after the fact. And it dawned on me, those of us with an old history background, you remember the old Dewey wins? Because the news tried to lead the story to get Dewey to be the president, to win the election. So they were printing up that Dewey wins to keep other people from voting. It's the most well-known newspaper trying to do voter suppression back in the day. It's what polls do. Polls tell you, hey, this guy's 5 points ahead. No sense in you even going out and vote. Your vote's wasted. And I built a news organization because I said we're going to head into a day and time when a fake information can go out, write that false information into people's brains, and then you just delete it and act like it never happened. And the fracking lie is probably the biggest one that I know of. It doesn't happen, it didn't happen, but everybody knows it to be true, even though it's not. And this is, we had this stuff on my Facebook account where people I've known for 35 years, I was in the Navy with. Guy goes, if you're not voting for Hillary Clinton, just delete me off your account now. He didn't do that. Facebook sent me that under his name. He didn't even get to see that Facebook did it. So they do that kind of antagonistic stuff to break up relationships across country and across time. It's money and power, man. It's money and power. There's billions to trillions of dollars at stake. To think that somebody won't lie to you is an insane thought process. Again, lack of facts. Google doesn't even tell people that they're altruistic anymore. They used to say, we're here to do no harm. They haven't said that in 15 years. Yeah. Like I said, I can pull up the chart. I can tell you when they quit setting it. They quit saying it in July of 2008. We're here to screw everybody over and get our way. July 2008. But why isn't that date noted in history that Google took over control of thought in the United States? One of the things, everybody remembers that what used to be called the Google desktop. Google made a press release announcement. We have merged all your data in order to make it easier for you. And not one person asked how Google got all our data. They made a press release. They literally pulled it off of our computers when people used to have the Google desktops. And so they knew who they were talking to, what they were doing, how they were doing it. And Google made a press release announcement. We merged everything. And no one said, wait a minute, shouldn't we be suing you? You stole the information off my computer to make my life easier? And and Google have been doing that because Google doesn't make money selling search. Google makes money by buying companies. And they were literally finding out what people bought, where they bought it, and Google was getting ahead of buying companies so that they control markets. It was the ultimate of insider trading. And now Google is a Goliath worldwide. That's the way it works. Yeah. Who we got here? We got no one to talk to. Did Ron ever make it in here?
Yeah, he's here.
Is that Junior?
No, I'm Drew.
Oh, no. Here we go.
I'm back.
All right, we got two Groots. We got the Groot from 158. Ron, are you working on your mic?
Oh, Groot from 158.
Yep.
Hello.
The legendary Groot show off.
I have to eat something. The whole day I didn't eat nothing. Ah.
Yeah. We're waiting for Ron. Ron's getting involved in the conversation. I don't have any text, Ron, so I don't. I could do some text, I guess. I could go look.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh.
Well, who's the one streaming up there? Whose alliance is that? Or who's an SOG with their stream?
I am. Wait.
Oh, Groot. Gotcha. Okay. I was so confused.
Yeah. Okay. So we got the.
I am now.
What happened to the background?
I don't know. I don't know if I touched something or not. I didn't deliberately change it.
It's been off for a minute. I just ain't got around to ask. I just now remembered that I was supposed to ask that.
I don't know.
Jeez, now I want to share mine.
I'm not real sure what some stuff is just changing without me touching anything.
That update fucked your stuff up.
Yeah.
Anybody there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
No.
What's up, Gunmuse?
There we go,
everybody
man.
sounds clear.
I say Ron's always debating me online. I hate debating in 144 characters because nothing gets resolved.
Not debating, discussing.
Well, a true debate is a discussion to get to the facts, and then both people are supposed to acknowledge the facts at the end of it. Debate doesn't exist anymore. That's why I keep telling people you can't debate a liar because you just got to duel them because a liar's lying. There's no debate there. There's no fact going to be found. And I want to clarify. I'm not saying anybody's a liar here. I'm just saying that's until you dig down to the facts, no one knows what the truth is what I'm trying to say. I have to argue, and I kind of default back into that. So I sit down with senators and people with Harvard degrees and Harvard law degrees and argue with them on a pretty regular basis. And I've had them literally crying when discussing policy because I'm brutal to them some bitches. I'll
hurt you little shit.
Oh no. But they'll get it. Don't get me wrong. I don't dress them down, but I'll pull off the top of my head laws and facts and stuff like that, and they'll go, no, that's not true, and then I'll quote the law, and then they'll go, oh, they don't even know what they've done to people, or what they're doing to people.
Oh, he actually knows what he's talking about. Oh man.
Yeah, it's like, you watch on the news when they always talk like, well, we need gun control laws. Well, like the 2007 NICS Improvement Act, which was a gun control law, what that NICS Improvement Act did was it took away veterans' ability to maintain privacy in their medical records. That's what the NICS Improvement Act did. In other words, the 3 to 10 million people who tend to vote Republican could instantaneously be called PTSD, and Senator Feinstein actually said it on the Senate floor. They all have PTSD, and therefore you shouldn't have the right to vote. The Nixon Improvement Act was a way to get rid of voters. And then but literally the new staff of the new senators, they don't know that. They don't believe that their party's thinking that long term. And I said, you've got no other resource here, so why'd you do this to people? We go after the stream pause. Oh, what do we got there? Who went up to the top here? Well, I got all kinds of.
Route 158 wanted to show off real quick, and then he just disappeared.
I wait for the reset.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm so fucking tired. Sunday I did nothing, and because I did nothing, I'm so fucking tired.
Exactly right.
Go to bed, man.
I cannot
snooze.
I cannot convince my wife to get up on a schedule on her days off. That she wouldn't be tired all the time if she just got up at the same time every day. Doesn't matter when you go to bed. Just get up at the same time every day, and you'll have more energy. I get up the same time every day because I got a dog with epilepsy.
Gunmuse, you're like Jesus. Do something. Don't do stuff.
Yeah, my dog's got epilepsy, so every day at 5 o'clock, it's time for his pill. So he's my alarm clock.
So 5 o'clock, I'm up and ready.
5 o'clock, it's time for my pill. He has me up.
What is your time? We have midnight. We have midnight now.
5 p.m.
Yeah, look.
6 p.m. for
7
me.
Take you with me with a cigarette. Wait a second. Give you a video.
While you're off eating, I'm on the open mic. So now your stream, my stream, there's no more problems with me talking on either of them. I like the layout of the Discord, but getting people into the Discord is kind of problematic. Anytime you got to do invites to get people in there, and instead of letting it be open, it's anti-growth. Open communities where I got, you can go over on Rogers Raiders and read a whole bunch of stuff without even logging in. And that's the way that works. The only thing that I ever put under a lockdown is something where it took time and money to build a tool. That's the only thing I locked down now because I got to recoup the cost. So you're playing Groot. You're playing Groot, and let me do an introduction for you here. Groot 158, which is the big Groot. You're a max stat castle still, right? Are you still max stat, or do you cut down on your spending?
Is that Groot up top here?
That was 158. Some people left 158.
They did. Nart left after KVK yesterday.
Yeah. I saw this fucking fucking migration.
What they left the king? They migrated, or
they migrated.
They quit.
No quit. But from 158 they go to 126 and 122 and 178.
No, 158 still holding together. Just our leader of our kingdom quit. Just this yesterday.
So are you going to move so that you have a team, or no?
Well, our kingdom's been peaceful for 3 years, so we have a team there.
My leader quit 2 months ago. 534. James from England was playing. This was really good. 2.5 years we play really, and then it's coming Uncharted Seas, this fucking event. After this event, we have in our own kingdom just war.
I know a lot of people who started in 158 or claim to, that have continued to play for 4 years. It seemed like a good stepping off point for a lot of players because there was a lot of strategy that took place early on.
That's me.
All the prior 2017 stuff, once 2017 the game got a little greedy. And I miss the days when around, the 3 squares out from the dark forest, you could hit people during KVK. Puts a little more strategy into the game.
I was going to say, they changed that a long time ago, didn't they?
Yeah. I wasn't a big player back then.
2017.
I started.
KVK, nothing else.
I started in 312, and we only got like 2 KVKs with that, where the squares were out there, and then I missed that. I didn't know how big I was in 312 because everybody was a C30 and I wasn't growing any, but I didn't realize what a monster I was, and I didn't know enough to know where I was better than other players for a long time, or I probably could have changed 312 and stayed there for a long time. But in 747, there's a bunch of 312 players who moved into the 747 and starting to build castles that are just good people. They're coiners. They just, a lot of people that I've seen over the last 4 years they moved in there because I did that live on New Year's Eve, and they saw what I saw. It's just, hey, that much activity can't be bad for me to spend my time in. And honestly, the under C26 is where a lot of the fun was. Still is. I still say C29 and below is where most of the fun is in the game. After C29, it's really a coining game for.
C27 has a lot of fun during kill event.
Yeah. Well, a T9 with war books is stronger than a T10. So until you get your T11s, put your money. Don't spend money on anything but your war, and you need to build up your war books anyway. Build up your war books, stay at T29, and then do your VIP 11 and make the jump. Just go straight from C29 to C35, and that's your cheapest growth movement, and you maintain your power there. And there seems to be, when you hit C30, your losses go up about 25% the second you hit C30. That seems to be a trigger built into the background of the game. I think Guns of Glory decided, hey, you're a coiner now, and therefore we're going to give you a reason to coin. Nobody.
What size castle, Groot?
What? The 158? He's a max castle.
No. Mine's a 41 158. Max 41.
You're a max stat 41?
Yep.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be max stat?
As a majority free-to-play player.
You're a free-to-play player, and you're well, that old of a kingdom, I could see that. God, you probably got so much stuff for growth events, it's not even funny, just because of the years. I gave up. I can't remember what kingdom. It was in the 100s. Matter of fact, it might have been 158 because one of the players there had the original royal gear, the stuff you can't even buy anymore for the extra troop training. He gave me a castle, and then I gave it away to somebody else. I just needed a C40 for a little while a couple years ago. I played on it for a couple to build the calculator, and then I dropped it. And now I got Guns of Glory's going back to some of my old calculator math, not completely, but Kingdoms of Avalon, the KOA guys they asked me to take the ads off because I had ads on the old the old calculators because they were just there to be there, but they couldn't read them on a phone because Google's being an ass. So the live the other day, during the live, I took all the ads off there so the Kingdom of Avalon guys could use those calculators because I guess they're still very relevant.
Gun, have a look. This is what I mean. You see, a new day, make the first level, and go and kick them again. Yeah, Chuck.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Kick it. I don't need it.
Again, you play at a different level than other people, so it's harder for people to get in there. For a guy who only spends $40 a week, you have to have that artillery because it's part of the health number for absorbing damage as it rolls through the tiers. I've proven the math. I mean, I took hits from max stats castles over and over again and ate their marches. Giving up 30% on stats. The health is health. Until they change that number, artillery, and the other thing about artillery is it doesn't die easy, so you don't have to replace it that often. So it's just one of those things that keep building it, but build it in a coordinated effort. And they changed some of the math after the firewall came out.
Have a look.
But I've adjusted. I got a beep in my headset here. Give me a second.
I'll buy it for 7 days.
Groot, what size castle do you have?
Yeah.
Say it again.
What size castle do you have?
Me?
We're on day no, this is day 8, 30.
13?
30.
No, 30. It's a new kingdom.
New kingdom.
Yeah.
The amount of activity and the age and the experience of players that I've seen just running around, because I recognize the names over the years. 747 looks to be a fun place that's going to last a couple of years.
It does look to be like that. I've never been in another kingdom besides one, and I didn't really play there. I came from Kingdom 52, so it's definitely a big step up from that because Kingdom 52 is still very active, but like nobody talks, everybody knows each other, so it's always like an alliance chat or PM. 747, on the other hand, a lot of people do know each other, but the chats are always so active and so alive, and you don't got rogues running around, and everybody's not talking shit to each other, and it's just, getting along and having fun.
There's more than a few old good coiners in here that I don't think the bullshit. This is going to wind up being a peaceful kingdom. It may not be in the short term, but it's going to be.
Gunmuse, question. I don't know starting a kingdom. I don't start a kingdom normally. We have now, go over here. This is phase 5 from 8.
Hold on.
Catering.
Oh, I can't read what you're doing there because Guns of Glory thinks that their banners are important.
Yeah.
The banner system in Guns of Glory is annoying.
This is phase 5 from 8.
Okay.
Catering from resources from the map. But is this also allowed? The catering is also allowed to plunder something?
Yep.
Something else?
Plunder used to count. Okay. So yeah, like if you bought a resource pack and went and plundered it, everybody would max out pretty quickly.
Counts.
It no longer counts.
I don't go catering. I go plunder. I go plunder.
For new alliances, new kingdoms like there, drop your food down for the alliance because everybody will farm it faster. That's a way to get points for the alliance quicker. Is drop your food, because everybody's got a food buff, but no one, they won't have silver or iron or anything like that. So
I don't have food. I have iron. I have silver. Blah, blah. No.
I'm just talking. No, I'm just talking about points.
I was 3 years. I was 3 years in the same kingdom. I never start a game in this with this quests. When I start a game, we don't have these quests.
Right. This started. I want to say Kingdom 7, or I'm sorry, 5. 8, somewhere in the 570s, 580s. This new starter system, and it's evolved a little bit because it used to be you bought your Henry card for $4.99, and I got a bunch of videos on it when it first started out. But
what started at 540 or whatever?
Hey, they have a billion.
Yeah.
Why can't attack them? Oh.
So people that are watching and sitting there going, well, the kingdom started 5 days ago, so there's no need for me to start there. I'll go to the new kingdom. The starter quest that get you caught up, they start the day you start. So you have 5 days to finish the quest and to buy the cards and the cheap stuff and things like that. You can start 3 months from now, 4 months from now, and get all those same benefits. And they'll turn around and give you, and it's the cheapest place to buy the guards. Is if you know how to build a guard system up, man, the starter quests are the best place to buy a bunch of cheap guards.
The only thing you'll miss out on is the carnival event, the carnival festival or whatever. You won't get the free demon hunter or the light gems or whatever. You won't. That's the only thing you'll miss out on. But it's also like the easiest thing to acquire. So,
well,
like if you've played before, you can acquire that really easily.
The free demon hunter everybody waited till day 8 to get, you could buy for 99 cents the entire set on day 1.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's super cheap. And same thing with the gems. You can buy the gems for $1 each and whatever. And guard weapons. It's a big change because even then, like if you want a demon hunter, it used to be like $5 for the whole set. Like not even too long ago. Now it's all $1, and it's just everything is so much cheaper now.
Used to be $3,000 for the whole set.
Yeah, right now, Sun King, you get $10 and you can have full Sun King. You know, I remember when that was like $100. You know, just for like 3 pieces or whatever. Like it used to be so expensive, and it's just so cheap now.
In 312, 1 piece of Sun King cost me $1,500. 1 piece.
Yeah, it was to max it out and everything, enhance and whatever. It was like it was insane.
And that was before we learned the fact that you couldn't mix and match it. So you basically had to buy all 6 pieces before you could put the first piece on because it screwed up your army damage.
Yep, because you needed that army damage. You needed the resonance or whatever it's called.
Yep.
It was awful. It was so awful. It was such a money pit. It still is to an extent, but back then it was just worse. It was so bad.
Hey, what happened here? Fucking Gok. How come?
They brought the artillery's involvement in your castle evolved from the old traps. So there was artillery is the last troop hit by my math in order to protect your next tier's infantry. So the artillery's health protects the next tier up. It's not the order of attack, it's the order of health absorption by damage. And then that's what traps used to do. But my God, it was an insane amount of freaking to keep traps alive. And then once they kept rolling up the stats on troops all the time, and all of a sudden traps, one set, it might have been Sun King when traps just became irrelevant. Because and all of a sudden you had 4 million traps that you've had forever, and they were gone in 20 seconds, and it was going to take you like 9 months to rebuild them. And so I can't remember what patch it was. They brought artillery up. They replaced the traps as a health absorption, which is what traps did. But I didn't even build defensive calculators back then. I understood them, but I never advertised them. And so, in 3.6.2, I made all my free players build traps up. And so the firewall math that I do now is based off my old trap math. That's why I already knew what I was doing there. It absorbs the health. In 3.6.2, I forced everybody to build up their traps, and everybody got zeroed going after my free players because I made them go after their traps. And
I can't attack them. Gunmuse, have a look. I can't attack them. Fucking Gok. Second one already. Here. No problem.
There's various different glitches. Like sometimes you get a glitch where the castle's invisible. You can't attack them. They can attack anybody. If you ever get the glitch where your castle's invisible, you can attack anybody you want to, and they can't attack back. Yeah. So the artillery evolved from that to getting rid of artillery is more of everybody complaining about it. And that again comes from the line groups where everybody doesn't want to build them. They want to be able to click the button and go when they're doing their dailies, and that means they don't want to be dragging artillery around. It's really the they could fix artillery by speeding it up. And no one would bitch about artillery being in their march if the damn things didn't slow the march down. Because at that point, it's just building them to build them, and who cares? I mean, it's the easiest fix ever. Go in there and change the base stat on frickin' on the speed.
It's not counting. Yeah, but plundering is not counting here.
Okay, it's not plunders doesn't count. Used to.
No.
It still does in some events. Like sometimes when you get the micro events where gathering, there's a couple places where I know it's still. They hard code stuff is the only way I can think of why it's not universal between events, is they have no dynamic databasing whatsoever for loot or looting processes. So they hard code everything. They're slowly uprating. The wireframe that they build this game off of is very dated. The money they've spent on just upgrading over a quarter, I probably could have built a better wireframe so that you can update everything faster. That's why I said we need to build a new game from the get-go. Just so the game can evolve. As we learn things, we'll grow things. No one wants the game to be easy, except, well, a few people want the game to be easy. Yeah. But a strategy game should make you challenge your brain a little bit.
Yeah, go back in the hive.
Well, your Life After Dark, your the reason artillery and traps and those things existed is the asshole factor in a kingdom. Not all kingdoms are peaceful. So your castle has to have a way for people to log off, have their bubble burst, and not have some dickhead come over here and steal everybody's money at a castle level. But the stat growth and the new gear coming out all the time made the game unbalanced in that format for a long time. The firewall stuff that I promoted this summer really kind of put back in the focus that they needed to rebalance the asshole factor out of the kingdoms.
Can you have a look who's staying next to me? Wait, I'll go just back in the hive. Have a look who's staying next to me.
I have a hard time reading that screen.
Yeah, it's coming some seconds later. About doing you're in the East Coast.
Who's next to you?
Wait, no, it's coming. Yeah, wait. Here. Lady. Lady's coming to me.
Oh, okay. Zero that guy out. He doesn't shave his legs.
I'm not allowed to kill her. Wait, I ask.
Quickly do it without no one noticing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to change his password after this live. Rip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He exposed it earlier as well. Yeah. We put that.
Typical.
Yeah, the firewall problem, the firewall thing that I put out there exposes an imbalance of a social problem. If you're in a peaceful kingdom, the firewall is completely unnecessary. That's not true. The firewall helps you if you're a mid-level player in the no-loss events. Damn sure helps. If you guys watched the live video on the Uncharted Seas, I tried to explain how you use the firewall against players, the 3 players that were 30, 40% above me, to where I made them lose their marches on my firewall, me, 1 player, and forced them to use all their heal boxes. Once they were out of heal boxes, the rest of the alliance could go in there and take that big player down. It's a way for me to jump in their strategy and sacrifice my playability so that the alliance can then take down much bigger players, and they have fun taking down a bigger player at that point, right? Because once you start whittling down their marches and they don't have heal boxes, the heal box is limited to how fast you could get your stuff back. That's the beauty of the heal boxes. I love the heal box strategy in Uncharted Seas. You've got to be careful with how fast you eat your marches up. You can't just pound in, 50 marches that you're losing on somebody's walls. But the firewall was new. People didn't understand that I had that in mind. I tried to explain it. I got one video where we did the explanation on it, where Kingdom 591, which had tons of big players who coined up during the Uncharted Seas events, I tried to prove the strategy that we used to do it with meat shields and KVK. We'd stick a castle out in the middle of the forest, dare you to hit us. We had one player that was willing to spend that money to be a meat shield, and we developed a meat shield calculator off of it. And then the game changed, and the meat shield really doesn't work all that well anymore. Yes, you can throw max troops at something. And like I said in the firewall, if the game tries to disable the firewall, what they're going to find out is they're going to screw up their own march capabilities. And people are going to even be more mad if you try to blow up their march. All the people want to do is be able to survive a mistake when somebody gets hit because they can't move fast enough and still be able to fight. Getting involved in a player versus player fight and you're done in 5 minutes and it's going to take you 8 weeks to rebuild your march. Why play that fucking game? They're not going to do it. For those who coin, we want players to play with. As far as the crap talk that goes back and forth between the kingdoms, everything, you can't control the KC chat. You can control your AC. I promise you, when I've been R5s in there, I don't want to hear any shit in the AC either. I'm of a personal mindset. I do not like to log on and see antagonistic shit. That is not calming to me. I'm logging on to a game to enjoy myself. I'm not logging on to hear you take out your frustrations of a bad day on some random player. That does not make me calmer.
No, TVF is not on the top 30. Oh, TVP. Okay, I'm allowed to kill him.
We're gonna have to need to find his castle first. He's just a typical root player.
Oh, come. Ah.
Did we lose Ron again? Nope, he's still in here. Man, I remember you asking me. You're asking me some because you're in the discussion with the developers group, aren't you?
Me?
No, the 158. Ron. Shows him still in Discord, but I don't know if he can hear me.
Nothing. Something new here. No. Nothing.
See the essence of coining is the essence of coining when you're buying stuff, it's because you don't have the time to acquire stuff. There will always be coiners, and people will always coin up because they're trying to just not waste their time.
Listen, Gunmuse, Edmund Haley, you even bite him already? The guard, Edmund Haley.
No, for business purposes, my castle is going to stay a little small in 747. I set a $25 a week limit on this castle.
Oh, what is this? Ah.
So it
is for the catering, catering armor.
The average coiner spends about $45 a week, and I set the limit about just a little over half. to demonstrate what could be done on $25 a week. $100 a month is I'm trying to change the conversation to everybody goes, well, they're just out for the money. Well, it's a pay-for-play game.
That's what happens when you get a game that kind of pay to kind of get up there. Like, I mean, you're going to talk about money.
Yeah, we have to talk about money, and we have to talk about it reasonably. But when you start talking about it in car payments and everybody's in KC chat going, oh, my God, you got to spend $800 a month to play this game. No, you do not. And that guy needs, and the guys that say that are the ones you got to get rid of quickly because they're wrong. They're
very wrong.
I was at the top of this game, and I never spent more than $150 a month for 2 years. Even with the business aspect, it wasn't until 362 when I started spending money on business that I went up. When we were doing the big KVKs in 362, that's when I started spending about $800 a month. And I don't want to.
KVKs is what wears your pockets out the most for sure. I was in 52. I know that for a fact. KVKs, when it comes time for KVKs, and especially when you're in bigger fights against greater kingdoms, that's the time where you open your wallet a lot more than what you typically would do.
Yeah, $120 a month is reasonable. Especially when you have limits on it, then the strategy becomes how to get the most out of your budget, and you get some strategic thinking, and you feel that you fill that need to think strategically because you're in a strategic game. If you're waiting for once every 2 weeks, and then it just becomes one guy versus another guy, people are still looking at a stat report and saying his stats are bigger than mine, but they're not even calculating how much bigger. Or they're not looking at the bottom of the stat report and saying, well, that guy's got 18K stop stats, but he hasn't done a damn thing to increase his damage on the bottom. I see those guys, and they're pigeons to me. I'm not even going to lose 1,500 troops smacking them around. I already know early on in the king, like 747, if you set a limited budget, really focus on a couple guards. Decide if you're going to do, if you're under those limits, pick one march, and know that, say like Anne's going to drop. She's a really good cavalry guard. They're going to offer you a second Anne guard for $19. It's a good deal. But if you're trying to save money and grow your castle quick, they're going to offer you, Henry and a second Henry guard. You don't need the second star on Henry, but you need to focus on Henry and I can't remember off the top of my head now. There's 2 other guards that have training at the bottom of them so that you can throw your experience at them, and that's about killing threats. You can do that for free. But that'll cut down on your building cost to where you don't need all that RSS because you leveled up those guards. Once you level up those guards, that RSS becomes damn near free. You have those leveled up by the time you hit 30, buy your VIP 11. It's almost nothing in RSS. At that point, you better have saved up your speed ups because that's going to be the challenge to overcome. Jacob's one of them. There's 2 of them. One's a cavalry guard, and the other one's a distance. Is it Maupin? No. One's an infantry guard. Inez. Inez and Jacob. If you're going to run a cavalry march, you want to level the Jacob up. But Inez, you do the starter event, you get a free Inez, and then they're going to give you a option to buy a second Inez for $19. That puts a star on a 6 guard. Now you can put her in the lieutenant place and get even more free RSS. For an S guard that's got some stars on it. And then in the VIP, you can buy a single 6-star guard, Milady, from the VIP chests. Have you done that, Groot, in the New Kingdom? Gone through the VIP chest, bought all the VIP chest up?
Yeah. I 2-8, VIP 8.
Yeah, Milady's only good. I mean, she's a really good lieutenant guard. So that you can put her on RSS reduction. If you 6-star her right off the bat, your RSS needs go down to nothing.
You need VIP 8. You need.
Oh, you're still well, you got gold, man. Just buy that stuff.
Yeah, just give gold in.
Just throw all that gold at it.
Yeah. There's no other way.
I know it's not in the spirit mines anymore, right? They've been talking about VIP 13 and rumors for what, a year and a half now.
In April is coming C50. Then we have fun.
People are talking about C50, but there's no reason for it.
Yeah, in KOA is already here.
KOA is an older game. KOA is still operating off a completely different. I mean, KOA and Guns of Glory diverged a little bit. They kept saying that the guard system that they put in Guns of Glory was coming to KOA, and then we discussed that last June, July, and I said that was a really epic fail when they did that blindly on Guns of Glory. It was so complicated, and they don't have anybody over there to explain it in KOA on the.
I even was on C44. I played 2.5, 3 years, and really, Girly News was on 43. I was 41, 42, and Girly News got to 45. I think in this week I got 44. Hey, this was so much work. C50. Who can afford this? Nobody can afford this.
What, they're talking about going to C50?
Yeah.
And
it's already so much just to get to like not even C45, like C41, C42, C43. It's already so expensive.
This is why I don't like the line rooms and the Discord rooms and the chat rooms. It's all rumor. The marketing team that runs over the studio loves to turn around and put out, like when they put the polls out. The polls are, we've decided to do this, so we're going to put a poll out, and then we're going to tell you decided to do what we decided to do. As soon as I see the poll, I go through the polls just to find out what they're going to do next, because it doesn't matter what people answer in those questions. They've already put the studio time in. The studio time has got to develop the stuff, has got to predate what the community's doing by at least 3 to 6 months. What's his name that used to be the business manager over at FunPlus, he tried like hell to convince me that when he left FunPlus and was building their own game, it's like, oh no, we put the questions a certain way and then we can find out what people really want. And I'm like, I read the questioning the way he did it. I said, is this what you learned in business school? He goes, yeah. I said, all you did was reinforce your own ideas. You didn't learn anything from your market with the way you question. He goes, no. This is a tried and true practice. I said, it's a tried and true practice to do what you want to do and to justify it in a boardroom. That's got nothing to do with reality. Take it from a guy who's run his own damn companies for since I was 12. We've been running companies. For those who don't know, I grew up on a skydive drop zone. We used to throw 40-year-old people out of airplanes. And if I can convince a 40-year-old man to jump out of a perfectly good airplane, I promise you I'm pretty good at business. When I was 12, I used to pack people's parachutes for $3. I got $3 a parachute for everyone I packed. If a 45-year-old man,
trust right there.
There you go. 45-year-old men and women just trusting the 12-year-old to pack their parachute.
12-year-old to pack their parachute, something that's saving their life when they jump out of an airplane.
And I was
fast.
A lot of trust. And I was fast. I mean, I could pack a parachute in like 3 minutes.
Hey, you learned. You made that money. You hustled.
I made more money baling hay. I got 7 cents a bale from the field to the barn, and I used to make like $10,000. I used to get $10,000 a summer at 7 cents a bale. And
hey,
that
man, you gotta hustle, gotta get it in.
People back then, $10,000 a year was a good job. A brand new Ford pickup was $9,000. You know, I went through 17 cars in high school. I used to race and wreck them fucking
In the
things.
60s. In the 60s, or what? How old are you? Yeah, already 80 years old?
No, I'm over 50s, but you know, like I said, I look, I lived in a Mennonite community. There was no such thing as lazy. You know, none of my friends knew how to spell the word lazy. I joined. I was in combat when I was 17. I'd already graduated high school, and I had a background in I'd learned how to program in BASIC, and the Navy didn't even have a computer program until 4 years after I was in the Navy. So my electronics background was needed, but I joined the Navy as a for a nuclear machinist mate. I passed the Navy physics exam. And the only reason I even joined the Navy was a guy my dad knew walked up and said, "I heard you passed the Navy physics exam." He says, "If you'll go in the Navy as a nuclear machinist mate, I will write you a contract today for $300,000 a year if you don't re-enlist." And so I had a contract in my hand when I walked in the Navy that I was going to walk away from it 6 years later, and I was going to make $300,000 a year. But the Navy reassigned me to being in electronics because they didn't have anybody. Back then, the electronics school they gave you some books and they told you to come back when you knew how to. You trained yourself to be an electronic engineer. There was no school. So the ability to teach yourself, it was considered the hardest school in the world at the time. And that's why so few people understand the basics of electronics, is because you got to understand the basic of physics and translate things in your minds. And then we went into the active duty portion. The Navy gives you a sea school in one piece of equipment. Then you get out to the fleet and you've got 2,000 pieces of equipment you got to work on. And what you got and the way you learn how to work the other 1,999, you got to read a book. You got to teach yourself how to work on all those pieces of equipment. So that's where the long-term deductive. There was no training. It didn't exist. I mean, and this was in the early, in the Bush years, and then the Clinton years followed on. Like, I was in Mogadishu 3 months before the History Channel says we were in Mogadishu. I was there when the Pakistanis got landed. They unloaded all the stuff. We secured the airfields with SEAL Team 3, and the Pakistanis unloaded all their weapons. And a young man by the name of Osama bin Laden became an arms dealer. I was on the ground when that crap happened. He wasn't even a brand name yet. And then I was there with SEAL Team 5 in 95 when we caught Osama bin Laden, and Bill Clinton gave him back to him. He called the Pakistanis and he says, "Hey, we caught the guy that stole all your weapons." And the Pakistani says, "We don't want him," and Bill Clinton let him go. That's why when we do the political analysis and the terrorist analysis stuff, I say we knew where Osama bin Laden was since the year 2005. He'd been coordinating with the Pakistanis forever. We had a satellite over that compound since the year 2005. They were going to go get him in 2008 so that McCain could win the election, and it leaked out of a Senate committee that Obama happened to be on, and Osama bin Laden disappeared. And then all they had to deal with was the economy, which George Soros kindly tanked for us. So that's how the facts on the ground started driving the news type stuff. And I've gotten lucky in life to where I've just been kind of a witness to a lot of the big moments of history. But when I was in my 20s, I was having a ball. You could throw my ass. I mean, I grew up on a skydive drop zone. So the reason I go running around with SEAL Team 3s, I'm a guy with an electronics background who isn't going to cry because you're hanging him off the bottom of a helicopter. I don't give a shit.
Gunmuse, now I have to Carnival fever.
Okay.
Yesterday we make the night siege,
Yeah.
to get the Purpurser sword. Why you don't told me don't put it on? Now I have to upgrade my fucking armor. I can't upgrade it anymore.
I told you that. I said, quit doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Then we wasn't on the live yet. I told you, you said, oh, I'm going to put my blood tooth armor on. I said, don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, a lot of people.
About Carnival Fever here today.
Yeah. Carnival Fever is the 50% event. When we talk about the 50% event, it's the beginner's version of the 50% event. Carnival.
Yeah. It's not about the fucking experience, about Rochefort. I get 6, 20, 40 Rochefort. 40 fucking pieces of Rochefort.
Right? That's 2 stars right there.
Fucking oh, wait, I can upgrade.
I'm in Demon Hunter over there, so I'll go over there. And, matter of fact, I haven't done mine yet, but I'll go get mine stuff.
Star level, I can upgrade.
Gunmuse, what's your name over here?
Beer Gut Magnet. I had to think for a minute. I couldn't remember.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the same alliance as you. I was confused for a second. I was like, everybody was like, he's an HMB, and I was like, I don't see him.
No, I'm not. Look, the Gunmuse name from the YouTube side brings a lot of negative stuff with it. There's always people that go in there and they start whispering in chat. I try to keep it off there for a while, and I don't want to be any part of the kingdom politics at all.
We just want to play.
I'd like to play the game for a while. You know, I enjoy the game, but I don't get a chance to play it because of it. And then
you're always involved in the politics side and like rules and all that. You just want to enjoy the game, play it, and just do your thing.
Well, I got work to do. I've got to update graphics and how-tos and things like that a little bit, but I promised I wouldn't do it in part of the starter. So I think I'm at C22 right now, and so I'm going to start shooting some videos at C22 and try and get some and then get the videos to where I can embed them with the web pages and get the how-to list back in the web pages, because I'm changing the software structure over at Rogers Raiders to where we can do more tool implementation.
Right.
And I control that market, but I'm not happy with the way I'm not happy with the way my own company works right now, because I tried to do it easily by not designing software like we used to. And honestly, there's no way to use somebody else's system to build a system that's never been built. And people got to remember, I am building something that's never been built before by anybody in any game. And that takes time. I mean, it's like.
So what does that do exactly? I don't know if you've already explained it, and I just kind of like just dazed off, or what are you building, or have you not released it, or?
Some of it's over there, like let's say you want to run mega rallies, right? And you got a team of people that you want to be. So let's plan a KVK, not show up at 3:00. I'm here. Where can I go? You as the mega rally leader for whatever tower you're in charge of, because you guys, the leaders, figured it out. You can go over Rogers Raiders and you can say, here's my mega rally. You share your link with your team members. They sign up and you get to see their stats, and you even get to tell them what their march is going to look like. So they should have something prepared for you to be that leader at 3 a.m. And then so they can, to pay for the tool, the mega leader is going to have to pay the $2 a month, but the other 14 guys in the rally don't. They can do it for free. But they can put their phone number in, and you can text them via our system, but you don't have to share the phone numbers. So I can maintain privacy and increase teamwork. That's tool 1. And then we'll see what we need to do from there. But other stuff like
that's very nice.
Yeah, other stuff like I have them now to where if I bought this piece of gear, how much less RSS would I need to build my castle from C20 to C? I've got one of those calculators on RSS, and to go to C20 to C30, I'll tell you, depending on which piece of gear you have on or what gear set you have, how much RSS you need for C20 to C30.
That's nice. So is that a thing, or is that a thing in making?
That actually exists now. I need to redo it because it was I did it as a table. I did all the math and then put it in as a table. I'm going to put it in as dynamic numbers, so that when you go over there and says, well, I bought this piece of gear and I got this piece of gear, and so that if you mix and match sets, there's a way so that when you're mixing and match sets, because I mix and match sets now, like I use my hat and boots from the merchant to knock 60% off my build time, because I don't give a shit about the RSS. I use 4 pieces of construction gear and 2 pieces of speed up gear. And then when you get to where you need the silver, then you just do the hat. Because at that point you burn more wood because you're not using the hat, but if you put the boots on for construction, you burn less silver. So that becomes
wood is also a lot easier to get than the silver.
It's always a scarcity in my opinion. It's because it's used so many places. Yeah, it's used in so many places.
Yeah, I do have a lot of scarcity with wood when it comes to bigger accounts and stuff. I can see that.
I need
to. Is that a Discord?
Guys, I make a poll.
No.
You know what is a poll?
RogersRaiders.com.
You know what is a poll?
What?
A poll. POLL.
Yeah.
Oh, a poll? What's up? Yeah, what about it?
So, wait a second. What I build here? Have 8
Military
iron.
tents or hospital. Military tent or hospital.
Yeah, which one? This one? This one? This one?
You need to do the hospital and military tents.
Do the tents.
Do a hot. Okay, tent.
Yeah. The tent is a buff on your entire capability. So the larger your cap of your batch, every time that 0.5% doesn't seem like a big number, but it's a 0.5% on the total cap of your total tents and all your other totals. So it becomes a big buff.
But I use 5,000 and 20,000 and 100,000 building rolls. Is it not better for the future to get a bigger hospital?
No.
The military tents will make those train faster.
Yeah, you can't hide a march in the hospitals right now. If you don't have enough hospital capacity, you're losing a crap load of marches. If you're losing, you're losing. So
see, in early game, I always make sure I have maxed hospitals and I keep them up with my castle, and I don't train any more troops than what can't fit in my hospital until I know I got the right stats.
Right now, I think the hospital cap is like 600K. If you got everything maxed out. Yeah, you cannot hide your troops in the hospital anymore. So the hospital portion of the game needs to be fixed. It needs to be a single building. The hospital also needs to be giving you a buff like the tent does that says your healing speed goes up, your healing costs go down. But
so you want it to be like KOA where there's just one hospital instead of having to build like fucking 8 or 10 of them?
The KOA hospital is a good example of how the hospital should be built. Yeah, that's it.
I agree with you on that. I feel like that should be the exact same thing.
Yeah.
As no hospital, building camp. A building camp.
Yeah. Right now, the military tent is the most valuable in saving you in recovery costs. And building and the it's the biggest savings in recovery cost. All right, I can already tell by the fact that you're spending gold on your instance. Your alliances doesn't have their timer helps, and you've got guards that aren't optimized for reducing your timers. I can upgrade my tents for free instantly all the way to level 10.
Yeah, I did until level 10.
No, you did yours to level 7.
Level 7, you were spending gold.
Yeah, little gold. I remember 2 years ago, you have really big problems to get gold. Since 1.5 year, GOG is throwing the gold out your fucking ass. You can have you will find it everywhere. Everywhere you get the gold. I don't have a gold problem. I have in my farm, 36 farm.
Well, you got to remember here. You got to remember here, boss.
4 million gold.
We got
4 million.
We got 99% of the audience who don't spend at your level. So we gotta, that's why I'm over talking. It's what they're seeing and what they should be doing are two different things. I'm on your live. I'm just talking to my audience too, saying that if they'd optimize the alliance and they'd optimize their guards from the early ones. I'm a C22 that did nothing but the starter event, and I can instant build everything to C10 without spending any gold or any timers.
And that's crazy to think about, saying that I'm a C10 myself.
and then once the alliance help timers are set up, I can do a 2-hour build that literally is if the alliance is on during the reset when everybody's on and they're hitting the help button over and over again, I can knock out all my 2-hour builds in 3 or 4 minutes. It's just a matter of how often people hit the help button. So you can get some big stuff built quickly for free.
With the right alliance for free too.
Well, yeah. Bella gave me the R4 to focus the alliance research and get that done. I'm fighting the guys that are trying to get the rally cap built up, which we won't use for 3 months.
That doesn't mean nothing for a while.
They're worried. They're worried about because they see the rallies and red guards and red guard rallies, and which annoys me. I wish if we were increasing rally slots, let it increase the red guard rally slots too. I've never understood why that hadn't been fixed. That's a fix. I may need to go back over it again. Maybe somebody will. But yeah, it's a waste of alliance research early on, and with the new donation system, my God, we're so far ahead. You're plowing through alliance research. A single R5 that wants to build a big alliance can gold spin their alliance into greatness pretty quickly. But they don't know because we're still in a couple-year-old thinking. They're already doing the rally like, I'm going to be the KVK alliance. At this point, anybody can be the KVK alliance because the alliance research is very easy, which is something we addressed last July, and it looks like it's implemented in the game. So I got to say kudos, they fixed it. I'm happy with the way the alliance research works. I wish they would quit calling it donations because new users think they're giving something away. And when you donate, you get a discount over normal spending from your alliance store. So you donate 1,500 gold to the alliance donation, you can buy a 2,000 gold teleport. No one should ever be spending 2,000 gold on a teleport when you can donate to your alliance and buy that same teleport for 1,500 gold. But it's a discount, and the math's not there. And I need to do other research on it.
Blue one.
Ron, I can barely hear you, boss.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, I
I'm here.
I didn't know if you could talk. Yeah.
I couldn't imagine starting over, guys.
Come on in. Come to 747 and try.
Just try it, man. It's a nice place. Just try it.
You might find it. I'm telling you, pre-26 is entertaining anyway if you just like to play the game. Just go through the worst part of it's going to be the movies they make you watch when you start the new kingdom.
I hate that shit so much. I hate
it. But go through the starter quests, and you know enough about the game that you know where at the very least, if this winds up being one of these kingdoms that's highly active, you come in here and hide your name. Don't even be you. Just hide.
Yeah.
Enjoy
Too.
Right. Do what I'm doing over in HMB. Just come hide.
Yeah, just hide over. Come join us and hide over, man. Play the game for fun.
Is that
747.
So is it still that as long as you're under Castle 5 or under?
Gunmuse, invite him.
No, you can't. They don't have the beginner teleport no more.
Yeah, the beginner teleports are gone.
You have to start new directly. You cannot begin the teleport no more.
If you have if you have a castle that has a beginner teleport on it from way back when, you can move. The beginner teleport system is there. So if you've got a castle you built like a year ago that's got a beginner teleport on it, and I think my God, I might have one somewhere.
I might have
So
one,
if you have
actually.
one, they might be worth something nowadays. Yeah. So rare to find one now.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. I go to come. I go to smoke one. I leave my laptop here.
Yeah.
I remember when they first took it away, you would be able to download the older version of GOG on BlueStacks, and that's how you could cheat the system. But I think they took that away completely now.
I did a whole series on how to cheat that thing. When I point out those kind of bugs, the reason I'm pointing them out is because I want them to go away. That's why I'm pointing them out. Like, you had guys starting out with freaking epic sets on day one, and then the whole point to doing it was to troll the kingdom and kill them out. So that's the reason I put out those bug things, and that's why they made them go away. Is I want them to go away. It's like the content duplication hack. I would love that to go away, but it never does.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Sure.
That's like off topic. I just want y'all to know Bob Saget just died.
Really?
Oh, no way.
Yeah, Bob Saget passed away.
Bob Saget.
You had Sidney Poitier and what's her name? Betty White.
Yeah, and you know, I was
news
watching the
that
conspiracy
Biden-
theory thing, and they said celebrities die in threes, and Betty White died, he died, and somebody died before Betty White, actually. So
Celebrities die in 20s. They just pointed out in threes.
That's still crazy, though. Bob Saget is I would not have thought that.
On Netflix, there's a Betty White special that was out long before she died, and it's worth watching because people don't realize Betty White was doing shit that nobody else did, and they have this Me Too movements and the glass ceilings. They keep talking about people breaking glass ceilings. Betty White was outrunning every man in Hollywood in the 60s. And then
She was a hottie when she was younger.
she raises bears. She had pet bears on her property. She sit there French kissing the bears.
What the hell?
The woman really is truly. The what, Ben?
The reduction event start for you today?
There's no such thing in New Kingdoms. Well, it's called Carnival. But it's not. Each kingdom
It's not as good as the reduction back then.
Yeah, the 50% events don't exist in the newer kingdoms. You won't even get
started for us.
You won't even get. Yeah, that's where it would be a good thing if you could do the beginner teleport. You got in there, you grabbed yourself some free stuff, and then moved forward. Things like buy your 50% off build-up deal out of those events, and then move your castle
people
forward.
would do that and steal the golden horse and stuff, and then just teleport and have like hella OP stuff. And GOG didn't like that.
They locked out. You don't even get to see those events until you hit C16 or C18. I can't remember which it was. C16. It might be C18.
I think
now.
it's 16.
Yeah, so you can't even see the event. It won't even show up on your screen.
I don't even think you can do the honor challenge event to like C12 or like 14 or something. I don't know. They changed a lot of stuff just because people were kind of just playing around and misusing things. And like I said, back then you used to be able to use the beginner's port to go to an older kingdom and get the golden horse. And then, you know, you were able to make like a thing of Sun King, a piece of like or one or two pieces of master, and then you were able to get like 150 pursuer bottles, elixir bottles.
Right.
And you'd be able to go back to a new kingdom and just be decked the hell out. And then you can just spend, $100 and rush to Castle 20, have that gear, have your rules, and just absolutely dominate the kingdom and be the best rogue ever known to man. And so that's why they canceled it.
They were selling the castles to people that didn't know any better. They thought these people spent hundreds of dollars, and then selling it for $50 looked like an amazing deal.
Yeah,
right. And you're like, oh my god, it has all this. And they don't know that they did it for free. And oh my god, they spent all this, and they're only going to give it to me for $50 or $100. What's your PayPal?
Then they locked it with
'Cause they
Kings.
got
Then they locked it with Kings Group, and they steal it back 2 months later after you spent money on it.
Yep, after you spent a couple $100 on it, then they steal it right back, and then they're going to try to do the same trick again.
Yeah. Yeah, the
People are
content
slimy as hell nowadays.
the content duplication hack, I exposed that one. I actually put the hack out on YouTube. I thought for sure they'd close that door, but they haven't.
Right.
The
I'm actually, you know what door I'm surprised they closed? Being able to install files for the game. For your what's it called? The shooting gallery, so you can install files to have a different shooting gallery. I'm surprised they actually figured that out and patched that and canceled those files out.
I honestly didn't know that was taking place.
Put whatever you wanted in
I
there.
don't hack. I don't even have a desire to. I just want to play on all things given equal. At the end of the day, I think I'm smart enough to beat somebody who thinks they're equal to me.
Right. Well, I used to use it just because I'm a free to play, and I was like, cool, I got a little boost now. So that I used to have a buddy that did it, and he would put the file on my account for me, and I'll just save up my shooting gallery coins and do it. It was really OP though.
Yeah, well, I would say it would have to be if you can insert your own shooting gallery files. I could have maxed out a castle pretty quickly doing that.
Oh yeah, because it would give you you could put Sun King ingots, you could put Pursuer elixir bottles. You could do a lot of things. You could make it, instead of getting 32k, what's the stuff called for to enhance gear? The Crimson Gold. You could make it to, instead of getting 32k Crimson Gold, you could get like 500k instead.
Right.
So it was worth you just to spend on shooting gallery coins instead of anything else.
Oh yeah, you'd spend $100.
Yeah, just because you hacked it for sure.
$100 on shooting gallery coins, and if you're setting the files, you're getting the max loot on one coin. So you just reset over and over and over again. Yeah, I could see how that'd be a hack. It's like, oh no, I spent money. Yeah, you did, but you spent money to cheat. No, I never did that. But yeah, the shooting gallery, I've done lots of videos on how the shooting gallery is a powerful tool. You save those coins up. You can only use it right now. You can only use the shooting gallery effectively every third 50% off event. If you're one of those people doing dailies and just gathering shooting coins, you're not buying shooting gallery coins. I think every 6 weeks, use a shooting gallery coin, and then I would recommend it during a Pirates event so that you can get more loot. Because, well, they went in and reworked the Pirates event. That time I went and got the epic skin. I went in there and competed against the whole game and got in the top 7 on spending during a Pirates event because I'd never done it before and I wanted to do it on film. And and I wish I'd have waited till the next event because I don't like my vampire skin, but I like the one that came after. I wish I'd have went and chased that one. But I think it cost me like $4,000. But I didn't have to spend money on loot for 50% events for the next 3 months. It wound up being a discount, and they went and patched it after I pointed that out. And I said, are you serious that, you want to patch somebody who spent $4,000 like I cheated you out of something?
Right. Like, I mean, you're a big spender on their part, and they're like, oh, well, you know what? We're going to patch this, even though you just gave us a shitload of money. Fuck you.
Well, when I started the 592 account, we started it with a live. I went on live for 18 straight hours and coined on camera for 18 hours. And then it was a month later, everybody goes, he hacks. He's cheating. He's hacking. And it was just relentlessly marketing about how I was hacking and cheating and doing this. And I mean, I'm on film doing the buying. It just, like I said, what people hear first becomes the bullshit and the lie. I just ignore it. I just avoid it. Do what I'm going to do. And there's a reason other people have 5 or 6% of the market, and I've got 40% of the market. 40% of the market and control 65% of the keywords is because at the end of the day,
Seems like assholes. Everybody has.
Yeah,
you Gunmuse?
Well, I've got the patience and time to wait for people to learn the truth. They'll learn it. You can deny it for all you want, but at the end of the day, until somebody can show me that I'm wrong, I did it for a reason. And then I can wait 3, 4, 5 months. Like the firewall happened last July. It's just now catching on. It took 6, 7 months. But, you know, I got a live chat full of people who are using it and going, yep, I'm killing the shit out of people with it. I love it. It's catching on. It grows on. And I did, 3 lives ago? I turned around a show. I put 55,000 new members in Rogers Raiders last month. And
I remember when I was on Rogers Raiders using the calculator for the troop mix before they made it, you know, non-existent.
Well, it's back a little bit. Some of the old
no way, is it?
Kinda.
I just been using the highest tier of like distance and like mixing in with cavalry a little bit for my DPS. Like
Anna and Bella with all 3 like perfectly balanced is pretty good. Or at least it
so
was.
like if you have 100k March just perfectly
We
balanced.
run a
Yeah, just about 33,000 of each. I mean, I think you could probably look at your stats a little bit and kind of weigh it one way, but it's about even. And that was Bloodfrost when I was playing with him. He was using that, killing everything. Like everything was dying. He felt he needed to spend I think he said $4 grand getting those guards up, not even maxed.
Wow.
Yeah, my guards in 592 were $6,000, and they're not maxed yet.
Guards, and people underestimate the guard in the airship. That's like the 2 most expensive things in this game.
But they're the 2 most important.
That's why
guards are stronger than all your stats when you have less than 400k troops. Once you break 400k in your march, then your stats start playing a bigger role. But under 400k, 400k or 300k, I can't remember off the top of my head. But there's a breaking point where the guards are not the determining factor. Everybody needs the march is split in 2, and they've changed the guard. So, well, it used to be I manipulated the speed, and then I was smoking everybody with my guard set up. And I never did put a video out there because I like kicking the shit out of people. So
you were probably procking a bunch on talents, hacking them around.
I maxed out the stars, had the damage, and then maxed out all the talents, and then just rolled the speed up. And the only thing that's still overpowered in the game is the 2 cavalry guards for the defense. That's Anne and Gaston. Those are 2 very powerful guard combinations because they have a ongoing 30-round proc capability to them. They're really overpowered. So there's where a heavy coiner who's built up those, because Gaston requires money to build up. Unless you're in an older kingdom, then you got him for free at maxed out. So when you're playing around in the fort, you can't beat those older kingdoms that have those 2 cards that kick your ass.
I was at 52.
Mine's only 3-star.
Yeah.
Yes, I had mine maxed out because I was in 52, and in 52, you know, that's an older kingdom. You were able to get a lot of shit that now costs a lot of money free.
Oh.
Yeah, my 44 has a bunch of stuff that it honestly shouldn't. But, you know, you play.
I like
4 years now.
50-50 infantry cavalry march.
Yeah,
right. I gave away my 42. I couldn't do it no more, especially in Kingdom 52.
Oh, I gave away my 44 earlier today.
747.
My
so I started over in 747. This is my new home. I gave away my Kingdom 52 account. I'm done with that stress. I can't do that no more.
I told Bloodfrost to find someone to give it to, and just told him to have fun.
My 362 account, my Kingdom 362 account, my guards were maxed before they, years before they did the thing. I logged back into that. When I logged into that, I was 6-star on everything, maxed out on everything, and I didn't have, so only new guards were going to have to be a requirement. And then once you do your dailies and things like that, when your new guard drops, you can max him out quickly. The only thing you're buying is star damage if you plan to use them. And then, so that's a moderate maintenance cost. I don't know what 158 Groot would know. What's to buy a new guard? What are you looking at? About $600 to star out a new guard as they drop?
I think it's about 600 at the drop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Donna and Bella ones for blood, it was easy, 1,500 at least each. He thinks they were messing with him because he's a VIP, and they know they'll get their money out of him, no matter what.
That's one thing I could say. I'm glad I'm not a VIP because I feel like they do be messing with VIPs a lot.
Yeah, that's why I'm not playing my 44 anymore. The VIP, no.
Yeah, I had
My
VIP
drop
on
rates
my
are terrible.
too, and I stopped playing because man, I couldn't even get gold to save a gold guard to save my life for fragments or
I dropped
anything.
30 grand last year, and I'm not a VIP.
What?
I dropped 30 grand last year, and I'm not a VIP.
Over the 4 years, I've only dropped like maybe $6,000, and they made me a VIP. There's no way you should not be a VIP.
I'm not. Never. No one's ever asked me to be a VIP. I don't even know who would ask me.
They gotta be fucking with you just because you're like Gunmuse or something.
Oh yeah.
There's no way.
Well, look, when you put out when a developer puts out a new, they've come up with this great thing. They spent money. They built this new thing, and I tear it apart in 5 minutes. I'm not your friend. There's no way to like me after that. I just took the last 6 months of your work and shit on it in 5 minutes. That
is true.
That's just the way they look at it.
That doesn't deserve VIP.
Yeah, they don't look at it like, oh yeah, I didn't understand that. Yeah, I should have done that. They don't look at it that way. They don't look at it as constructive. They look at it like I just took 6 months of their life and shit on it in 5 minutes.
Just straight up just shit on it and
yeah,
give it back to them.
I get the perspective. I really do, and it's not it's not my goal to. And the younger crowd thinks that if you say something negative, then you're trying to start a fight, and it's not. I'm not trying to argue or start a fight. I'm analyzing.
20 years old, so I can understand that. Like, I mean, we do think like that.
Yeah, I'm analyzing. I'm not picking on anything. It's just, but I understand. I actually do come from a balanced perspective when I'm talking about certain stuff. The game needs to make money. So my advice when I tear this stuff apart is to avoid them from accruing lost paying players by antagonizing them, trying to milk them for every dime. Here's your new gift. It's only $5. You should quit using the word gift. We have a gift for you. It's only $49.99. It's not. They don't even understand that their translations are such a problem that they antagonize people with their language.
You get all what you can buy today for $50. You will get free in 1 or 2 months. You get free.
Yeah. Well, it used to be a 3-month cycle, but I can also tell you that they kind of put in there like you don't get everything in 3 months anymore. You are going to be locked out at, like, if it's a set piece, one piece is going to lock you out. I think on my Gunmuse castle, I've been trying to work off the here was an insider thing. If you wanted the new piece of gear for whenever they brought out a new piece of gear and you wanted to do the bottle roll, if you rolled exactly 21 bottles, it gave you the weapon every time. Every time. And the Blood Frost, they fixed that. And I never told anybody that on paper, but they made that go away. They made the drop rate even for that weapon so hard that you're going to wind up spending $100 somewhere to get that Blood Frost weapon.
Yep.
I've been rolling bottles on my Gunmuse account for 4 months now and have never gotten a Blood Frost weapon.
The weapons are hard, man.
Well, like I said, it used to be no matter all the previous sets, if you rolled 21 bottles, guaranteed, got it every time.
See, I never knew that. Exactly.
No.
I was always like open them all at once or even individuals just trying to get it. And I could never get it, man, to save my life.
Koji,
it got to where I spent so much just to get them.
Koji, who used to do On the Lives and stuff like that, he was an epic free player. He figured that stuff out back in the 362 days. And it's like all my alliances, I'm sure the rumor got out at some point and somebody spread it into a damn liner Discord room. But all my alliances were getting their stuff for free just by playing around with the roll numbers.
Right.
And there was there was a magic number for a hat too. The
It's the magic number for each piece of gear that you can get it like guaranteed.
all the other ones, it really didn't matter. That was a drop rate, but the hat and the weapon had a magic number.
Right. Those were always the two hardest ones to get, anyways.
Right. It's
like Pursuer. Like when Pursuer first dropped, it took me forever to get a full set of Pursuer.
I tell you,
long, just because I couldn't get the hat and weapon. I had everything else like first day it came out, but everything else it took me so long to get the hat and
It
weapon.
was full set in I think a month and a half or two.
The biggest internal complaints for people in my alliances was I would turn around and we would break something down and discover something new that gave us an advantage, and they would beg me not to put it on film so we could keep the advantage for a while. And I did start putting a little bit of a delay on it because my alliances tended to take, because of the YouTube stuff, my alliances take a lot of heat from random shitheads on the internet. And
it's a big debate.
They have to they suffer. You know, anybody that's been one of my alliances suffers more than any other player in this game. Just because they're trying, they can't beat me, so they're going to beat the guy next to me, and make me feel bad for doing it. And it got to the point where, like, look, guys, you come play with me. This is part of playing with me at this point. You know, people around
You're
me.
going to end up experiencing this.
At the same time, like in 592, our guys got zeroed every night for 10 months. And I guarantee you, there wasn't a single player in that alliance that couldn't kick somebody's ass in an event because they were battle hardened. But you forget to leave your bubble off. But that was one of the frustrations for Turtle, right? For the first month that she come over there and played with me in the thing, she would forget her bubble because she was in a peaceful kingdom, and she's like, come on, and she was zeroed. They're like, oh my God, and they're like, you know, we play in a, you know, we used to call it in the
user disconnected from your channel.
Well, in the World of Warcraft games, right? You had your PvP servers and you had your Care Bear servers. You used to call them Care Bear servers. So that's an app kingdom, a Care Bear server. You play the PvP, mind your ass. It's high stress, and some people like that. I don't need that stress added to me.
I miss those days.
What, the PvP's games?
Yeah.
I was running Counter-Strike servers when World of Warcraft came out. I owned almost $500,000 worth of servers, and I was renting Counter-Strike servers out. And and when World of Warcraft came out, I said, who the hell would pay $5 a month to play a game? And it became the biggest damn thing on the planet. And like 10 months later, man.
World of Warcraft is so fucking weird. Like, that's like a whole different, like, game, though. Like, that's like a life for some people. You know, on WoW, they actually host, like, weddings. People get married on WoW.
People lost their houses.
Did you know that?
People lost their houses because they lost their jobs. Because of WoW.
Yeah.
Look, a lot of what I bring into Guns of Glory over the course of World of Warcraft, because I played all the way up to Lich King, I think. After Lich King, they tried to make it so that everybody got free loot and anybody could join a raid and blah, blah, blah. The strategy in World of Warcraft was gone after Lich King.
Right.
And I had so much insider stuff in World of Warcraft. Like if you had a mage and you leveled up to 100 your fist, your unarmed capability, it increased your crit rate as a mage, and people didn't know that. So we ran 3 raids a day, 7 days a week, in the vanilla, and now they got the new vanilla out where they say, well, we brought vanilla back. I went and started playing that, and the new vanilla is not the new vanilla. It's 4 times easier. It takes 1/4 the stuff to play the new vanilla, to play the old vanilla.
Like, not even a challenge no more.
It's not vanilla no more, but that's what World of Warcraft was doing back then. Was they were making the game harder, so hard to stay ahead of their players, defeating their strat. I mean, they'd come up with this uber awesome new dungeon, and freaking somebody beat it in a day. And so,
Right.
so it takes so much amount of studio time to build that kind of content. You can't have people beating you in a day. So they made it so epically hard that only a couple of us alliances could do that kind of stuff. And then I think by Lich King, we had basically a ton of alliance leaders where when a new king dungeon would come out, we were the epic players. We would go out and break the dungeon down and then take it back and teach the alliances. And by the time we broke it down and started training, you know, it was that kind of stuff. It was, you know, it was that way. I missed the vanilla, but I remember it took me 3.5 months to get my first ride, my first mount on my paladin when vanilla came out. I walked everywhere for 3.5 months. And then when you used to have to go kill the onyxia dragon, hell, you prepped for it for 4 days, and then you spent 2 hours traveling to it. And now you log in, you click a button. But that's one of the reasons I have the rules like no talking shit in the alliance chat, because you ran all the women off. How?
I think Groot fell asleep.
Groot fell asleep.
I think so.
You might want to right click him and then hit mute just so the stream doesn't hear that. Cause I'm not sure how you want to do that, but then you know.
Yeah.
A long day.
Well, it's after midnight for him. He was drinking beer and watching football when he invited me to this live chat.
He done got a little tipsy and tired and fell asleep, man. Kick the bucket.
Oh shit. Looks like he was looking for threats.
That's probably exactly what he was doing. Fell asleep mid-GOG sesh.
Yeah, look at his stamina. It's 80 open.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny as hell, man. I started hearing, and I'm like,
I thought somebody was mocking the story. They're like, but I bring all that stuff like when World of Warcraft started doing server migrations, it destroyed World of Warcraft. When they tried to consolidate the servers, the way they tried to do it, the fix wind up being let people pay a flat fee and go where they want to go. You know, charge them $25 for the first move and $50 for the second move or whatever. Make it an escalating thing if you want to, but let people choose who they want to play with, because but they don't think that way out of communist China. They think they can pre-form a group of spenders, and it's just not a good way to go.
Yeah.
If you allow people to pick where they want to go, eventually what'll happen is the game evens itself out, and people may jump from one team to another based on social stuff. And you wind up, you'll probably get more spending out of it if you let people do what they want to do. You'll get it into brackets to where you have kingdoms of free players that are in KVKs with other kingdoms of free players. And at that point, there's no sense frickin' being in NAP, because it's a little more even up. But they're not allowing that. I've said this before, that what Guns of Glory needed was a Care Bear starting system. Everybody starts in the same place, and then you transport to a kingdom. And let that kingdom advertise to bring you in so that it can refill its people. If they'd have just put that in the system, they would have never, ever needed a migration system.
A migration.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree with you 100% on that.
So some like 158's talking about losing some players over there. At least at that point they can say, hey, you know, we got enough free RSS that, you know, we need 300 new people we'll give free RSS to grow over here, so they can start refilling their numbers. You know, if they want to. But they took that off the table.
They did take it off the table, and I 100% agree, because in Kingdom 52, you know, everybody knows who Sasha is, and, you know, Sasha quit. He quit.
Didn't he fall off a mountain and like break his back or something?
I can't remember the exact story.
That's what Joker told me. If you were around when he was playing, he was on 242s, I believe.
I think so. I talked to Sasha a little bit, but it was a language barrier, and it was a little bit hard to understand, so I couldn't. And it's been a minute too, so I don't really know. But I'm pretty sure something major did happen like that, and Sasha ended up selling his account. And do you know who he sold it to?
No clue.
He sold it to fucking Girl or however you say their name.
That's how I say. Okay, yeah, I understand.
Girl, yeah. He sold it to Girl. So now Girl owned both the top 2 accounts in GOG and then I'm pretty sure he just sold his number 1 account, and staying at 52. But I'm not 100% positive on that.
Girl, he said he doesn't even play anymore.
That's what everybody's saying, but Girl is in 52. He's been active in 52. Unless he has somebody else running the account, he's been active in 52.
I'm sure that's what's going on. He might even be financing it. Who knows?
Probably, because you got to think that's the number 1 account now. Like, it's up there in the top 3 in the whole game. So he's got to be financing it.
Yeah, that was
making
the Palace. Yes, that was making the Palace when Asher's account was hitting it. So I'm sure it's maxed out.
Oh yeah, definitely. It was maxed out when he bought the account.
I was here. Sasha had a bunch of buy-bans on that castle, though.
Yeah, that is Groot snoring. Fell asleep.
Yeah.
I muted him so my stream couldn't hear it.
I muted too.
I don't know how to mute him on mobile.
Oh, on mobile? Click and hold his name, and there should be like a little thing. Just find the mute, hit the
oh, I see.
Check mark it.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Poor Groot. But yeah, Girl bought Sasha's account, and everybody is like saying, "Oh no, that's not what happened. Sasha's still playing." Because we see Sasha talking the 52 line chat or WhatsApp chat and all this, and I'm like, no, I am from Kingdom 52. Sasha quit.
They could just talk in a line group. It's not that hard to say hi to people.
Right. Like, exactly. Like 52. Apparently, 52 had a little bit of beef once they figured out because Sasha told everybody that he did indeed sell his account, but he never said who he gave it to. And then all of a sudden the account's name Girl is, and everybody's like, oh shit. That's who he sold it to.
What was that? When was Sasha's account named that?
Huh?
When was Sasha's account named that?
It was. I don't know if it's still named
that. That was Asher. Asher had the Girl as name.
Oh, I just removed Nico.
It was like the Korean.
Yeah. But huh?
I'm talking to my live chat. I removed that Nico guy.
Oh,
I just removed him from my chat from being a dick.
What was he talking shit?
Oh, he's one of these people like, I logged in after a 5-hour conversation and I only want you to talk about GOG instead of how we get to the point of taking experiences from the last 15 years and applying them to GOG, which is what the World of Warcraft was talking about.
Right.
What we learned from their failures, because they blew up a freaking multi-million-dollar company. You know.
Oh yeah, it's still been booming till this day.
Yeah, well they are, but you know they did a lot of stuff. I owned a computer store. I'll tell you one of the things they did to me from a retail side is they pre-sold us the DVDs for their new game coming out, and then they let Walmart put them in the store a day early, and then what's worse, or put them in a couple weeks early. We weren't allowed to sell them. And then they turned around and went online and let you download it that night. So you could have it before the DVD could be for sale. And I had, I think, 1,500 customers come and ask for a refund. Because they went online and bought it and downloaded it. And that game just fucked me in the ass. And then the only way I survived out of that was so all the people, the bandwidth of my town was so bad, it would take you about 45 hours to download the game, and I could load it off a thumb drive in 3 minutes. So I was charging people $10 to load the game up off a thumb drive.
Dang. Little side hustle going on here.
Yeah, it's what we had to do to survive. It screwed over the game stores, and it's just part of the market. And yeah, there's a lot of business stuff in the background, where I've been dealing with this stuff on the business side with these guys for
Right.
more than a decade. I understand how slimy they are. You got people who think that San Francisco is a great place because they raise a pirate flag and they steal from each other, and they never go to jail for the theft. I've been in a 15-year lawsuit with Google because they stole code from me.
But they stole coding from you?
Before Google was a publicly traded company, I used to put I did a lot of open source stuff for different projects. One of them being search engines. The big open source project was what we now call Google Maps. The ability for a computer to find the distance between two locations. It used to be that if you had one person doing that, because servers don't do graphical there was no such thing as a server graphics card. So it couldn't calculate the curvature of the Earth in trig. I built a database that basically took the distance between two. I took all the latitude and longitudes between post offices and built me a teacher's editions where the answers to the distances were in the back based on zip codes. And so basically, instead of calculating the distance in real time, which is what everybody was doing at the time, I turned around and just looked up the answer and estimated the distance. And what Google did was Google took I gave out the open source code on how other people could do that based on this company's database, the zip code database. And then Google turned around and bought that company, and to this day uses my code for a company they now own. And because the code is not relevant, I've been suing them because it can't be used by anybody but Google now. So I think they owe me bunches and bunches of money. Little thieving
I do
bastards.
agree with you on that. If they're going to steal your code, they should at least give you some money for it.
The reality is all these kind of projects are just determined out of one court in San Francisco, and that court is packed by freaking Google. So Google, there's people out there who own patents on sunglasses that they patented. The patent was written in the 1990s underneath the Clinton.
Right.
So patent law got so fucked up underneath the Clinton administration, it is really, really hard to protect your work since the 90s. There's a guy, the guy, you've seen these glasses, they got like a Team Sports sprayed on the glasses, you can see through them. The guy, I know the guy that owns that patent. His patent literally says anything that covers your eyes that can't be obscured. You can hang 2 pieces of toilet paper on a rim frame in front of your face, and you're in violation of his patent. Completely unenforceable. He doesn't sue anybody, but technically he owns the patent on sunglasses. Because no one ever dreamed of patenting sunglasses prior to that.
Right.
But he developed the ink. What he really made was the ink that you can see through. But that's not what he patented. He made it so that nobody else could make a new type of ink. And so what he does is, so if you create a new type of ink and spray it on the glasses, you're in violation of his patent, even though, so he didn't patent the ink. Well, he did patent the ink, but he can enforce his patent based on something different.
Gotcha.
Like I said, patent laws it's oh man, I got so many commercial spammers in here right now. So it's like I said, I've been doing this a long time. I don't when a lawyer threatens me, I don't even panic. I don't even call my lawyer anymore.
You can just handle that shit yourself. I am my own lawyer.
I send them my address. I said, send your freaking subpoena to here.
Right.
We'll go play.
We'll go play toe to toe real quick in the courtroom.
Well, one of the things.
Back.
Oh, is he back?
Yeah. Oh, let me go. How'd you know he was back if you muted him?
Watching the stream, he started moving.
Hey Groot, did you take a nice little power nap?
Got a 20-minute power nap in there? You were snoring.
Oh, thanks.
He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I was listening.
Uh-huh.
intently with his eyes closed. You were
Yeah.
we were affecting his dreams, is what we were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was dreaming about WoW. I think that's where he fell asleep at, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, right when you're talking about that, I heard the snoring.
Yeah, so he was dreaming about WoW. He was a character in WoW.
Thanks for waking up.
Yeah, like I said, that's the point to that was just you take the lessons from where they failed and hope you don't duplicate them. That's why when we talk about building your own game, it's like I've been studying this industry for 20 years and amongst other industries. My biggest problem, you got IT guys.
Gunmuse, you're gonna make a GOG 2.0.
We've been trying to find the investors to get it done. The problem that I have with investors want to be in charge. They don't know shit about what they want to. They just I'm fine with them with an investor throwing up the $7 to $8 million to build the game, or a group of investors for throwing up the game. But I don't want them to have control on how it's built because they don't know where the pitfalls are. All they know is they want their money back. That's all they know. But one of the reasons it's hard is there is no game out there that respects the influencer's capability to be an influencer. Or, like I said, Guns of Glory doesn't offer me an influencer account. They don't offer me a $20 free pack to tell, 1 million people a month that their game exists. They offer me nothing.
Right.
They spend money trying to shut me down because they think they're better at it. I guarantee you, I did this before on the Gunmuse platform with the gun industry. When I was running the Gunmuse search engine and I got in an argument with the National Shooting Sports Foundation, I had 26 million people a year searching for guns on my website. And I don't know if they were daring me or what. They said, you're not going to shut down that search. I said, I'll shut this shit down. You guys don't stop fucking people on the damn inventories. And they said, you won't do that. And I said, refresh your page. And I kept that search engine off for 4 years. They said, you're making too much money. I shut that shit. Principles are principles with me. I don't give a fuck. The money does not matter in that aspect.
It's the principle of it.
I know you can grow a market if you're honest with the market. And the National Shooting Sports Foundation was being infiltrated by George Soros. So they were trying to cut down. Back then when I was running the gun stuff, the owner of Colt was trying to buy Winchester and make me the CEO of Winchester because my search engine was so powerful.
Why'd that never happen?
We got outbid. Winchester was for sale for $14 million, and then we got into a bidding war with George Soros, who wound up buying it for $25 million.
Damn, that sucks. That would have been a nice little offer right there.
Well, my search engine, we like 2 million gun searches a month. We could have hit the market and just exploded because what my owning that search engine told us was I knew what everybody was really looking for because they're sitting in their home, they're comfortable, they're typing into the search engine what it is they want, their desires are. You'd have 20,000 people looking for a 7mm weight, and there's only 500 of them in the country. To put me in at the CEO and blend my marketing technology and what I have to understand what the market's looking for, this is why I got 1 million people a month coming to Rogers Raiders. I know what they want, and I also know what they're not getting. That's, I pay attention to what they don't find as much as I pay attention to what they find. And that's one of the hard things for other YouTubers to understand is I drive traffic to my channel. I don't get traffic from my channel. I am my own marketer.
You guys had the carnival fever or whatever it was for gems yet? I've joined yesterday because Groot just upgraded all of his gems. I'm gonna feel so bad if he can't do anything about it.
He upgraded all his gear today too, and then
Yeah.
Yes, we did yesterday.
Not getting the free stuff out of it. Oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes, we did. Matter of fact, I didn't finish because I got invited to this live. I didn't finish doing my gear upgrade, my gym upgrade.
Just saying, because otherwise he just got rid of a bunch of free stuff that he shouldn't have done.
Yeah, I
He got a
saved
bunch
it.
of guard XP and stuff today for equipment.
Well, more importantly, all them guard frags.
Yeah. 2 rocks? Yes, please.
So, do you know of any current games that are financially like that have the potential to be financially profitable?
For what, an investor?
A player or an investor, yeah.
No, because the gaming industry is still operating off the Facebook model, where an investor comes in there, throws $20-30 million at the project, then they go to Facebook and it becomes a hit or miss. The way to do this is to basically build Guns of Glory, right? But we come in there with a completely different database model, because they're still operating off a 2005 wireframe, and we go in there with databasing, so that when you add new stuff to the game, it automatically adds to the loot, and then you're not paying for studio time over and over and over and over again. Fun Plus redoes their studio time way too often, and in China the labor cost is not negligible. But
I agree.
The
updates are way too quick.
Well, when they do those updates, they don't go back over and update the expeditions automatically. So what you would do is tie your top loot or your loots into so nothing's tied to a database. I can tell you from looking from the outside, it's all hand coded because their labor's cheap. So I would redesign the wireframe. It wouldn't take but 6 months to build a game. From scratch.
What games do you know today that have a real world currency?
Getting your defense research done is going to be amazing for when you actually start building up your firewall, because that's the extra base stats that'll just help you out a lot.
We were talking with the host here group. I have the capability of building my own cryptocurrency so that I can go international with this stuff, and to build a branch off that stuff. And then I'm gonna the roadblock to really keeping your profit in your game is the app stores. Okay. Since I can circumvent Facebook and with the cryptocurrency, I'll be able to circumvent the app stores. I just put 60 cents on every dollar back in the hands of the owner of the game. So when you're talking about being profitable, we don't have to knock our head. You don't have to make $50 million a year to keep $5 million a year. We can make $8 million a year and keep $5 million a year. And then you can lower the cost to the player so that you get a bigger, wider base of players, and then it becomes scalable easy. It's curvature math. You lower the price, you get more people in it, but you got to make the profit. And the problem winds up with is if it's going through the app stores, they're taking too much money. They're getting 30 cents. Google has got a 30% world tax on all gaming. You've got to get out from underneath it, and as long as they are the key to the dollar, they're the gateway to the dollar. We can remove that with crypto. That's why the White House is so anti-crypto right now. Is Google's anti-crypto until they get their own shit established. Facebook's anti-crypto until they get their own stuff established, because they want to own their own currency. Basically, you're talking about reproducing a dollar, which technically is counterfeiting underneath U.S. law. But crypto is not money. Crypto is property. And underneath the current law, if you're not interfacing with the bank, they can't tax you on it. They can't say anything. It's barter. They can't touch you. And I'm one of the few people that's not afraid of the IRS. With Rogers Raiders, I see you holding up your hand. What?
Not at all. No, so I was talking about games that have, a real world currency exchange. with the dollar and other currencies around the world. And there's only one that I can really think of. That would be Entropia. It used to be like WoW, and WoW had a real world currency exchange, right? You used to be able to take money out and put money in.
No, not on WoW.
Entropia, you can.
There are games that are out there. There's a crypto called Axios, and they keep launching a new game every 3 months to where you earn money in crypto, and then you can literally get it into your bank in just a couple trades. That exists.
Right.
So the model works. The games suck. The games are just absolutely horrendous. Nice. They're worried about how much money they make in fees. They're not worried about whether or not people actually enjoy the game.
Have you ever heard of Never Die?
If you made a crypto to make a game with, I would buy quite a bit of it.
Yeah. Never Die? No, I had.
Have you ever heard of Never Die? His game tags Never Die. His name's John Jacobs.
Have not.
You should check out his story through Entropia. You'd be intrigued by it.
Yeah. Oh, let me make a note.
I have an account over there that's worth about 12 grand right now. It was a free-to-play account.
Is it a bottable game?
No, you can. It's a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. You play. It's not Android. It's on PC. They do have an Android thing that you connect to, like the auctions and the mining and or the auctions and crafting and whatnot. But it's
the new
PC game.
The new optical character recognition software, you can bot anything now. Even in World of Warcraft days, back when I used to manipulate the auction house, I had a fishing bot. And so I had infinite amount of gold because when I walked away from the game, the thing was fishing all night long. And selling that in the auction house for raid food. Yep. Hold on here.
I created the town in that game called Twin Peaks. So we were the 3 main merchants in that game when it first came out.
What's his name?
Project Entropia was the original one.
What's never what?
His name is John Jacob. Never Die.
And what's the game?
John Jacobs. Jon.
What's the game?
Jacobs. Entropia.
All right.
I think you would be intrigued by that game, the way you analyze and articulate.
I cannot hear whoever it is.
That's Groot 158.
Yeah, I'm not hearing him.
His voice a
Is
little
that better?
bit. Yeah, a little bit clearer. Yeah. I break down the. Look, you seek experience where it's at. You don't have to fail yourself to learn. You can learn from other people's failures and successes. Find out what worked, what didn't work. Learn to blend the things together.
Well, John Jacobs bought a virtual planet inside of the game. He second mortgaged his house in Miami, bought an open auction for $100,000 bid in an open auction. Bought a virtual planet. Made $1 million in the first year, sold it 3 years later for like $900,000, and then turned around and actually bought another planet in the game called Rocktropia.
What game?
But people log in and go visit his planet, mine, and hunt and craft, and yep.
That's absolutely.
But they have DJs and.
I tell you, the people playing games on a PC is a slowly drifting down, dying market. I don't know that I would chase that type of game these days. But the concept of it definitely would be built into an Android game that I would definitely. I love the concept of it because it's kind of what I was already thinking. There's a way to get money back out of the game. Because in your
instant.
Yeah, there's in crypto, the mining money is in processing transactions with a graphical device, and your phone's a handheld graphical device. So just playing the game, you could be running in the background the ability for them to earn money while they're playing the game, while they're buying other stuff. And the more stuff they buy, the more money they would get from playing the game. So a guy that plays for free all the time would make a fortune from the guys who spend money to play. It's
right.
That's an explosive growth model. Yeah, it's all that's I'm already on board with all that stuff. How we're going to do it on an Android game yet, I'm not truly certain, but I'm trying to put the keys in together now. Like I said, my currency to control whatever we're going to do, I'm already working on. I'll have that up in a couple weeks. I've already got the servers built and hardened, and we're going to launch the nodes for the currency transition here very shortly. So I'm going to have the money system built in a couple weeks, and hopefully that'll be something that I can bring more investors in on and say, look, this is built already, and let us get the other stuff. The things where we need the money for, I need money for certain types of programmers and the graphical interface. The user interface is always the most expensive part. What people see, that's you have to pay artists a bunch of money. What happens to be a detriment to most gaming companies where people invest is you let those people think they know how to build a company. They don't understand business. They're poets. They're artists. They don't understand what needs to be done 5 months from now to make sure that everybody still has a job. They don't think that long term. I'm always looking for PHP programmers, and those people have a poetic mind, and every one of them thinks they can run my company. Simply because I ask them to do something, I know how to write in PHP, I know what I ask of them. So as soon as they think they're doing this, well, this would be a great idea. I'm like, ugly sells is the word I start using. I'm not looking for pretty right now. I'm looking for function. If it works, people are happy. We can make it pretty later. First you make it function, then you make it pretty. I've seen some really ugly games that people are fanatics about. Man, there's a strategy game where they had Hillary Clinton versus Trump, and you went in and you bought all the stuff to way back before the election stuff. I was number 3 in the world on that game. But it was all predictive math for what you did to get ahead in the events constantly and ongoing. And I was number 3 in the world, and there was 480,000 players in that game. And I hadn't played that game since I played Guns of Glory. When I started playing Guns of Glory, I never played that game again. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, getting revenue out. But there has to be revenue in. And then it's got to be ever expanding. Because then the marketing becomes like like you say, I got $12,000 sitting over there. That's marketing for that game, right? Hey, I made 12,000. How long did it take you to get 12,000 bucks over there? John?
John?
I think he froze. Yep, oh, there he's back. How long did it take you to get $12,000 over in Entropia?
Well, I wasn't a serious dedicated player. But for what I played, about 3 years of just fooling around.
I mean, $4,000 a year for playing a game. I
like to go mine hunting, and it was fun.
See,
but now probably my best single loot in the game in today's market would probably be about $45,000.
Oh, but you already sold it? Yeah.
Sold it at a lower market value than what it is today.
It's like when I had the store down there, I had this kid come in and says, "Will you take Bitcoin for me to buy something in the store?" and I had to go set up a Bitcoin wallet. I didn't even know what Bitcoin was at the time, and I put $60. I bought one Bitcoin, which cost $60, and put it in the wallet to get it open. And then I was watching the Big Bang Theory. Bitcoin's worth $5,000. Nobody can remember their password. I went, Bitcoin's worth $5,000? I hadn't even paid attention. And then I went and looked it up because of the delay of the TV show. Bitcoin was worth $17,000 by the time I looked it up. And I went, holy crap, I got a Bitcoin somewhere. And I think it took me 6 weeks to remember my password on the Bitcoin because I hadn't used it in like 6 years. And I sold it, and I got like $22,000 on my Bitcoin. And then it just, it just hit 80,000 this year once or twice. It's been one of those things that I kept. But I made more money. I make $6,000 a month off crypto right now, off a $200 investment I made in June. You
have your technology for that out, like the way you're doing your bot. I think you said is how you were doing that.
Yep. Well, it's a combination. I held off on the Idle Tools channel. I started getting some of the preliminary done because I knew this crash in crypto was coming. So I would say in about 2 months, just about basically anybody that follows the new model I'm going to put out here, you're going to make money. It's just it'll be a no-brainer because we're going to be on a 4-year climb, always going up, with just little micro dips. As long as you don't panic when it dips and you don't turn around and try and outsmart other people. The market's being influenced by politics. There's some very, very, very wealthy people who control the stock market who are trying to control crypto, and the cycles follow each other. And then I found some loopholes in the cycles where they're preempting the old charts by every month. They predate it by another week. So they're still using old charts, but they predate it by another week. I don't know. It just interested me. I was stuck in the hospital for a week, and I started reading, and math interests me. So, it's just I instantly looked at something and said, I see a pattern there. And it's a pattern that when I started looking on Twitter and Reddit and everything else, it's a pattern that no one else saw and no one else, the market doesn't agree with. And I bought in. I got $10,000 worth of equipment in this room now, and it's all basically free because I've been playing with the house's money. But I got enough power now that when I produce my own crypto for the gaming side, I'm going to blend these markets together. That I can process as the market starts to grow. Even if I'm the only guy mining my own crypto, I can process the transactions and they'll get done. So I needed a network to know that I could control my own network again. I'm a vertical builder, man. I control every aspect of it so that no part of it fails. It just takes time to do that. Well, the crypto pool that I'm about to market there, Rip, all the pool's money is going to go to my military charity. So that 0.5% fee that you pay to a pool, that's all going to charity after cost. But I've already bought all the equipment, bandwidth, and processing power I need for the next 3 years. So my pool cost is exactly zero for the next 3 years. I already own all that server power. That way so when there's bad times or the economy crashes, I don't die. I'm not going to go away. No matter how bad the economy gets, nothing going on is going to affect me. I pre-bought the next 3 years. I'm prepared for rough times. It's like the survival method. It's like the internet's version of the survival food, right? Got to be a prepper.
Coming back, I go to smoke one.
Well,
hey guys, I think Luke's addicted to smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. Well, Ron, like Ron was talking about, the NFT market in crypto, where people can get some rare digital thing and you own it on the crypto chain and you are identified as the official owner in your personal secure wallet. That is where, not only can you sell back stuff for real money, that's where, that's happening in a lot of places. You can do that in almost any game, but it's not built into every game now. I've got a couple godless dollars they're the in God we trust wasn't printed on the dollar. That at some point in time I'm going to mint them into NFTs so that you can prove you're the owner of that godless dollar and it's a verified godless dollar. And then we'll do a giveaway on those things because they're like worth $300 a piece. But there's so much counterfeiting out there that you go on to eBay and somebody's selling a counterfeit one for, $220. But there weren't that many of them. There was only one bank in Florida that ever sold the godless dollars. There is like 1,000 times more fake godless dollars than there are real ones. And then I got a roll of copper nickels. We can't even verify in a book when that mistake took place. They're so rare. I can't even remember where I bought them. But the only one I found on the web for a 2016 copper nickel was like $10,000 a nickel, and I got 2 rolls of them.
Yeah, I got a couple 150 silver pieces.
Don't lie, you
$500
robbed somebody
boxes
for
from
them.
the bank.
Yeah. Somebody show me where I could sell these copper nickels for $10,000 a piece. They'd be gone tomorrow. Yeah.
Right?
I've got a bunch of stuff that I actually need to sell to things like I have a 66 390 GT with a 360 Shelby in it. And because of my injuries, I can't drive a clutch anymore. Especially that one. And there were only 300 of these cars built. And
you use some paddle shifter.
No, it's the old mechanical dump truck. It's a mechanical clutch. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
In my Cadillac though, I got an LS7 hydraulic clutch in that. Now that car goes 191 miles an hour. The dangerous part of that is because I can't feel my legs, you can really throw way too much power to the road. In third gear, if I accidentally slip on the accelerator at 90 miles an hour, the car goes sideways. It's dangerous for me simply because it is so powerful. Yeah, I'm going to do an ergo pool. Rip. I think ergo has potential and it's got bad marketing, and I'm hoping that my military tie-ins with the ergo pool and the gaming tie-in will demonstrate to that very good mathematical coin that they got potential if they just clean up some other stuff. And if I bring enough market to it, I'll actually have voting power over there to shape their direction a little bit. Yeah. And then I've got enough XMR in an account right now that if it takes me more than a year and a half to build a game, I think XMR is going to be over $10,000 a coin within the next 3 years. I'm going to finance the game myself just on what I bought in XMR. I think I'll make $25 million off the XMR. Yeah. The potential is there. Yeah. I think everybody's getting tired. Yeah.
Well, I hopped on EVE Online at Board of GOG.
I'm just big chilling, not talking, listening. That's all I'm doing. I'm nowhere near tired.
I'm going to put my Discord up here in my chat over here. RogersRaiders.com/Discord. Yeah. I'm still trying to get, man, if you like, and I should have said it earlier while we had like 65, 70 people on there, like and subscribe to the Gunmuse channel here. I am trying to get to that 10,000 subscriber number. No, I don't buy subscribers. What's up?
Read the chat. Read the chat, please, in my game.
Oh, hold on. Good live stream, Groot. Hitman. Oh, wrong chat. Bye. Hitman. Even though I did call you a dickhead, Mayor Hitman. That's not fake news.
I was about to say everybody's been saying that in KC about how you and somebody else were calling Hitman a dickhead and other shit, and he's been pretty butthurt about it.
He was doing shout outs. He was killing people on day one. He was doing everything he could to run off new players of the game who just bought a new phone, downloaded the game, didn't know nothing about Guns of Glory, and Hitman was there to prove that they needed to spend $500 on day one or they weren't worthy to be in his air, and no one knows who the fuck Hitman is. I can guarantee you that it went on for too long, he's going to find out who the hell I am. But from gameplay, not from me trying to set policy, I don't think it's a good idea that if you're starting in a new kingdom, have enough respect that the people who are going to the new kingdom have never seen Guns of Glory before. To turn around and do these kingdoms, you violated the kingdom rules. What rules? Written where? Nobody knows these rules because nobody knows what the hell where they're at. They're in somebody's brain in some R5 room with 9 guys in it, and no one knows what the hell. Then they turn around and says, well, you can kill anybody who's not in the top 30. In other words, the guy who just joined the kingdom today, you can kill him. How's that good for your KVK team in 3 months? Nothing that they're doing says these guys should stick around for a long time. So 747 looks like a good spot for those of us who are old farts and know how to play the game. It looks to be a very active kingdom. But if we don't have a way to protect players that we're training, that are learning, then in 6 months when they are still hot and heavy, remember how long it took us to get a little bored with Gun Gory? These guys 6 months to a year from now will still be hot and heavy, wanting to play KVK. He's going to show up at 2 o'clock in the morning and fill a damn tower. He's going to show up to Darklands on the night before. He's going to rebuild his troops. He's going to help other people. You don't want to run those people off. It's the same reason I don't even like women doing the shitty women on women talk in the chat, is because a bunch of housewives just stop logging on. When you see people attacking each other verbally in there, and there is the largest crowd in any game is the lurker, the people who watch but do not engage. And when they see nothing but shit talk, they come home from work, they're stressed, they sit on the couch, they want to play a game and relax. There ain't nothing relaxing about constant shit talking and aggravation. It's like listen to your kids argue 5 feet away. That's not relaxing. That is not helping people. So it's just I tell people it's a public forum. Don't let people act in any way that you wouldn't act in the middle of a room with your mother standing next to you. You know, I often say this because it was part of my naval career, is no one has ever talked to me in real life the way they talk to me on the web, because outside slapping distance, you are safe to think whatever you want to and say whatever you want to. But face to face, it takes a lot more nerve.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
But I've gotten so used to dealing with like the leftist thing. You know, the leftists they've been trained. First you insult. First you make a false statement, and then you insult when you get called out on it. But they never provide fact or back anything up, and then it just becomes insult after insult. I don't even know any other way that they debate or argue. The insult is a victory for them. The so yeah, but it doesn't faze me. Like I said, no one's ever talked to me the way they, face to face that way. It's a lot of nerve, even disabled. Well, I don't know.
Everybody has an opinion.
Hell, I live in a rough part of the country. I mean, I had a guy try to carjack me in my driveway.
What state
couple
do
months
you
ago.
live in?
New Mexico. I'm right down here on the border.
Yeah, I live in a pretty rough part myself, also, so I understand how that shit goes.
Around here,
You've been to El Paso?
Been to where?
El Paso?
Oh yeah.
Like a Mexican flea market 24/7?
I went to kindergarten in Douglas, Arizona, and there everybody below the 3rd grade went to school on the Mexican side of the border. I remember when I was in kindergarten, a 2nd grade Mexican girl kicked me square in the nuts for being a white kid. I've been in this part of the rough country. No, hell no. I don't. Yeah, no tiene cara verde. No tiene cara verde. Let me get out. I
grew up in LA. I had to learn Spanish.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee.
When someone's speaking in Spanish,
Northwest Florida now.
Do I understand Spanish?
I'm
yes.
in Northwest Florida.
You're not sliding anything by me by speaking Spanish. I understand it. I just for some reason cannot articulate it to speak it. But I've been to 28 countries. And there when I started Guns of Glory, back when my mind was a little bit sharper than it is today, I mean, I could still speak a little Filipino and a little Thai from being overseas. And
Tagalog.
We're looking. Man, I am so hungry. Talking to Germans these whole times. I want some bratwurst. I know there's some in my freezer.
Braunschweiger is better.
Hello, Groot.
Yeah, Braunschweiger is way better.
What was I noticing on his account? He doesn't have some of his auto buttons set. Look at the top of some of your pages there when you're clicking through. There's some help check boxes you got to put in there. You don't have them equipped so you can get down to single click.
What are you talking about?
I don't remember which window. There's some windows that popped up that I noticed you don't have your check boxes clicked. See, that's why you don't like the artillery. Is you like to hit the equalize button. Yeah. Like I said, one of the fixes they could put in the game without having to blow up the math that they built in troop formations or defense formations, just fix the artillery speed so no one's bitching about artillery being in a damn rally or killing threats, and you would probably see 90% of the people just at least get back into the strategy learning at their pay level. If you're a max stat,
I personally don't use any artillery.
Well, a max stat castle is a max stat castle, right? Like I said, the artillery guys, the guys who got to put some artillery in the defense side, have got to defend themselves from a max stat castle because they can't do it any other way. You need that health math. It's very important. You need to do that damn ugly ass artillery research.
I don't think cavalry these days.
For defense? Because cavalry
just
defense.
On general marches these days, when you see them in the events, everybody's using a full cavalry march with cavalry guards, or maybe a 50-50 infantry and cavalry with infantry guards.
For PvP, it's for PvP you can get away with that. PvE events, you still got to use a distance march for PvE. For PvE player versus environment threats, those are, for all intents and purposes, an infantry. So you have to use distance march. Like the wolf is an infantry player.
Wolf is distance, I thought.
No, the wolf is infantry, so you use distance against them for a better score.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. I got you.
Yeah. So against the cavalry march, the wolf will lower your score. So in like 747, I'm building I'm building cavalry, and basically one of the reasons I'm building cavalry is I want to log on and just use my cavalry march and get things done quicker. You know, it's a time.
Stack or cavalry only?
I'm stacking cavalry. That way, anybody running a distance march because they think they got a cool ass march from their wolf hits, and they hit my castle, they're just gonna lose their freaking march. Yeah. Whatever the game changes, I'll break it back down. That at the end of the day, the computer's doing math. I'll break the math down to one way or another. Oh, he's about to build a whole bunch of troops. Man, don't you want to wait till they're selling you troop training gear? What was it, $225 for the troop training gear?
I believe so. About 220, 225, yeah.
I don't even know when we're going to be able to buy it.
I think it's after like the first month of the kingdom being open, to be honest.
I'll wait. I can play at 0 forever. Yeah.
Some people spend a ridiculous amount of money on this game.
Yeah. You play tennis and buy a racket.
No offense, Gunmuse.
Huh? What?
I said some people spend a ridiculous amount of money on this game.
I know,
no
but I know.
Gunmuse is coming to 0, you know.
But I don't spend a ridiculous amount of money. I spent a ridiculous amount to get out ahead for the 592 project. That was a business decision. It had nothing to do with my gameplay style. And 362, where I run an epic castle and would lose, a third of my stuff. I was $800 a month for KVKs, and then in 312, where I was one of the top players there for a long time, I don't think I spent $3,000 in the whole time I played in that kingdom.
That's something that we've kind of figured out a little bit, is if you can get your guys to first listen and send your hospital capacities for KVK, then you don't get dead troops as long as you heal them whenever you get hit.
Yeah, you got to have the RSS and stuff. Yeah, and I do that. But you got to realize that
the first one's free.
Some of what I got to do is I got to put the mistake on film so I can talk about the mistake. So when I spent $30,000 on freaking Guns of Glory, I have to make the mistake, or I don't have anything visually to talk about. So people don't understand the business side of it. It's about, this is how I reach my market, and then this is how it lets the others say, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're doing. I'm like, I have to make the mistake, or I'm not on the same side as the viewer. I'm on their side. Yeah.
I'm just talking about if you can get your guys to send their hospital capacities to towers during KVK or UAC. Well, not necessarily UAC, but KVK, they have a better survival rate.
Right. When we start doing KVKs and I'm done with I have to hold myself back here to get the video shot. When I'm done with that, I'll probably be around number 15 on the power list, and that's where I like to sit. I like to sit back there in about number 15 in the power list in the kingdom if I can. I never got that chance in 592. The running out in front of everybody else was, the market didn't like it. None of the people that watched wanted to see me coin. They wanted me to keep doing what I'd been doing for a long time that built up the market. They don't want to see some guy go out there and spend a whole crap load of money. Who's that other YouTuber that just come out and started coining his ass off?
Richie?
Yeah, I've already learned the lesson he's about to learn, and that nobody gives a shit that you're spending money. They
see people burning. That's
Yeah.
what gets videos, I think. You see a lot of the guys that come out besides you that just have nothing but videos with music playing and then burning people for KVK and stuff.
Well, you can't grow without words. YouTube.
Fast forwarded version of KVK.
Yeah, you can't grow without words. You've got to be able to articulate what you're saying, because if you don't do that, then the search engines have no respect for you. I think the biggest challenge that I had to overcome when I started doing the YouTube full time was I'm used to being in front of a room of 50 freaking alpha males, that are getting set to go kill somebody and giving a training lecture. And YouTube is not me talking to 2,000-3,000 people. It's me and one other guy in his house, one other girl in their house. It's all one-on-one, right. And I have to talk that way. And I've been talking to a group of people for so long with so much confidence. It's hard to turn around and personalize through the video communication.
Gunmuse, I send you a picture. What means this?
Understandable.
This is from the lady we have before in our chat. These pictures. He is sending me. I sent Gunmuse a picture.
Yeah, I lost 90,000 troops.
A picture of what?
Yeah,
we can't. Send you a picture now.
We can't. Where'd you send it to me? Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Oh. From other players that your in-game behavior violates our standards for Guns of Glory. That was sent to you?
No, to the lady. Lady sent me this picture now.
Did someone just get banned?
I sent it to you too.
These are these first warnings, and these things seem to come out of nowhere. I got a whole bunch of these over and over and over again where you got like 3-day silences out of, we have received in-game complaints that from other, I probably got one in my mailbox if I logged in, that he's trying to sell his account. That didn't happen. That's not even happening. The Guns of Glory aims to build a free and healthy environment for all players, and accounts selling or sharing strictly prohibited. Tell Escher that. That's a damn paid for play pro team. Yeah, that count ain't. I bet you that count has never gotten one of these emails.
Escher,
I see it the first time.
That's the first time. Oh, I've seen those. I got a whole. There's a whole bunch of that stuff that. Yeah, I got those before. I'm telling you, there's several different what people think what people think I'm doing as conspiracy seas. There's several different business models taking place at the same time. And
Tom Vapor enjoyed our server.
Yeah, the person who probably said, we've received several complaints. Well, I can tell you right now, this is where we have to go. Here's a learning lesson, right? So Guns of Glory received several complaints that lady was selling his account. Bullshit. I'll tell you why. Because Guns of Glory don't read anything that goes into the customer support fucking system. It's a separate fucking company doing their customer support, and they don't fix shit in less than 3 months. The stuff where
is that what they're saying? Lady was muted for?
Yeah, I'm telling you right now. The person who did the muting was watching this and turned around and did it because you're messing with their black market sales. That's what's going on, or they deem that you are whatever things, because customer support has never answered a.
That does that?
The mod has not. Mod doesn't have that power. Mod does not have the power to send that out. This is somebody that is an actual employee at FunPlus, and since they and because they only have this, the third-party customer support system. I've had these guys mail me in game. Yeah, keep complaining to customer support and see what I mean. They talk to me when I send to customer support. Some other player will talk to me about what I sent to customer support. There's no firewall between them running their black market shit and doing other stuff. There's no firewall to it. If they can steal money from you, they're doing it. Their morals and our morals are not the same morals. And you just got to realize that. Yeah.
Right.
When you're messing with their money, you're in their way. And there's nobody that's been more in their way than me.
Money hungry.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, when we went after the RSS sales teams, they didn't know what to do about us. They just, it's like, well, why? It was like, I mean, they got to the point where they were offering us free RSS if we just stopped shutting down their RSS sales teams. Because I tried
I wonder how they feel about the outside resource bots, like buying resources from a seller. You pay $60 and get like 800 million of this and like a billion of this or whatever.
That castle is being spawned, which means somebody has developer access to spawn a castle. And then a developer account that spawns that castle can produce as much RSS as they want to. If I go to my little Indian guy and freaking say, hey, I got $10, man, I want to go from C30 to C35. 5 minutes later, he's giving me coordinates, and I'm plundering that freaking castle. There's no bot farms anymore.
What do you think about those messages with people selling resources? Is that a scam?
No. I've been using it for a year. I used to drop $100 a week worth of RSS for my alliance because they got zeroed every day by the damn developer team. I made sure they never ran out of RSS. No, it's not a scam. Well, I guess depending on who you do business with. But
Some people can scam you out of it and act like they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's at the end of the day.
But that's with everything.
At the end of the day, you can hit any castle you want to in the game, right? If that castle is full of RSS, not your fault.
The first question.
And if you're not the guy if you're not the guy making the castle, then you're not the guy cheating.
Nope. You just found a castle with a lot of resources, that's all.
The first question, if you be a moderator, is what you're doing if anybody attacking some castle in your kingdom. It's the first question you have to answer. You have to do nothing. This is a war game. It's a strategy game. Anybody can kill anybody. That is the game. There are no rules. Official is no rule.
Yeah,
I don't think being a mod is worth it, to be honest. They don't do anything for a mod.
The hour requirement to be a mod is way above the reward for being a mod.
It's only like 4 hours a day.
It's the first question.
It's too much. When they first started that thing, they invited me. I got into the developer program. I went in there and I got authorized to do that, to write the content that's up in that. I never got that far because the training program to get certified for that, they literally trained you how to lie. Lie about this, lie about that. I mean, that seriously, lie and deny was what you learned if you wanted to be in that program. So I went through all the steps and learned what I needed to learn to become that. And then I said, no, I'm not doing that shit. But I just wanted to get through the system to see what the system was like. And then because I suspected that was taking place, they were tricking those kids. They would tell you, well, we'll give you a reward, but they wouldn't tell you what it is up front. And basically it come down to about 20,000 gold a month is what you would make, worth of stuff. It wasn't worth it. And when you hear me talk about Tom Sawyer marketing, they got somebody else to paint their fence and made it sound like fun. So somebody needs the right content to compete against Gunmuse, and we'll give you 20,000 gold to go do it. And then generally somebody would go out there and watch one of my videos and just write it down and put it in the game. Then they got to where they were preempting content. Here about the last year that stuff is preempted, but it's still not proper. It's not clean. It's poor marketing. Their marketing company is not a very good marketing company. And they still haven't figured out that when they spend money to come after me, it makes me money. You go out there and start to trying to freaking tear me down on YouTube, I make more money when they try to tear me down than I do any other time. If they leave me alone, the freaking profits go to crap.
So drama gets views.
Drama does get views, but I don't operate a drama channel. They
No, I
try.
just see it kicking when they get that way.
Well, what they'll do is they'll give an insider to who can go out there and build a video before I do, and then they'll push fake subscribers and views towards that insider. And because they're usually new accounts, I got hour power. Man, so many hours of me have been watched. I'm in the, a little over 600,000 hours have been watched of me. So, and that's a part of the algorithm. As soon as they come up with a word or keyword, all I got to do is turn around and use that keyword, and then I take them over. I become number one on YouTube. I just slam right past them. So they go out and hire a marketing company to generate market, and then I just take the market away from them for free. That's how they make money. And then I'm a monetized channel, so when I take the market away from them for free, I get all the views. And then because markets aren't bear traps, all the views that they did get that were real, those people come see what I think about it anyway. People want to get different opposing views. I was done. I was going to quit Guns of Glory content. I literally had quit it. Nobody knew I quit it. And then they came out with a damn guard update during COVID. And I got bombarded by the market saying, I'll just wait for Gunmuse to figure this shit out. And they literally guilted me into doing the guard analysis.
Come on now.
No, that's the only reason I come back was I felt like it did seem like I abandoned the market. I didn't have the pay for stuff over there, and I was just kind of done with it. I was tired of it. I was tired of playing the game. I had quit in January of that year, and then COVID came out in February. But and then they did that update during COVID, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. These idiots changed the game while people are bored and looking at the screen for 8 hours a day. Now they got 8 hours of something they don't understand. And it was so complicated in 6 different directions that I couldn't figure out. I understood what was going on, but I honestly couldn't figure out how to explain it to everybody just yet. Because it was the guards are like 6 different levels of interaction. And they keep trying to fix that, and it needs to be either different areas of the game or just less complication. They don't want to give up on their math algorithm. They tie everything to that. They don't want to rebite that core. I was explaining earlier, when somebody goes with like a 3% troop training buff. Well, it's not a 300% troop training buff. It's not 300% on your troop training, right? Your troops would be, instantly built.
It's like hitting the wolf, and then hitting it a second time with a 50% attack buff on. You don't get no more damage.
No, sure don't, because the wolf
just tested it this last wolf.
The wolf is in brackets. The damages are in brackets, and there's a 5% plus or minus damage range within those brackets. There are some tricks to those wolves, like I think in March 3, if you go hit another castle and then come back and hit the wolf, you don't suffer the reduction damage. Whatever March there is, that there's a reduction damage. If you figure, I haven't written it down. I haven't done a video on it. Because as soon as I do a video on it, they'll patch it. But it's like you go do another hit, and it resets the hits, and you go get that strong hit again. And there's a pattern to it. Actually, I think you're in a language. Ask Turtle. Ask Shannon. She knows what it is. She knows the pattern. I never cared. I figured if I ever put the pattern out there, they'd just patch it. Look at Yuki Mark. Gun your back. So somebody doesn't go watch my YouTube channel for a year, and all of a sudden I'm back. It's that personalized perspective,
Damn it,
right?
by the
The
way, I joined Roger's Discord.
yeah. Yeah, there's lots of good people. In the Discord. There's people who love helping other people out in there, and I don't have to actually go in there and answer questions in there just because there's people who know what they are, and I monitor it, but it
They're
allows
just like you. They know the game.
they know the
They know the
game,
back.
they know they're
ins and
helpful,
outs.
and I don't have to monitor. I monitor it to make sure there's nothing negative taking place in there.
Right.
But I
No
don't.
trolls and
I
other
don't.
good shit.
I don't have talk bots in there or any of that other stuff. Because I don't want people turning off your notifications. If I turn around and send out something, I deem it to be a little bit of importance. And
Right.
if everybody's getting ding donged on their phone every time somebody chats in the damn Discord, no one wants their freaking ding dongs on, so they don't join. That's why it's hard.
I just mute the section.
Yeah, well, that's why it's hard to build these communities up. And then the other thing is,
I made it. Sorry, I made it about the bot here.
yeah,
I was trying it out.
the bots.
I was, yeah,
the
Discord bots.
I just I've learned that a long time ago about building communities. The worst thing about any community you're building is for it to be empty to start, where because no one wants to be lonely in a chat room. So, like with Rogers Raiders, when I built up the forum section over Rogers Raiders, that's rough because nobody's talking yet, right? And I'm about to make that go away anyway because I'm not happy with that structure. And like I said, I'm going to build something that's a little more personal and smaller, to where, yeah, you can talk with your tower team. You can talk with your alliance. And the Discord channel can be for everybody, I can blow that up, and then I don't have to play with the software updates and stuff like that on Discord. I need to figure out how to stream to Discord. I've never streamed to Discord ever. The format's kind of nice, but I won't tolerate the low quality. But I don't know if I've bought. Okay, here's his stream. I don't know that I don't think I've maxed out my Discord server, but I got a lot of money in my Discord server. But a lot of people donate to my Discord server too. So like other people donate money to the Discord server to make sure it's got features. Basically features about how long content will stay in there. What is the Discord? Okay, HTTPS. Fat finger. I'm getting tired and hungry.
Really Gun, Hill Climb Racing 2.
I love Hill Climb Racing 2, dude. I have a blast. I have a blast in that thing. Yeah. I like car games. I love those drag race games. Yeah. Dude, I am at heart.
Have you played No Limit?
What is it?
No Limit. It's called I think it's No Limit 2.
You have
to actually tune the car yourself.
Oh, I play a couple car tuning games.
Yeah, it's an amazing game. It's a drag game.
No bullshit. I'm certified by Holly to tune their computers. Yeah.
Damn.
I can start an engine in a shopping cart and fucking drag race you.
Imagine fucking drag racing a shopping cart.
Matter of fact,
on
my YouTube channel, when I went to the Holly Performance School for professional racing, I have my 5.3, which did 850 horsepower on gas. I have the dyno that was my class project. It was 850 horsepower on gas before we put it in. And by the, I never did put the video up of when we put the turbos on it, but we broke 6,000 horsepower on a 5.3 cubic inch engine.
Jesus fuck.
It lasted almost 11 minutes. It blew itself up. But yeah, that little 5.3, I had it doing 11,000 RPM. My big block motor in my Fairlane, so a big block's usually limited about 3,800 RPM for the old big blocks from the 60s. My big block motor will run 7,000 RPM all day, every day, like a small block. I love taking that old car. I got rust in the rear panels. I take that out on the highway, be doing about 80, and one of these brand new Camaros or Corvettes will pull up next to me and start throttling. I drop it into second gear, and I go from 80 to 150 in a little under a second in that car. And it's on pump gas. But because I don't run out of, I can drop it down to second gear and rev the motor out of reach of any modern motors. But they're rare, and it's hard to get. Before I turned this into a studio, I had 11 engines on engine stands in here that I just designed and built them, and they were just sitting around like freaking projects. And then I held a garage sale one day and sold all the engines to clear the place out. But I probably had $6,000-$7,000 into each engine and sold them for like $2,200 a piece. And then there's people running around town all over the place that just love the shit out of me because these engines just blow everybody away. I just come up with new ideas. There's a lot of old tech from like the 30s, 40s, 50s that is better than stuff that's put out today, but you have to know it exists. You have to understand why it's good and how you can modify the old thinking to modern tech to really get a big advantage out of it. Like I said, I'm running an old FE motor. It was called the boat anchor back in the 60s. The 360 was what was considered the worst engine ever built by Ford for the big block motors, and I'm outrunning everybody with one. But to be fair, I didn't make that design. Carroll Shelby did. It's Carroll Shelby's design.
Carroll Shelby.
Carroll Shelby designed that motor, and the old 429 Cobra jet that went 0 to 100 back down to 0 in 14 seconds didn't have a 429 Cobra jet in it. It had a Carroll Shelby 360. He slapped a 429 badge on the side of the car and ran the 360 design I got in my car. I worked on a project with Carroll Shelby back in the 90s, and we got to talking about.
How do you feel about Fox bodies?
What bodies? Fox bodies?
A Fox body, yeah.
I don't like short wheelbases. I like to go faster than that. No, short wheelbases suck. That's why I built the Fairlane.
Really nice to me.
Yeah, the wheelbase is too short for it. A Fox body is a dream on the street because you don't really get going that fast, block to block or eighth mile.
It's a straight racing vehicle more.
It's a great straight racing, but once you start breaking 140 miles an hour, the Fox body is dangerous.
Yeah.
Here's a true story. If you remember back prior to Fox bodies, they had a 4-cylinder supercharged engine for the 25th anniversary Mustang. It was in an LX. They built 500 of them. It was one of the fastest Mustangs that was ever built by Ford. My best friend in high school, his dad owned a Ford dealership. They had one. We had to go into town from his house to get pizza. His dad was driving that car 183 miles an hour in that fucking car off the showroom floor.
God damn.
That 4-cylinder is one of the most expensive Mustangs that you can get until you start getting into custom built Mustangs. And there are Thunderbirds out there with longer wheelbases that have that rare motor because that's where Ford tested it first. So I think like the 1984 Thunderbirds, you could probably pick one up for $500 if you can find one, has got one of those rare ass race motors in it. Yeah. I like math, man.
Oh, I bet.
.460. I don't like the 460 motor. I have never figured out a good way to get good power out of a 460. In fact, the 300 straight six rip will out torque, out pull, and outperform a 460 all day long. The old standard 360. You swap out the old fuel injection with the old carburetor with a modern fuel injection that costs $900. Smoke any 460 out there.
For sure.
The Ford 300 straight six was one of the best engines ever built. It just they had cheap parts on the outskirts of it, and you got to know, like I said, you got to know what to take the good from the old stuff and mix it with the new.
Oh man. Who watching TV?
Is that TV we're hearing? Somebody's light's not lighting up when it does it though. It's somebody.
You know, it could be 158 Groot.
No, it's Junior.
Wait, what am I doing?
Nope. I guess I don't see who is this.
Because I think it's Groot 158 because his color is the same color as the little ring.
Oh, is that what it is?
I think so. Because if you look at if you look at my ring and then look at his background when I speak, I'm pretty sure they're like the exact same color.
Yeah. Man, I had a 72 International pickup that I completely restored, Rip. I spent a fortune on that thing when I was a kid because I just liked the way it looked. The thing got 8 miles per gallon. The was fast as hell. It was a beautiful truck, and I had it on the road for 10 days, and a little Toyota fucking pickup with these monster bumpers on it ran a stop sign, broadsided me, and ripped the frame, ripped the engine, broke the block, and the truck wasn't worth $20 when the guy got done with it. I'd still have that truck today if it wasn't for that shit. But I've got a 1969 GMC four-wheel drive sitting out in my near my gun range out there that I haven't restored yet. I can't actually do the physical work, so I'm gonna have to drop 20 grand to have somebody else do the work on it. But I'm gonna put a modern LS motor in that thing, and it's gonna become my daily driver for a pickup. The prior to 1972, if you own a four-wheel drive that's prior to 1972, they were less than 5% of the trucks built. They're the rarest of the rare in trucks. Because there was no such thing as a factory four-wheel drive prior to 1972. They had to be sent out to custom shops to have the four-wheel drive added to them. It doubled the price of the truck. Whatever you pay for the truck, double it if you're a four-wheel drive. So like my 69 GMC is worth 40 grand, and I haven't even started to restore it right now. It's worth 40 grand as a rust pile sitting out in the field. And I paid $2,200 for that thing back before there was internet telling people what shit was worth. My Fairlane's VIN number can be looked up on Haggerty. It took us forever. My Fairlane was so rare that nobody had any information on the VIN number, but now you can pop my VIN number into Haggerty and it'll tell you what my car is. That took like 8 years to get that into the database because Ford had kept no records. That car was Ford cheating in NASCAR, so there were no records of them cheating. They stuck they stuck something in the showroom to get it into NASCAR illegally, and NASCAR shut them down before they ever got it on the track. And I just happened to have one. The only reason I even knew it was different than a regular Fairlane was nothing fit. Some kid shot my passenger window with a BB gun, and a normal piece of Fairlane glass like $50, but mine has a weird racing shape, a little curve to it, and that son of a bitch was like $800 for that piece of window.
Fuck that shit.
Oh, everything on that car is expensive, because it's so rare. The front grille is like $2,500, and the emblems on them are like $250. It's insane.
Okay, so you know what? Do you know what Meekum Auctions is?
Yeah.
Okay, so I love watching that, but I seen something. I don't know too much about cars, man. I'm only 20 and I'm like half-ass brain dead. So I was watching Meekum Auctions on my phone, and I saw a original like Daytona racer pull up, and it got to $800,000 it started off at like $500,000 or $600,000, and it got all the way up to $800,000 for the bid, and the reserve was still on.
It was a Shelby
for $800,000.
It was a Shelby Daytona.
I think so. Yeah. So no telling how much he wanted for it, because the reserve was still on at $800,000.
Well, it's a Shelby, one of the original Shelby Daytonas, because you can buy a factory 5 version of that car that's even better than the original ones. You can buy one.
Apparently, that was like one of like 3 cars ever that existed still out there.
They only took 2 to 3 to the races. They were so shittily built. They were patched over. And then when Carroll Shelby won the they tried to the rumor was they were going to throw him into the ocean, but the guy that they hired to go dump him off into the ocean, he didn't. He on his own. It wasn't, the cars were worth so little. Those race cars were so little in parts, they weren't worth the freight to take them back. It was cheaper to just build a new car. So there were 7, I think, that made it back to the United States, and then 4 of them are in private collections, and I think 3 get sold around to different players. But there's 4 in museums. The I don't have anything. A 7.3 F250. I can make a 7.3 F350 freaking dance, man. The 22 miles per gallon, 1,100 foot-pounds of torque. I got all the equipment sitting next to me over here to hard program the chipset in that truck. Yeah.
Yo, Gun. How much are the Daytonas if the reserve wasn't even off for $800K?
Whatever the guy wants. Carroll Shelby's dead. Carroll Shelby's dead, and those cars were a aerodynamic monster. That flat butt on those. That team figured out from a German 1930s aerodynamic thing that you could literally cut the ass into the car off, and the air still thought the tail was there, so you didn't need the weight, but you got the aerodynamics of it, and it was those cars were a marvel. And if I wasn't freaking crippled up, I'd probably already own a factory 5 version of one, just because.
Gunmuse guys, we have 4:00 a.m. I leave open the DC, but I'm out now.
We can shut this down, man. We can shut this down.
No, it's no problem. It's no problem. I have to booster this afternoon. I have to go for booster this afternoon, and I have to sleep 10 hours. In 10 hours, I have my booster. So I mean,
yeah,
you're good, man.
Yeah,
no problem. Stay in. There's no problem. I stay in. I just make little.
My current truck's got 380,000 miles on it. hasn't burned a drop of oil yet.
We see us. Bye-bye.
Later on, man.
See you,
Appreciate it.
man.
My
You said 300.
380,000 miles. I just changed the oil the other day.
Oh my god.
I've never replaced the motor, never rebuilt the motor. Doesn't burn a drop of oil. When I bought the truck brand spanking new, it got 11 miles a gallon. It gets 17 now. Because I reprogrammed. It's just the way I reprogrammed it. And now I have replaced like the axles and the transmission and stuff like that. But I redesigned the drivetrain of that truck to match the way the motor was designed, because Ford, Dodge, and Chevy have a shitty. They're still thinking like it's 1980s and less RPM is better, and that's not true with their new motors. You need more RPM in the motor in order to make them be stronger and last longer. They get better gas mileage with higher RPM. A computer does not give a shit if it's going 4,000 RPM or 1,500 RPM. It just knows it needs to produce X amount of torque to break the wind. So if you put up, like I got a 455 rear gear in that truck. So I'm running 2,600 RPM down the road, and I'm getting better gas mileage than when I had a 343 running 1,100 RPM down the road. Because the engine doesn't have to struggle because it has so much torque to grip the road with. Yeah. If my axle could have held a 555 gear, I'd have put it in there. But the axle can't take a gear that big. It burns 4 quarts a year. The Toyota version of the Ford engine, they stroked it a little more than the Fords did, and they weren't very reliable after they did that. By stroking that engine more than the 5.4, because that's like a 5.7 or something like that, right? That extra stroke. What's that?
What make is a Tacoma?
It's Toyota.
Is that a Toyota?
Which is a Ford.
Okay.
Toyotas are Fords.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Like I said, I'm 20. I'm brain dead when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Ford Motor Company is the largest company in the world. And not because they make cars, because they own every fucking thing.
Kind of like how Tyson owns like all the chicken plants.
Ford probably owns them. Yeah.
Imagine Ford owning Tyson.
There are 2 major players in the world of corporations, Ford and Coca-Cola. And if you want to if you want to know why Coca-Cola ain't saying bad shit about China, it's because China makes Coca-Cola.
Are you dead ass?
No, China doesn't own them, but if Coca-Cola come out and said we're going to ban the Olympics, we're going to boycott China's Olympics, China would fucking murder them. They would lose 60% of the world market almost overnight when China fucked with them. Because all the Coca-Cola built in Europe and all those other countries where it's really geographic, they've got Coca-Cola production plants here in the United States, but we're a mild market. But Coca-Cola in China is huge.
Much more internationally.
Yeah, it is their production facility for a grip of their money. Yeah,
gotcha.
Because they can have slave labor to build the sugar canes and things like that, and it's a better tasting Coca-Cola. It's real sugar.
Right.
The 4.0 V6 was a kick-ass motor. It was the first 6-cylinder to out-torque the 300 cubic inch straight six. And for some reason Ford got rid of it. I don't even know what the reason was they got rid of it.
Could you imagine them slamming a Hellcat motor into a van?
Oh,
that van must be super fast.
I don't like that Hellcat motor. It's very shit.
Where I am, Hellcats are like the best thing ever. Scat packs are like all that everybody owns.
my caddy has beaten 2 Hellcats.
Yeah.
My caddy weighs more than a Hellcat, and I still beat him. I beat a Mustang, and one of the new Mustang 350 GTs, which that was the closest anybody come to beating my freaking caddy out on the street. Yeah. I have a 78 Ford pickup that's got the toolboxes in the bed, an F-250 with a custom extended cab. I keep wanting to rebuild that just because I like the way the truck looks. I like old Ford seats. Prior to the year 2005, a Ford seat is comfortable. After that, they went for weight reduction with that hard foam, and it hurts my back. Yeah.
I've only been in 2 Fords ever, and that was a Ford. I think this is a Ford, a Taurus.
Oh man, I had a
Is that a
Taurus.
Ford?
Yeah, I had a Taurus show car. I had a Taurus SHO when I worked for Eaton Semiconductor when I was a field engineer.
Yeah.
I spent some of my own money, and for my company car, I got a Taurus SHO.
Mm-hmm.
It had the Japanese V8 in it, 1996.
Ooh.
It was
Japanese motors are good.
Oh, dude, it beat anything that called itself a sport car at the time. Those Ford SHO, awesome.
That's what I learned how to drive in as a Ford Taurus.
When I was racing around one of those before they ever got in NASCAR. I love the shit out of it. I broke I was drunk one night, and I decided to park my car. You know, when people parallel park. Only I pulled a Blues Brothers maneuver and did a whipping 180 to slide into the parking slot. But I was going so fast that when I hit the curb with the tires, it folded them under.
Oh man!
I had to call into work next day. I wrecked my car. I'm gonna be a little late to work. But I was pulling the Blues Brothers. I was pulling a Dan Aykroyd in my freaking company car, and I folded the tires up when I slid up into the parking curb.
Damn.
Everybody goes, "How'd you break both tires on the passenger side at the same time?" Oh, I hit a parking curb in a parking lot. Didn't see it. It wasn't where it was supposed to be. Ain't about to tell him I was out there freaking whipping 180s while drunk in my car. I just got out of the Navy. I was 22 and dumb. But back then, I had in the early 90s, I had $12,000-$15,000 every 2 weeks in my pocket from my job. I was
right.
Plus, I was a field engineer, so I could be in Boston one day and Arizona the next day and Colorado the day after that. Sometimes they fly me overseas, and I was loving life. It was a lot of fun.
I bet.
It was good to be young, single, and rich. Yeah.
Oh, I bet. Sounds like the dream.
It was. Compared to being
been through it, man.
When I was in the Navy, man, I tell people this. When I got out of boot camp, my car payment and my insurance payment were $20 more a month than what I made.
Damn.
I had to rent my S10 pickup at least 15 times a month in order to have any money in my pocket. So for 2 years, I ran a rental car game for other sailors. Just so that I had money and could keep my truck. Sounds
like you've been through it for sure.
Well, when I got out of the Navy, I mean, even with combat pay, $1,200 a month was all I made in 1995 when I got out. And then I lived in my car for 40 days while I waited for my job to start. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Do what you
I
gotta
couldn't
do.
join the military. They wouldn't let me.
Why not?
I got a whole list of mental and medical problems that they basically said I was not going to be of help or whatever. I
Right.
wasn't like allowed to join or some shit.
Everybody's got a mental problem these days, right?
Yeah.
You know, the rule was you couldn't get a top secret clearance if you got more than 2 traffic tickets, or you've committed any felonies or things like that. When I got in the when I got in the Navy, then they did the background check on me. I had 17 traffic tickets, freaking all speeding, and then I had counterfeited some money when I was 14 years old.
How the hell do you counterfeit money at 14? What'd you do? Like overprint Monopoly money?
I literally am smarter than a machine. So I used a copying machine, and printed off $1 bills, just the faces, black and white, slid them into a car wash, and got the quarters out, rolled the quarters.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How the hell did you get caught doing that?
I told somebody. At 14, you're running your mouth. You're 14, you're running your mouth.
Right. Taking notes.
I still wound up with a top secret clearance working on I built the JOT system with the Joint Operational Tactical System, the communication system to tie into satellites. People forget satellites are, communication satellites are fairly new. I built all that stuff back in the early 90s. Yeah, worked on the ground side of it. Yeah, so I mean, I held top secret clearances for a long time. I was forbidden to travel outside the United States for 10 years because of my specialties. They were afraid I would be a high-risk kidnap victim.
Damn, put your ass up for like an $8 billion ransom.
Well, my primary...
We have the smartest motherfucker in the United States. We want $8 billion right now.
They would just kidnap me to try and beat me for freaking information. My primary was the SPS-40 air search radar specialty, and that was Saddam Hussein's entire network. We sold it to him in the 80s, and it's the only radar in the world that can see the stealth. And we didn't know that when we sold him because there was no stealth when we sold him the radars. We just know that when you use those radars, you can't use television. They knock out television frequencies. So anytime he turned on his air search radar, you couldn't talk to your people. So we sold him all ours, and we upgraded to different frequencies of radars. I was a specialist in that outdated radar, and I was the only person. And by 1991, mine was the only working SPS-40 radar in the naval fleet because I'd redesigned it to work. The damn things rarely worked more than 11 days before they broke, so nobody ever turned them on. And I redesigned the damn thing to actually operate because for some reason, me in the Gulf War, I didn't want to have missiles shoved up my ass. It'd be nice to see something coming.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If there were so we had a World War I and the World War II. If there was a World War III, who do you think would be between? Well, obviously the world. It's a world war, but like, who do you think would like?
This is where this is where you're young. This is where you're young and dumb. We're already in it.
What?
It's already happening.
What makes you say that?
It's not a matter of say. I'm telling you, it's already happening. It's China, Russia, and we're allowing it. The United States is the only country that has property rights. The communists don't allow property rights. They've been trying to destroy it forever. The anti-gun movement that has been drilled into people's brains because a firearm is the only thing in the United States that has 2 constitutional amendments protecting it. One of them is it's your property. The government can't take it without permission. Everybody keeps talking about their Second Amendment right to own a gun. How about your right to own property without the government telling you can't?
Right.
That's got to go. You've got to eliminate the Second Amendment right before you can eliminate the Fourth Amendment right. So it's everything the Democrats argued for the last 50 years has been about the elimination of property rights, whether it be environment, gay marriage, whatever they've been talking about. If you look at the long term way they manipulate the laws, all of it boils down to how can I give the judge the authority to take away your property?
Right.
That's what it's all about. You're in a world war. The first act of war is counterfeiting. Okay, that's the first act of war. You counterfeit another country's country. Instead of counterfeiting our money, we're printing it, making it devalued. So we're capitulating with China's desire to devalue our money. The second wave, the first wave, before we started printing it under Obama, was they don't counterfeit our money anymore because they got Amazon, the pawn shop of the world. China turns around and makes a laptop that costs $1,200. It only costs them $50. They get 1,100 real American dollars for that counterfeit laptop because it's not being built by Dell and things like that. So they've already counterfeited our production. Trump just went out there and made it so that America could produce its own goods again, and it took less than 10 months with these new laws that went through for them to say, well, we can't make our own metal anymore. We got to rely on China. We can't do this. And you just watched us leave Afghanistan. Do you know why we left Afghanistan? There was no war in Afghanistan. There's the first lie. There was 2,500 troops. We were not waging war with 2,500 troops.
Right.
We were watching what was going on in Afghanistan because they have rare earth minerals, and China is now sweeping through. The Taliban is literally running World War II concentration camps, killing off the people in Afghanistan right now. They are putting them on buses, running them up north, and running these slaughter camps in Afghanistan. It's not on the news. You know,
It is not, and I actually knew about that. I heard about that.
All the slaughter. Yeah,
because we pulled our troops out. There wasn't no more. What's the word called?
No, we're not completely out of there because Ollie North is running a little. Ollie North is running a little. Ollie North's my personal hero, and I've been supporting some of the stuff he's doing up in there. But we're flying people into Afghanistan on a volunteer basis. We've got more troops. We got more veterans in Afghanistan now than we had troops in Afghanistan. Because though I'm telling you, the war is already started. It's just we don't control the media. And then the last month of Obama, he turned around and gave away ICANN, which is the phone book to the internet. You don't know. It may tell you where you're at on the address bar on your browser, but because they control ICANN, they can lie to you about where you are. So when you get used to buying stuff from China and it takes 3 weeks to get here, you may be buying it directly from China and not even Amazon anymore. It's just a fake Amazon page because they can move that traffic in real time through ICANN, and you don't know you have been stolen, and you're directly buying from frickin' China now.
Did you hear about China buying the biggest port in the United States?
That happened in the 90s.
That happened way back then? I thought they recently just bought it.
No, Bill Clinton, San Francisco. No,
in San Francisco.
Yeah, the Clinton sold it to him.
What the fuck?
And then the Democrats threw a fit when George Bush tried to sell to Dubai our actual the people we sell military planes to help us in the Middle East. They tried to sell Dubai a port in the United States, going, oh, they'll ship nukes in. You know, they said they're Arabs, they'll ship nukes in. I'm like, why would they pay $7 billion to buy a port to ship a nuke in when you can fly one in on a damn plane for free?
Right. That just don't make sense. But we're giving China the port. Come on now.
Well, the reason is Dubai is still trying to be the Hong Kong of the Middle East. And they needed a port in America because we're the largest market. And they got the Democratic Party denied them because China didn't want it. China's paying for everything, the Democrats say. There's a reason the Democratic Party walks in lockstep. Every one of them owes their cushy little fucking political butts to the Chinese party or George Soros directly, and he's got his own fucking agenda. But all the Democratic Party, it goes back to the 1930s. It's eugenics. It's the problem with the left-wing youngins is they think they're going to survive the world of we're better than you, so they're not going to kill us. And I promise you, that's not going to happen. Everybody thinks they're gonna escape the concentration camps. The right now, China is in Mexico and just pumping drugs in the United States. So the longer that the U.S. government can keep people in their houses with fake COVID and stuff like that, the more and more people start using drugs for entertainment, and they're going to create a shortage. The number of people that are there are more people dying from drug overdoses being stuck in their houses right now than are dying from any disease, and the numbers aren't being transmitted. And plus,
which is fucked.
Yeah, but you gotta. I still have access to the Associated Press because I was a member of the Associated Press. I still have access to the database. There's 60,000 news stories a day that no one ever sees. The way they run the funding mechanism, so you see the same 10 stories on all the websites. That's what the Associated Press puts out for $500 a month. You can buy one of those feeds for $500 a month. In other words, they choose the news with these same 10 stories. And then if you try to choose which story that's submitted to you on your own, then it costs you $15,000 a month plus a quarter a reader, and you can't make a quarter from a reader. A reader's worth about 0.01 cent, 1.2 cents, something like that. So it's not worth it, and you can't afford it. We had methods around. Yeah, it's like I said, I've been inside this stuff for a long, long time.
Right.
And then you've got the biggest. We talked about this once before. They said, "Oh, when the war starts, who do you shoot first?" I said, "The news producers, the guy sitting in the van. You don't even need to don't go after the reporter, but the news producers are the ones going to tell the lie. That's who you go after first. You stop the propaganda before it starts. Man, my audience will listen to us all day long on politics out here. But guys, it's late. I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day. I didn't eat breakfast. I came out here to work this morning, and I had to clean up my hard drive, and I didn't even get started on that.
Man, go get something to eat, man.
Yeah.
They'll understand.
I'm gonna cut off my live cast at least. I can't walk away from that. That would be, they'd never forgive me. Okay, so thanks, big guys. Like and subscribe. I appreciate you guys staying up late. Kingdom 747 is going to try and take the experienced players and any new players that are wanting to learn. Groot there is wanting to lead and help, and he's coining up to do the helping. We got to see from the two different Groots tonight, the big well-known Groot. You don't have to do that anymore, Renoir. No, it gives you all your stuff back. It didn't used to, but yeah, no, you can just upgrade it. It'll give you the extras.
Can your stream hear me?
Yes, they can hear everything that's in my headset. Because
I got you. So they've been able to hear me this time.
Yeah, when I have headset capture on, I capture. I've got a pretty professional studio. I built a studio in here. I think I've
seen it before you started using green screens. I seen it.
Oh yeah, well
I remember you used to not use green screens.
That was me sitting in the corner behind my desk once upon a time. My first camera was my dive camera.
I was there them times. I was there back then.
I miss my dive camera. It's a better camera than some of these webcams, but it won't talk to a modern computer.
Damn.
And I don't want to go buy another dive camera.
No, I don't blame you.
I had one of the very
Everybody watching the stream, come to Kingdom 747 if y'all want to play with a group of experienced players, even if you're new to the game or don't know much about it or you're just a moderate player. If y'all come on over, we got plenty of corners that will teach you, plenty of free-to-play players that have been around forever that will teach you. We got a lot of experienced people, and it's not a trolley kingdom. Everybody just kick shit and have fun.
Don't worry about playing at 0 if you're an alliance that's not in that top 30 because of that slavery nap stuff. Just stick with it. You asked about Truth Social earlier.
Truth Social.
I don't get what you're saying, Renoir. Let me scroll up. I'm gonna go ahead.
What are your thoughts on Truth Social Media that Trump is launching? Oh, is that his new app that he's talking about?
Is that what it's called?
Making?
Oh,
I think it's called Truth. Yeah.
I probably will get on it. There's the thing. The numbers prove out that the hate against Trump was in the media. It wasn't in the country. Tell me why people hated having more money, more jobs, and just more of everything.
Well, one thing is he did open his mouth a lot on Twitter. I do agree with people on that. He did open his mouth a lot.
He did.
But
He did what I do, and that is he poked the people. He would literally poke the media, and then it would get taken out of context, and everybody was hearing the news's version of what he said on Twitter. Not anybody that was everybody that followed him knew what he was saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I'd rather have a president that likes to fucking just poke around and just, get shits and giggles out of people and shit and see how they react than a president that doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, oh my God, we had a president that talked shit on Twitter, but he actually got shit done for us versus, now we got a president that doesn't talk shit on Twitter but doesn't get shit done. Look at you go. You did such a great job.
Remember the shit he talks like, it'll take 3 years to do that. We'll have it done in 10 days. And everybody goes, he's just such a fucking liar. He never stops lying. And then 10 days later, it's done.
It's done. Yeah, not even 10 days later. He'll get it done in like 5-6 days or some shit.
He was
a week.
I remember before the election, I wasn't enthusiastic about Trump being president. I did not like it. And then where I got on the Trump bandwagon is because I follow politics. He said he was going to do something, and then he did it.
And he did it.
That's what made me say, hey, I like this guy, is because I'm going to do it, and he does it. I don't give a fuck what he says on Twitter. Just stop making. I just want a government not making my life miserable. Under Obama, I owned 4 businesses, and not one business was ever not under assault by the federal government from regulations. Just absolutely.
I wasn't a big fan of Obama.
I threw a lot of money thinking the country's got to see that he's got to go on the second election.
Right.
Romney showed his true colors since then, right? He's been Romney's nothing more than a Democrat in hiding. He ran the healthcare programs in Massachusetts. He's proven that he's a Republican in name only. He's not conservative in any way, shape, manner, or form. Matter of fact, he's probably not going to get elected in his own damn state because he shit talked Trump. Because the other stuff and I'm not sure about Mike Pence.
I heard Trump was going to try to come back in 2024, I think is when it is.
Who?
Trump. I think he's going to run again in 2024 or some shit, he said.
I'm pretty sure Michelle Obama is going to be the Democrats' deal in this next election.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Ren, the upgrading of the gear, you lose a lot of March cap. That is the shitty part of that gear upgrade stuff. You got to start killing threats again to get your March cap up.
But it's worth it because the stats.
No, actually, on something like the Wolf, the March cap's more important than the stats are sometimes.
Oh, for sure. But if I'm not mistaken, Wolf just passed, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't
So
build it
now
up
would
that
be the
fast.
perfect time to do it, so you can hurry up and build it up before next Wolf.
Yeah, you get it back, but it does take a little while to get that March cap back.
Yeah.
My 592 castle, when I upgraded the gear, it hurt. I had a lot of math in that March cap. I had a lot of March cap. The I could throw 800,000-900,000. I was competing against the big guys.
Right.
In March cap, and then when this latest gear come out, it tanked me.
What? Didn't they come out with a new gear besides Seeking? Didn't they just come out with something else now?
I haven't
Or
been
Seeking still the highest?
I haven't been paying attention. I try not to do news updates. I'm going to be doing some instructional videos, tie it with some articles, and hopefully tie it with some tools. So all my stuff is me internally, what I need to get done, so that I have a framework so that when the game changes, it's a minor, easy change that an employee can do, so that I don't have to keep up with the little things. It's
right.
Right now I'm the only one that knows what's going on inside my head, so I have to do the work.
Yeah, which is shitty.
I wish somebody would turn around and, matter of fact, I'll ask that if somebody has an Excel spreadsheet of the latest points for all the gear, I would like a copy of it if you drop it off in my Discord, so that I don't have to go look it up and transpose it myself.
Okay, so wait, what do you need?
People write down Excel spreadsheets of a gear being worth so much points in the events, so that you put on this new gear and you get so many points. I need to update all my tables for my Rogers Raiders members, and I don't have the last 2 sets of gear in there, and I hadn't had the time to walk through the game and dig them out, and it's enough information that I kind of, an Excel spreadsheet, I could copy paste, get it done in 20 minutes.
I gotcha.
All right, guys, I've got to go.